ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಗುಜರಾತ್ ಮಾದರಿ ಗುಜರಾತ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮೂರಾಗ ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು ಪಾನ್ ಬಿಡ ಮಾರ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು ಮೋದಿ ನಿಮ್ ಗುಜರಾತ್ನವರೇ ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಮಾರ್ತಿರೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಯಾರು ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಮಾರಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋ ಜನ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಿನ ರೈತರು ಭಿಕ್ಷೆ ಬೇಡಲ್ಲ, ಉಪವಾಸ ಸಾಯಕ್ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅನ್ಯರ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಚಾಚಲ್ಲ.
The emphasis on regional differences have come to be highlighted by politicians vehemently opposing Hindi as a national language in the country, with the development holding the risk of insensitivity towards the diverse relational makeup of different states. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
A quick wrap of all that's making news. A health screening facility at the entry and registration site of the Char Dham Yatra began to carry out its service for the devotees of the pilgrimage. The service was initiated by the Uttarakhand State Health Department upon the instructions of the State Chief Minister. Senior Congress leader V. Hanumantha Rao said that Telangana government was running the state with revenues derived from wine shops. Following his remark, he stated his demand for making Telangana an alcohol-free state. Prime Minister Modi once again hit out at the Congress, saying that a decade had been lost by the party owing to nepotism, policy paralysis and scams. He added that the BJP-led government had restored faith in the innovative capabilities of the youth who had worked towards creating an environment that promoted the growth of startups. Tamil Nadu Health Education Minister K. Ponmudi clarified on his remarks that stated people who spoke Hindi in the state were selling pani puri. He clarified his stance, saying that many people came from the north came to the south for employment as there was a lack of the same in the north. Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal inaugurated a new government building in the national capital. The inauguration was that of a new building in the Karkarduma Court complex. The new building is told to house up to 44 courtrooms. Heavy rains were witnessed in the district of Dibrugarh in Assam. Severe waterlogging was witnessed in Guwahati as a result of rains that continued through the night. Several people were seen at the closing of a political event in Bengaluru. The event, organized by the JDS, had former PM HD Devegowda, former Chief Minister HD Kumaraswamy and JDS MLA as some of its attendees. The European Union ambassador to India and Bhutan addressed some current issues on the anniversary of 60 years of India-EU diplomatic relations. The Ukrainian-Russian war, climate change and free trade agreement between India and the EU were some of the issues he addressed. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma flagged off two catamaran ships designed to transport 100 passengers and 50 motorcycles along with special features for disabled senior citizens, women and children as well. He also inaugurated a gateway ferry terminal in Guwahati on the river Brahmaputra. 19 golden bars believed to be shipped from abroad were seized by the Central Intelligence Agency in Tamil Nadu. The operation was conducted by the customs unit of the organization in the district of Tiruchirappalli. Slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll get you the latest on the Delhi fire that broke out in the Mundka area, in which 27 people are feared to be killed.
Good evening and welcome. There is no point watching and supporting a film on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits if the genocide itself is allowed to carry on. And the targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point, and it should, for not just Kashmiri Pandits but millions across the country. The entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Hurling tear gas and stun grenades at the Kashmiri Hindus protesting will not help the government. How come, I ask, were no stun grenades or tear gas thrown at those who blocked the highways in Shaheen Bagh? No tear gas at Shaheen Bagh? And how come there is tear gas and stun grenades thrown at the angry Kashmiri Hindus who have no other way to tell the government how vulnerable they feel and how vulnerable they have become? Is it fair, viewers? I say. Is it fair? Is it fair, viewers? Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? And to the government, I ask, what exactly is our Kashmir policy? I want to know. One day the BJP ties up with the profoundly anti-national PDP, regrets it. Then it acts tough on these groups after rightfully removing 370. And when these same Gupkar gang type fundamentally compromised people are out of custody, invites them, rolls the red carpet for them for discussions on the future of Kashmir. We want to discuss the future of Kashmir with anti-nationals. My view is clear, viewers, and if you agree with me, tell me. Let me say it with absolute clarity tonight. Half measures don't work. Half measures will not work. Call me a right-winger if you will, but half measures are destined to fail. Lip service for Kashmiri Hindus is not needed. Action for them is needed. And Operation All Out needs execution. Fear must be put into the minds of cowards who today are threatening all non-locals in Kashmir.
Welcome back, viewers. Some very tragic news came in last night. A massive fire that broke out at a commercial building near the Mundka metro station that claimed nearly 27 lives. In fact, if reports are to be believed, the fire reported to have happened around 4:30 p.m. on Friday, triggering massive firefighting and rescue operations. We have Sumi joining us from the very location where the fire broke out. Sumi, what is the latest you are picking up? How many casualties and how many people sustained injuries?
Yes, absolutely. It is the worst fires that have been reported in the recent history after Anaj Mandi fire that took place in the national capital. This fire, however, took lives of 27 people, and 27 people were gutted in the fire that was put ablaze by a certain cause which is still not certain. And in fact, the fire further went from the first floor and it proceeded gradually to the third floor. My video journalist Hitesh is showing you the visuals of the damage that the fire has left behind. And in fact, the structure, we're showing you the structure. It is a 3-story building, and the fire was first caught on the first floor, and then it gradually moved to the subsequent floors. And the entire fire, the massive fire, has left a lot of damage behind. In fact, this particular first floor that we are talking about, where the fire was caught for the first time, the CCTV and router manufacturing company was located here, and this particular building gave away space to various companies, and that is how we are witnessing this damage. My video journalist Hitesh is showing you the leftovers as to how the entire material has been gutted. These are the routers, and in fact the entire material is out on the road. 27 people have lost their lives, and certainly the condolences are coming from various nook and crannies. The President Ramnath Kovind expressed his condolences to the bereaved families, and in fact Prime Minister Narendra Modi also took to Twitter to express his grief over the entire incident. In fact, 2 lakh ex gratia has also been announced for the family of the kin, and 50,000 ex gratia has been announced by Prime Minister for the injured. And in fact, people have sustained serious injuries who were present at the time of the incident. This is highly unfortunate as to how this has happened. Video clips of people trying to jump out through the windows and trying to escape, also doing rounds on the social media. And in fact, the NDRF is also carrying out a rescue operation as we speak. In fact, from here, barricades have been placed to keep the media intact at one spot. However, we are showing you the live visuals of the NDRF operation that is being carried out, and the rescue operation is underway as we speak. But the people who were trapped inside yesterday mostly have been rescued. And this is what we are talking today, that this entire building has been gutted to fire, and the cause of the fire still has to be ascertained.
Yes. Well, Sumi, if you could give us more details about this building. You know, this is a commercial building that we're talking about here that has been charred. If you could give us more details, because what reports suggest is that the passage route was very narrow, which probably led to the casualty number rising to 27 now.
Yes, absolutely. This was a commercial building, as I earlier mentioned as well. And in fact, this commercial building was used to give out space to the various commercial companies. And the first floor was the CCTV and router manufacturing company, and that is how it has sustained the maximum amount of damage. However, when the fire moved gradually to various subsequent floors, it was clear as to the route, and the escape route was very narrow, which is why people felt trapped inside the building, and they resorted to jumping out of the window as well. And such videos, such grave videos are now doing the rounds on social media and grabbing a lot of eyeballs in shock. And certainly the entire fire was reported yesterday at the evening for around 4:30 p.m., after which 10 fire tenders were pressed into service. However, when the intensity of the fire became very, very serious, and that is when more of 14 to 15 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. So a total of 30 fire tenders have done the rescue operation throughout the night, and the numbers kept climbing up. First, 14 people's death toll was reported, and then it subsequently went up to 16. And now it's unfortunate that 27 families have lost their dear ones, and in fact they are undergoing treatment in the nearby Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, where the families of the bereaved have also reached, and in fact the injured people who have sustained serious injuries, they have also reached the family. However, I would really like to show the kind of damage that the fire has left behind. All these remains show the kind of horror that the people had to face during the fire. The cause of the fire still has to be ascertained. However, what you to answer your particular question, that it had zero route to come out and to escape from the building, certainly is true, as all the doors and in fact the plumes of smoke choked the people who were inside. And when the DFS went inside, that is what Atul Garg has come out saying, that when the DFS went inside, they recovered charred bodies, and that is certainly very, very unfortunate, which is why people have come out and expressed their condolences. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, including the President Ramnath Kovind as well.
Well, absolutely, Sumi, and as you speak, talk to us about the scenes that were seen yesterday, you know, of people trying to escape when this fire broke out, many even jumping off the building to save their lives.
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnav Live.
Slipping into a very short break, world this morning. Coming up on the other side, North Korea reports 21 new deaths from fever amid COVID outbreak. Ukraine stops Russian column from crossing river west to Severodonetsk.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं.
हमने सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से. लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे. ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है. किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं. हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा है, फिर भी मारा गया.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the pani puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising.
Top headlines this morning across the globe. North Korea reports 21 new deaths from fever amid COVID outbreak. Russia to suspend electricity supplies to Finland from today as tensions rise over its NATO bid. Ukraine stops Russian column from crossing river west of Severodonetsk. SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launches 53 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit from Space Launch Complex in California. Pope Francis to travel to Canada at the end of July to meet survivors of abuse committed at residential schools. watching World This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, starting with our top story from across the globe. Protests continued outside the President's palace in Sri Lankan capital of Colombo as people continue to demand the resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The protests, in fact, continue even as Ranil Wickremesinghe took charge as the new Prime Minister of the island nation.
Even amidst the spiraling economic crisis, protests continue unabated outside President's palace in Sri Lanka's capital city. Watch how hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Colombo, waving flags, shouting slogans, demanding the resignation of the president.
ඒකට අනුබල දීපු ඒකේ අපි රටේ ජනතාව විශේෂයෙන් ඒ චෝදනාවට ලක් කරන පුද්ගලයෙක්ව නැවත වතාවක් අග්‍රාමාත්‍යවරයා බවට පත් කිරීම කිසිම විදියකින් මේ අරගල භූමියේ ඉන්න තරුණයෙක්වත් අරගල කරුවෙක්වත් මේ රටින් කිසිම මිනිස්සෙක් ඒක පිළිගන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට මේක ආපහු සැරයක් ජනතා පරමාධිපත්‍ය පාවා දීමක්. ජන මතයට ඉස්සරමීමක් නෙවෙයි ජන මතය සහ මුලින්ම උල්ලංඝනය කිරීමක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් ජන මතයට සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම කරපු අගෞරවයක් විදිහට තමයි අපිට මේක සලකන්න වෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපි නැවතත් කියනවා.
With one brother president, another prime minister and 3 other members as cabinet ministers, it appeared that the Rajapaksa clan had consolidated its grip on power in Sri Lanka after decades in and out of government. But as the national debt crisis spirals out of control, with pandemic woes and rising food and fuel costs due to the war in Ukraine compounding problems from years of dubious economic decisions, their dynasty is crumbling. But the president remains defiant. The government said his government would return with more power to parliament by rolling back an amendment he implemented to buttress the all-powerful executive presidential system. And amidst the crisis, Ranil Wickremesinghe's appointment appears to be too little too late to put an end to the nationwide protest calling for the ouster of the president, the last Rajapaksa still clinging to national office. With soaring prices, fuel and food shortages and lengthy power cuts, Sri Lankans have been protesting for weeks, calling for both the Rajapaksas to step down. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now, veteran journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was laid to rest in cemetery in East Jerusalem 3 days after she was fatally shot while reporting on a raid in West Bank. A sea of mourners were seen at the funeral.
Thousands of mourners, some hoisting Palestinian flags and chanting Palestine, Palestine, attended the funeral of Al Jazeera journalist. Soon the funeral descended into chaos after Israeli security forces stormed and beat the crowd carrying her coffin. Watch how her coffin almost fell as police, some using batons, waded into a crowd of Palestinians gathered around it. Visuals showed standoff between police and Palestinians who gathered around the coffin in the hospital compound before officers pushed the crowd back. The police later allowed the family to drive the casket to the church. Abu Akleh was shot dead on Wednesday during an Israeli military raid in the West Bank town of Jenin. Meanwhile, Israel has called for a joint investigation with the Palestinian Authority, which administers part of the West Bank and cooperates with it on security.
אני מבקש להתייחס בקצרה לחקירה של מות העיתונאית מאל-ג'זירה. לצערי הרשות הפלסטינית בשלב הזה מונעת כל אפשרות לחקירה משותפת או אפילו גישה לממצאים הבסיסיים הנדרשים כדי להגיע לאמת. אני מכאן חוזר על הציפייה שלי לשיתוף פעולה פתוח, שקוף ומלא בממצאים.
But Palestinian President Abbas has rejected the proposal, saying they hold the Israeli occupation authorities responsible for the killing. The killing sparked international condemnation and widespread calls for accountability. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now, severe droughts and delayed rains in the regions of Africa have caused a humanitarian disaster by causing acute shortage and scarcity of food as well as water.
According to the UN, severe drought and delayed rains in the Horn of Africa has caused a humanitarian disaster. Delayed rains are exacerbating extreme drought in Kenya's north region of Turkana, leaving many villagers there hungry and emaciated.
alafu dia ipe yelo school class 1 ala pangaras mangaras ni bunia ni urbana pelebe jo itani ngutunga mam nyatakani mam chakna ko pachak mam le jertere alafu itu anen akoro ite perikini isi peri kona tere na te walaria kuna chakula lemune turmuru ko je ko jiglo gelo to kan lo raw jingise.
According to the UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, over 15 million people are experiencing severe water shortages and acute food insecurity in Somalia, Kenya and Ethiopia. The office said that these numbers are expected to increase to 20 million if there is no sufficient rainfall this year in the region. It is said that about 5.7 million children are acutely malnourished across these countries and over 3 million livestock have succumbed to the effects of the drought. The UN's Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, along with representatives from other humanitarian groups, when visited the pastoralist community in Lomaput, he said,
"The world's attention is elsewhere, and we know that. And the world's misery has not left Turkana, and the world's rains have not come to Turkana, and we've seen 4 successive failures of the rains. We fear a 5th. And the result is, these families who've been kind enough to talk to us today have nothing left. They have no animals. They try to get food by making brooms that can't sell. The only food available for their children is sometimes from the schools. But to send a child to the school, you have to go 6 kilometers to get water, so the child can take water to the school.
He further stressed on the need to increase the awareness and save the lives of these people.
Lomapus deserves our attention, but more important than that, we must give these people choices beyond smashing this fruit, as we see behind us, for the children to have the slightest possibility to survive to the next day. This is wrong. It's as simple as that. So that's why we're here.
Many members of the community have termed the drought as the worst they have experienced up till now. In September last year, the Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta declared drought as national disaster. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, North Korea has visibly begun preparing for the Omicron variant of COVID-19 that has, in fact, the outbreak of which is being seen in the country's supreme leader of the state, Kim Jong-un, was recently seen visiting a COVID crisis headquarters, being sighted wearing a mask for the first time.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un visited his COVID crisis headquarters. North Korean television showed Kim wearing a mask in a lobby and rooms which looked very much like the interiors of the landmark Koryo Hotel in downtown Pyongyang. Kim was visiting the State Emergency Epidemic Prevention Headquarters, according to the official media report. The video showed Kim wearing white mask in first shot and then green face mask in subsequent sequences. The North Korean media report said that a fever whose cause couldn't be identified explosively spread nationwide from late April, and 6 people died, one testing positive for Omicron variant of COVID-19. This week is the first time Kim Jong-un has been shown wearing mask since the beginning of the pandemic. North Korea was the first country in the world to close its borders against COVID in January 2020. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, the President of the United Arab Emirates recently passed away following at least a decade of ailments. The death of the leader at the age of 73 has led a 3-day shutdown of the country along with a 40-day mourning period.
United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan has died at the age of 73. Khalifa, who has rarely been seen in official photos or at public events for years, succeeded his father, the UAE's founder Sheikh Zayed, in 2004. He suffered a stroke and underwent emergency operation around 2014, though officials had not released the news until the following day. He has largely been out of public sight ever since. He was credited for overseeing much of the country's recent economic growth, with the world's tallest building bearing his name. The royal was considered for making significant and successful efforts towards dealing with Dubai's debts during its financial crisis over a decade ago. The UAE's Ministry of Presidential Affairs announced a 40-day period of mourning and a 3-day suspension of work across the government and private sector, including flags to be flown at half-mast. An outpouring of messages of condolences poured in from around the region and world, foremost the leaders of Arab countries supported by Abu Dhabi. Sheikh Khalifa had long ceased having involvement in the day-to-day affairs of ruling country after suffering a stroke and undergoing emergency surgery. Mohammed bin Zayed is anticipated to claim the presidency as Abu Dhabi's crown prince soon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, shortly after saying that the Twitter deal was temporarily on hold, SpaceX founder Elon Musk says that he's still committed to acquisition. Here is what we know so far on the story.
In another twist amid the signs of an internal turmoil over the proposed acquisition of Twitter, Tesla CEO Elon Musk said that his planned $44 billion purchase of Twitter is put temporarily on hold. Citing pending miscalculations on spam and fake accounts on the social media platform, Elon Musk tweeted, Musk indicated that he was skeptical that the number of inauthentic accounts turned out to be lower, referring to the second May's router report. It wasn't clear whether the issue could scuttle the deal, but the stocks in both Twitter and Tesla swung sharply in opposite directions. Twitter's stock tumbled down 18%, whereas Tesla jumped up more than 5%. Investors now calculate and weigh the legal troubles for the SpaceX founder and also count on the possibility that acquiring Twitter could turn out to be a distraction. This halt in the deal comes a day after the social media company fired 2 of its top managers. As the Twitter shares went down, Twitter paused the recruitment process and pulled back on non-labor costs to ensure that they were being responsible and efficient. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very small break. On the other side, Ukraine stops Russian columns from crossing river west of Severodonetsk.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained, 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Oh.
को मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करे, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम।
Now, a Russian soldier went on trial in Ukraine on Friday for the killing of an unarmed civilian, marking the first time a member of the Russian military has been prosecuted for a war crime during the 11-week conflict.
Стаття 438, частина 2 – це порушення правил ведення війни, які потягли за собою загибель цивільних.
As Russia's war against Ukraine enters day 79, a Russian soldier went on trial in Ukraine on Friday for the killing of an unarmed civilian, marking the first time a member of the Russian military has been prosecuted for a war crime during the 11-week conflict. The 21-year-old captured member of a tank unit is accused of shooting a 62-year-old Ukrainian man in the head through an open car window in the northeastern village of Chupakivka during the first days of the war. And watch how scores of journalists and cameras packed inside a small courtroom at the Solomyansky district court in Kiev as the suspect Vadim sat in a glassed-off area. Shishimarin faces up to life in prison, and Ukraine's top prosecutor is investigating the allegations that Russian troops violated Ukrainian and international law by attacking Ukrainian civilians.
Я вважаю, що все ж таки у нас в країні будь-яка особа має право на захист, і якщо я буду відмовлятись, інший адвокат буде відмовлятись, то як взагалі ми будемо прямувати до Європи, де права людини, ви ж знаєте, що це найвища цінність. Тому тут обирати, звісно, не приходиться, є певні моменти цієї справи, але все ж таки кожна особа потребує права на захист, і ми повинні його принаймні наполягати дуже багато зусиль для того, щоб ці права були реалізовані. Тому в чому його обвинувачують?
Friday's initial proceedings in Shishimarin's case were brief, and while Vadim has not decided to plead yet, the soldier on trial has been assigned a lawyer to defend himself.
Він здався самостійно, а інші всі питання, це вже стосується матеріалів кримінального провадження, це вже буде в подальшому в судових засіданнях. На всі ці питання він сам надасть відповіді, коли буде надавати покази або не буде надавати.
With there appearing no end in sight to crisis, all eyes are now on the trial. Agency report for Republic TV.
In more news from the war-torn country Ukraine, the Russian forces targeted Kharkiv, the second largest city of Ukraine, killing 2 civilians. The mayor of the area claimed that the Russians are deliberately targeting humanitarian aid centers as well. Here is what we know so far.
As the Russian forces continue to target the second largest city of Ukraine, Kharkiv, 2 Ukrainian civilians have lost their lives due to heavy shelling. The mayor said that the Russian forces hit a cultural center where locals received humanitarian aid.
Ціль зруйнувати, створити продовольчу кризу, скажімо, гуманітарну. Як бачимо, скоріш за все, що була керована ракета.
The recent shelling also destroyed an emergency services building and left the several residential blocks wrecked.
Це вже, мабуть, 4-й раз. То на викликах потрощило, міняли машини. 2 рази тут потрощило, тоді знову біля Дома культури потрощило, теж були там на викликах, потрощили. Навірно, ми автівок штук 9 вже поміняли, потрощило нам.
The Hachi resident Alexander was preparing breakfast when her cousin's house was hit. She recalled the deadly explosions and said,
Я був у себе вдома по сусідству, в гаражі. Як обично, всі готувалися до завтрака. Мгновенно розриви. Упав на землю, піднімаюся, дивлюсь, у брата все горить. Дим, плам'я. І він криком кричить: «Саня, поможи, Саня, поможи». Коли я прибіг, він лежав на цьому місці. Уже не було обох ніг.
As Russians targeted the culture center designated to disperse humanitarian aid to civilians, there seems to be no end to the miseries of Kharkiv residents. Agency report, Republic TV.
And here's news in brief from Ukraine. A recent visual showed the bombardment of the Azovstal steel plant in Ukraine. The plant remains the country's last stronghold in the city of Mariupol. At least 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers are said to be currently housed in the plant, with hundreds severely wounded. A bridge over the Irpin River was earlier demolished near the city of Styoanka in Ukraine. The structure was demolished in order to deal with Russian troops, now being restored by the Ukrainians. Ukraine soldiers from the Azov regiment continued their fight against the Russians despite the lack of ammunition in the Azovstal steel plant. The Russians have in recent days gained a significant advantage over the allied forces. A Russian tank was targeted by Ukrainian troops somewhere in Ukraine. The attack was carried out with an anti-tank Javelin missile. Ukrainian forces were seen pushing Russian forces further north of Kharkiv. The advance was stopped on the northern outskirts of the city, where a fierce battle lasted for weeks, fought mostly with heavy artillery. A Ukrainian city was shelled in the north of Kharkiv, leading to the death of 2 civilians and the destruction of a humanitarian center in the city. The mayor said that the Russians had hit a cultural center where Ukrainians were receiving humanitarian aid. Now, fire crews in New Mexico continue to battle one of its largest blazes in the United States. Here's a report on what has transpired so far.
In the western US state of New Mexico, largest blaze burning in the United States has now consumed more than 1,000 square kilometers, an area bigger than the city of Dallas, Texas. The fire east of Santa Fe has churned through mountainous forests for more than a month. Fire officials said that there was not much they could do in recent days to stop the fast-moving flames burning in tinder-dry forests in the Sangre de Cristo Range in the northern part of the state. Fueled by overgrown mountainsides covered with ponderosa pine and other trees sucked dry of moisture over decades. Crews fighting flames along the mountain fronts between Santa Fe and Taos mostly held their own and welcomed help from aerial support. Fire Operations Chief Todd Abel said that in some places where winds were gusting over ridge tops, it was almost like putting a hairdryer on it. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have in this edition of our broadcast of the morning world this morning. The Morning Express coming up on the other side. Tracking the Delhi blaze in Mundka, which claimed at least 27 lives. And Gyanwapi Mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque.
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माय वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे. अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा है, फिर भी मारा गया.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
Massive fire breaks out in Delhi's Mundka area. At least 27 people killed and 12 people injured. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building detained. Gyanvapi Mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque. The J&K administration constitutes a special investigation team to investigate the killing of Rahul Gandhi. After Tamil Nadu Minister, JDS State President sparks controversy, says people from Gujarat sell Pani Puri in Karnataka. Well, viewers, we're tracking all that's happening with the Gyanvapi Mosque survey. Remember, the court had ordered that the survey will be allowed to be carried out today itself from 8 a.m. is what we were being given to understand. And now the court commissioner in a letter has appealed to all stakeholders, including the Hindu petitioners as well as the Muslim petitioners, to be present at the premises itself. Now, videography of the disputed structure will take place from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now, this is something that has been informed by the court commissioner as well, and both the parties have been asked to be present there at the Gyanvapi Mosque when the survey actually takes place at 8 a.m. as the permission by the court has been given as well. And we have seen how the police deployment has also taken place. Let's take a look at this report on the same.
After a turbulent face-off over the survey inside the Gyanvapi Mosque, the Varanasi court on Wednesday ordered for a survey to be conducted between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. It called for the report to be submitted by 17th May. The survey is set to commence on Saturday at 8 a.m. and all sides are being brought on board in advance.
कमीशन की कार्रवाई शनिवार को शुरू होगी. उसी कमीशन की कार्रवाई को लेके पक्षकारों को बुलाया गया था कि जो कमीशन की कार्रवाई है उसके दौरान सारे कोऑपरेट करें और शहर में शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखें. उसी की बड़ी सौहार्दपूर्ण मीटिंग हुई है और उसमें शांति का संदेश काफ़ी पक्षकारों के द्वारा प्रसारित भी किया गया है और सभी से यही अपील की गई है कि कोर्ट कमिश्नर की कार्रवाई जो लीगली होनी है उसमें सभी सहयोग प्रदान करें और शहर में कोई सेंसिटिविटी ना हो उसके लिए सभी सहयोग करें. उसका आश्वासन दिया गया है कि सभी पक्षकारों के द्वारा उसमें मदद की जाए.
The court commissioner has called for proper security for the survey.
कल सुबह 8 बजे ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में वहाँ परिसर में प्रवेश करेंगे। प्रशासन हम लोग का पूरा सहयोग करेगा और मुझे नहीं उम्मीद है कि प्रशासन सहयोग न करे, ऐसी बात नहीं है। और जिससे कि हम लोग कल शनिवार और इतवार 2 दिन मिल रहा है हम लोग को, शनिवार इतवार में पूरी जांच करके इसको माननीय न्यायालय को सुपुर्द कर दिया जाए। और अगर नहीं सर्वे पूरा हो पाता है तो फिर हम लोग माननीय न्यायालय से निवेदन करेंगे कि हम लोग को और समय दिया जाए, फिर हम लोग सोमवार मंगल तक करके जांच सौंपेंगे।
It now remains to be seen if all sides will comply and ensure a smooth survey or tensions will run high. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, viewers, we have seen how this entire controversy has really erupted, and Republic has the largest team of reporters on the ground as well. My colleagues Madhurima and Piyush join us on the broadcast with more details about what really has happened in the court and also the directions that were given by the court and what the situation on the ground really is like now. Madhurima, to you first. You have been tracking this story very, very closely, and the court has now given permission that the survey will be allowed from 8 a.m. today onwards. What's the situation on the ground like? Is there any police deployment that is done to make sure that there's no untoward incident that takes place?
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. It's a very crucial day, and we are reporting from the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, and right behind me we'll take you straight to the pictures as to show you the kind of police deployment that has taken place. This entire corridor has been enveloped by police officials all across, as you can see.
और सभी लोग अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन होते रहे।
3 गेट बंद हो गए, 1 गेट खुला हुआ है, बांस फाटक का ये गेट खुला हुआ है, यहीं से दर्शन हो रहा है।
बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन हो रहे हैं जी। और सभी लोग दर्शनार्थी अपने दर्शन भी कर रहे हैं और सभी को अच्छे तरीके से सुविधा भी दी जा रही है।
गौतम साहब, पिछले जुमे को शुक्रवार को लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बड़ी दुर्व्यवस्था हो गई थी।
डीसीपी काशी जोन हमारे साथ। मेरा सवाल आपसे सर, सिक्योरिटी के बारे में जरा बताइए सर। बताइए तो सर, किस
थोड़ा सा
किस लेवल की सिक्योरिटी के बारे में, लेकिन फिर भी ऑफिशियली बोलने को तैयार नहीं है।
Well, and we'll take you back to the visuals, very crucial visuals here at the doorstep of the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, gate number 4. Just few hundred meters from here is the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the survey will be conducted, the most anticipated survey, which was being requested Hindu petitioners' side, as they are contesting that it is in fact a temple inside, and very strongly they presented their side in front of the court, where they said that they know and they have enough evidence of the fact that yes, there is enough evidence inside that particular mosque that could stand with the fact that yes, in fact it is a temple. And court, after listening to both the sides for a couple of days, has given this verdict that this particular survey will be conducted. There were questions that were raised on the intention of Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra as the court commissioner. However, the court at the same time rejecting all these apprehensions and allegations levelled on Ajay Kumar Mishra, retained his position. But to safeguard the interest of the Muslim side as well, the court has appointed 2 more commissioners so as to make sure that it is in fact indeed...
Madhurima, stay on with us. Madhurima, stay on with us. You're breaking down some very crucial details of this entire case. And Piyush also is joining us right now. Piyush, we have seen that earlier as well, when the survey was being conducted, there were massive protests that were breaking out. There was sporadic protests and stone pelting as well there. But, what can be expected today on the ground as the situation? Can it be expected to escalate as well? Because police deployment we see in those visuals is pretty heavy there.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka, like you rightly pointed out, the exact concern of the administration, and that is why a massive deployment of police personnel has been done. I would ask Manish to come with me, and then we'll move. Let's move on and try to show you the pictures of the multiple layer barricading which has been done. If Manish can come, we'll try to show you visuals as to how one layer of barricading is here. Massive deployment of police personnel has been done of Uttar Pradesh police, and if one person, any official who crosses this first layer of barricade, then he has to go beyond, and then then the second layer of barricading comes, which has also been put in place by the Uttar Pradesh police officials. And after this barricading itself is the Gyan Vapi Mosque. Right now we are also trying to zoom and try to show you the pictures of that particular place where the survey will take place. Remember that a lot of politics is also taking place. But if we talk about the deployment, massive deployment has been done. Let's also move around. I would ask Manish to come with me and then move towards this entire lane. We'll show you more pictures, and then we'll try to show you as to how the shops have been completely closed. Nobody, the market has been completely closed. People who own this shop, even they have been asked not to open the shops for today, because today is a very crucial day. First day of survey will take place, and before that massive deployment of police personnel has been done. The devotees also who are coming here, they are being stopped till the first layer of barricading, and then they are being asked to move back. But yes, Hindu devotees are reaching here in large numbers. We are continuously showing you the pictures of this entire vicinity, which has been completely guarded by the police personnel. We can also see senior police officials who are now reaching here. As we are speaking, Priyanka, it's 8:07 in few, which is certainly telling us as to how the time of survey has now begun. It will continue till 12, and before that, massive deployment of police personnel has been done here at the gate number 4, Gyan Vapi Mosque, where the police personnel, not only police personnel but also CRPF personnel have been deployed in large number. If we talk about this entire case, remember that last time when the petitioners had gone to court, they wanted that survey should be stopped. In fact, the Muslim petitioners wanted that the commissioner should be changed. But instead of changing the commissioner, court had appointed 2 more commissioners, which means that additional 3 commissioners will be there. Senior police officers of the district administration officers, petitioners, lawyers, all these people will now be allowed to enter inside the Gyan Vapi Mosque.
Well, that's right, Piyush. We are expecting that there will be a lot of movement there on the ground today, as well as now there is a direction that has also come in that both the sides of the petitioners, in fact, have to be present there at the mosque as well. Both of you have been tracking this story very closely for us. Stay on with us as we listen into this conversation of Ajay Pratap that Madhurima had earlier.
सर, बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आज आपको दी गई है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है। पूरा बनारस, पूरा देश इस सर्वे की तरफ आंखें गड़ाए हुए वेट कर रहा है कि कब ये शुरू होगा, और आज से ये शुरू होना है। तो किस तरीके से आज आपकी सारी कार्रवाई शुरू हुई?
आज हम लोग तीनों सर्वे कमिश्नर श्री अजय कुमार मिश्रा जी, श्री विशाल सिंह जी और मैं आज सुबह 8 बजे से 12 बजे तक की ज्ञान वापी परिसर की सर्वे की कार्रवाई शुरू की जाएगी, और उसमें जो भी सामने चीज़ आएगी इस स्थलीय चीज़ का, उसका वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी ये कराया जाएगा। अगर आज कंप्लीट हो गया पूरा, तब तो माननीय न्यायालय को 17 तारीख को रिपोर्ट सौंप दी जाएगी। अगर आज पूरा नहीं हो पाता है तो कल फिर पुनः 8 बजे शुरू होकर के 12 बजे तक समाप्त हो जाएगी।
सर, आज अगर मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं कि किस तरीके से आप पूरा सर्वे अब आज से शुरू होगा, क्योंकि पहले भी 1-1.5 दिन हो चुका है, बाहर का तो कंप्लीट हो ही चुका और वो मान्य भी है, तो आगे आज क्या अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी?
आज अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी और बाहर का भी होगा, ये बाद में होगा, पहले आज अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी।
जी, तो सर, अगर जैसे कोई आगे से मना करता है, रेजिस्टेंस होता है, तो उसको टैकल करने के लिए कैसे आप?
माननीय न्यायालय का यह स्पष्ट आदेश है कि अगर कोई वहाँ पे बाधा आती है, कोई विघ्न उत्पन्न करता है, इसके लिए जिला प्रशासन वहाँ रहेगा और वो उसको हम लोग आदेश देंगे और वो वहाँ पे उनको हटाएंगे, बलपूर्वक हटा सकते हैं। और अगर वहाँ पर ताला भी बंद है तो उसको भी हम लोग ज़रूरत समझेंगे तो ताला भी तोड़वा करके उसकी भी जाँच किया जाएगा, फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी उसकी भी कराया जाएगा।
सर, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि आप अंदर से ही शुरुआत करेंगे, तो क्या डीएम वगैरह सबसे बात हो चुकी है, सुरक्षा प्लानिंग हो चुकी है पूरी तरीके से?
ये जिला प्रशासन की व्यवस्था है, वो अपना पूरा व्यवस्था देखेंगे और इन लोगों से बात भी हो चुकी है, तो वहाँ प्रशासन की पूरी व्यवस्था रहेगी। जी।
सर, आशा करते हैं कि 17 तक रिपोर्ट हो जाएगी। क्या ये 4 घंटे कुछ दिन काफ़ी है?
पूरा उम्मीद है कि हम लोग आज और कल में कंप्लीट कर लेंगे और 17 को माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष जो है रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रस्तुत कर दें।
And there you have it, viewers. We have seen the D-Day here, where the survey is allowed to be carried out at 8 a.m. And now we see the visuals on the ground as well, where we see heavy police deployment that has been done near the mosque area as well. So make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place, because remember, even earlier viewers, the survey was being carried out, but it had to be shut down because there was sporadic protests that had broken out, and there was a law and order situation that had also broken out as well.
जी, सबके लिए, सभी आम जो देशवासी हैं सब आस लगाए हुए हैं सर्वे के निर्णय के लिए, और सर्वे हो रहा है, सत्य सामने आएगा।
तो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जब सर्वे होगा तो जो आपने सोच रखा था कि भाई अंदर जितने भी सबूत हैं वो बाहर निकल के आएंगे?
जी हाँ, वो अभी भी सबूत है, और वो ज्ञानवापी मंदिर है, और उसमें हमारे शिव जी का ये है, ये माँ श्रृंगार गौरी हैं, सभी उसके अंदर ही हैं।
तो और अगर बात की जाए तो आपने पूजा अर्चना के लिए याचना डाली थी कोर्ट के आगे, तो अगर जैसे ही ये धीरे धीरे अगर सबूत वापस आते हैं तो पूजा के लिए फिर आप तैयार हैं?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल तैयार हैं।
Viewers, we're getting across to some breaking updates that are coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the National Investigating Agency, in fact, is carrying out raids at multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley. Now, the raids underway in South and North Kashmir is what we've been given to understand. Now, several terror sympathizers and recruiters are now under the NIA scanner, in respect to which the raids are being carried out, and the raids in case pertaining to Pakistan-based terror groups Lashkar radicalizing the youth of Jammu and Kashmir is something that we are understanding from our sources. Gursimran, my colleague, joins us with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about these NIA raids that are being carried out in the Kashmir Valley.
See, the raids started early in the morning, and the raids are being carried out in South as well as in one district of North Kashmir, that is in Bandipora. The raids are underway. Pertinent to mention that these raids are in connection with the case that was registered by the National Investigation Agency late last year. This is the 32nd case of 2021 registered at the Delhi police station of the National Investigation Agency, and this pertains to the Pakistani terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba through its offshoot TRF, radicalizing the youth of Jammu and Kashmir, motivating them to join the terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir. And this all nexus was being run by Sajjad Gul, who is the top commander, and a reward of 10 lakh rupees has already been declared by NIA for any information about Sajjad Gul. So the raids are underway at multiple locations. Senior officials of the NIA, they are themselves monitoring the raids that are underway in Kashmir Valley.
Well, that's right, Gursimran there, getting us all the details of the raids that are currently underway. A major crackdown by the NIA that is being carried out in the Kashmir Valley. For the moment, Gursimran, thank you. Now, viewers, tracking all that is happening in Tamil Nadu, because yesterday itself we had seen several controversial comments that the Tamil Nadu Education Minister had made with respect to the Hindi speakers in the state, and he had said that only Pani Puri sellers speak Hindi as well. Let's listen.
In a shocking display of casual racism, Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister Dr. K. Ponmudi, during a convocation ceremony at a Coimbatore University, mocked Hindi speakers.
அந்த பூனை போகிற வழியிலேயே ஏன்னா ரொம்ப பேர் சொன்னாங்க ஹிந்தி படித்தா வேலை கிடைக்குதா ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூரில் போய் பாருங்கள் பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறவங்க எந்த கடை யார் எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்போ ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லாங்குவேஜ் பூனை போடுறதுக்கு ஒரு வழி இருக்குது, அந்த வழியாக பூனை போகலாம். அதில் இன்னொரு நான் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த வீட்டுக்காரன் பூனை போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு வழியை ஓட்டை போட்டு எலி போகிறதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்டை போட்டான்.
The racist remark by the minister was met with criticism by the BJP.
Deeply painful and regrettable. How can a minister speak like this? We all love languages. I love Tamil myself. I've been in charge of that state for many years. We all speak Hindi with equal pride. We speak Bhojpuri also. India is a land of great diversity.
I'm for Tamil as much as I'm for Hindi and English. But trying to insult or trying to call people from North India who may be poor, some of them could be looking for jobs, as people who sell Pani Puri is very unfortunate. It's not expected from people in responsible position, and there is no politics, there is no elections in Tamil Nadu. And if they are trying to whip up sentiments, this is unfortunate.
However, JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy chose to back the Tamil Nadu minister and categorized the remark as a fight for Tamil language.
Tamil Nadu, from last several decades, they are fighting, they are protecting their language. Same way in Karnataka, our party committed to our language, our land, our water. For that we are going to fight.
When confronted by Republic, Tamil Nadu Minister Dr. K. Ponmudi justified and defended his remark.
How do you see that your speech has gone this controversial, especially given that you made a statement regarding...
Somebody might have done it, but not. I don't have any purpose.
Okay.
Without any purpose, I spoke it. Most of the people are not getting job even in the north. That is why I mentioned it.
Through all this, the ruling party DMK in Tamil Nadu has maintained a stoic silence over the issue. The language row has now become a repeating pattern over the past few months. But in a diverse nation like India, with a bouquet of languages spoken across the nation, can any language and those who speak it be put down and maligned this way? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Taking a short commercial break now here, viewers, getting you details of how the Jammu and Kashmir administration constitutes a special investigation team to investigate the killing of Rahul Bhatt.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Good evening and welcome. There is no point watching and supporting a film on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits if the genocide itself is allowed to carry on. And the targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point, and it should. For not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country, the entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Hurling tear gas and stun grenades at the Kashmiri Hindus protesting will not help the government. How come, I ask, were no stun grenades or tear gas thrown at those who blocked the highways in Shaheen Bagh? No tear gas at Shaheen Bagh? And how come there is tear gas and stun grenades thrown at the angry Kashmiri Hindus who have no other way to tell the government how vulnerable they feel and how vulnerable they have become? Is it fair, viewers? I say, is it fair? Is it fair, viewers? Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? And to the government, I ask, what exactly is our Kashmir policy? I want to know. One day the BJP ties up with the profoundly anti-national PDP, regrets it. Then it acts tough on these groups after rightfully removing 370. And when these same Gupkar gang type fundamentally compromised people are out of custody, invites them, rolls the red carpet for them for discussions on the future of Kashmir. We want to discuss the future of Kashmir with anti-nationals. My view is clear, viewers, and if you agree with me, tell me. Let me say it with absolute clarity tonight. Half measures don't work. Half measures will not work. Call me a right-winger if you will, but half measures are destined to fail. Lip service for Kashmiri Hindus is not needed. Action for them is needed. And Operation All Out needs execution. Fear must be put into the minds of cowards who today are threatening all non-locals in Kashmir.
Well, viewers, here's a shocking story that we're tracking for you from Jammu and Kashmir in Budgam district, especially where Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, had been gunned down while he was inside of the Tehsil's office in Chandur area of the Budgam district. Now, the J&K administration has confirmed that the 3 terrorists who had carried out this plot to brutally murder Rahul Bhatt have been gunned down as well. Here's more.
In a massive development in Rahul Bhatt's tragic murder case, all 3 terrorists who killed the Kashmiri Pandit have been gunned down. On May 12th, the terrorists opened fire at the Tehsildar office in Chadura area of Budgam district, shooting Rahul Bhatt point blank, who succumbed to injuries.
When the terrorists 2 in number barged into Tehsil office of Chadura and where they fired at Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit hailing from Bhirwa of Budgam.
After large number of peaceful protests across Jammu and Kashmir, the security forces took rapid action and avenged the brutal murder of Rahul Bhatt 24 hours after he was killed.
The 2 terrorists who have been trapped in Bandipora have been neutralized and they were involved in the killing of Rahul Bhatt. They were traced from Budgam to Bandipora and finally in an anti-terror operation, both the terrorists were neutralized.
As the peaceful protests continue and Kashmiri Pandits say they have had enough, will the gruesome killing stop or the valley would echo again with a few hollow promises which will be forgotten with time?
The social security to Kashmiri Pandits and the Kashmiri people will come from this society. It's not only the job of the security agencies to provide protection. We all should come forward if we want a peaceful Kashmir. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Up next, viewers, we're getting you some breaking updates from Jammu and Kashmir, where we're getting the first eyewitness account of the Katra bus accident. Now, the full bus of pilgrims was on the way to the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine base camp had caught fire near the Shani Dev temple in Jammu and Kashmir's Katra. Now, reportedly, 4 people have been killed in the incident, while 22 others have sustained injuries. Let's listen in to those eyewitnesses.
उसके बाद वाली सीट पे मैं और मेरा वाइफ बैठे थे। एक बच्चा को मैं लिया था, एक बच्चा को मेरे फादर और मदर लेके बैठे थे। तो जिसमें मेरा फादर और एक बच्चा नहीं पता चला।
तो पहले क्या धमाका हुआ, उसके बाद आग लगी?
मैं थोड़ा नींद में था, नॉर्मल नींद में मैं था। तो धमाका हुआ है एक ही बार। धमाका हुआ, मैं आँख मेरा खुला देख रहा हूँ, पूरा चल रहा है। तुरंत आदमी ने अपने बच्चे को विंडो से उठा के फेंका भी। बाद में मेरे को एकदम कुछ फिर जलने लगा मेरा भी हाथ।
कटरा से 5-10 मिनट निकलने के बाद ही शनिदेव के मंदिर के पास ब्लास्ट हुआ था। उसके बाद चलती गाड़ी से मैं कूद गई, तो काफी लोगों का नुकसान हुआ, बाकी का मुझे नहीं पता। उसके बाद हमारी फैमिली और डॉक्टर्स ने मदद करके एम्बुलेंस यहाँ तक
ब्लास्ट पहले हुआ था, फिर आग लगी?
नहीं, ब्लास्ट और आग दोनों इकट्ठी लगी।
Well, viewers, there you have it. The eyewitnesses' account of what really happened when the bus had caught on fire. Remember, the eyewitnesses, in fact, were also pilgrims who were in the bus. The bus, in fact, had been at capacity when this entire incident had taken place, as it was shared by the authorities. And now we are seeing the visuals of the remains of that bus as well that had caught on fire. Remember, the brutal fire that had in fact broken out, and we are seeing that it was the pilgrims who were boarded in this bus when it had caught on fire as well.
रास्ते में मतलब 10 मिनट गाड़ी में बैठे हुए एकदम दिमाग और गाड़ी में आ गया।
फिर
उसके बाद मैं नीचे गिर गया। नीचे मतलब मैं बाहर निकलने की कोशिश की, बाहर गिर गया।
धमाका पहले हुआ उसके बाद आग लगी?
हाँ, साथ में।
कितनी जोर का धमाका?
आराम से लेके जाना, ये साथ में इधर।
कितने लोग थे बस में?
बड़ी।
Now here's some stories from across the country in brief. A health screening facility in the entry and registration site of the Char Dham Yatra began to carry out its service from the devotees of the pilgrimage. The service was initiated by the Uttarakhand State Health Department upon the instructions of the State Chief Minister. Senior Congress leader V. Hanumanatha Rao said that the Telangana government was running the state with revenues derived from wine shops. Following his remark, he stated his demand for making Telangana an alcohol-free state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again hit out at the Congress, saying that a decade has been lost by the party owing to nepotism, policy paralysis and scams. He added that the BJP-led government had restored faith in the innovative capabilities of the youth who had worked towards creating an environment that promoted the growth of startups. Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister K. Ponumudi clarified on his remarks that stated people who spoke Hindi in the state were selling Pani Puri. Now he clarified his stance, saying that many people came from north came to the south for employment as there was a lack of the same in the north. Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal inaugurated a new government building in the national capital. The inauguration was that of a new building in the Karkarduma Court Complex. Now the new building is told to house up to 44 courtrooms. Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of a massive fire that has broken out in Delhi's Mundka area, where at least 27 people were killed and 12 people were injured. Gyanvapi Mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders asked to be present at the mosque as well. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
And here are the top stories, viewers. Massive fire breaks out in Delhi's Mundka area. At least 27 people killed and 12 people injured. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of 3-story building detained. Gyanvapi Mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders have been asked to be present inside of the mosque. Constitution constitute the killing of Rahul Bhatt. After Tamil Nadu minister, the JDS president has also sparked a controversy and has said people from Gujarat sell Pani Puri in Karnataka. Up next, viewers, we're getting you some breaking updates as far as the 2 drones that had been spotted are concerned, where now we're being told that 2 drones have been spotted, where the Pakistan drone had been spotted at the Samba International Border. Drone was in fact at the Andya sector of the RS Pura. Now the Pakistani drone pushed back to the Pakistani side and the BSF had fired 8 rounds at the drone itself. The drone had tried to enter into the Indian ground at around 4:45 a.m. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's breaking down the updates for this. Gursimran, tell us more about these two drones that had been found as well. What was the BSF's response? Take us through the details.
See, twin incidents of the drone sighting has been reported from the Samba and the Jammu district of international border in Jammu region. First incident was reported yesterday night in the Chichwal village of Samba, wherein a security personnel noticed a drone that came from the Akram post of Pakistan, and it was flying at around a height of 400 to 500 meters. And then it went back to the Pakistani territory. The searches have been launched in the area by the Samba police, as well as the BSF is also ascertaining the details. Now coming to the second incident that has been reported today morning at 4:45 in the Arnia sector of Jammu, wherein a Pakistani drone tried to enter the Indian territory. It was 200 to 250 meters deep inside the Indian territory when it was spotted by the BSF troops. The BSF has fired 8 rounds on this Pakistani drone, after which it went back to Pakistani territory. Pertinent to mention that this is second incident of drone sighting in the in Jammu region, if we say, because earlier on May 7, the drone was spotted in the same Arnia sector, and it was pushed back by BSF after firing 8 rounds. So now this drone threat is getting bigger and bigger. The Pakistan is using every possible tool so as to push these drones into Indian territory for surveillance, for weapon dropping, for drug dropping, and now all is being ascertained by the BSF troops. Pertinent to mention that ADG BSF on May 10 took stock of the situation, wherein he was briefed about counter-drone and system also.
Well, that's right. Gursimran there getting us the details of these two incidents of a drone that had been spotted by the BSF as well. BSF also firing 8 rounds as well. Gursimran, we trust you to keep us ahead on that story for the moment. Thank you. Now, viewers, we're tracking all that's happening in the Gyan Vapi controversy. Remember, the court has now granted permission that a survey will be allowed at 8 a.m. from today onwards as well. We are also learning that the court commissioner himself has also sent in a letter appealing to all the stakeholders to be present at the site where the survey will take place from between 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. as well. Let's go across to my colleague Madhurima, who's joining us from the ground. Madhurima, tell us more about what's expected today, and because we are being given to understand there is some time for the survey to be carried out, but what is expected to be done today itself in terms of the survey that will be carried out today?
Well, in fact, as we spoke to the court commissioner today early morning, I questioned him as to from where will he begin the survey, because initially 2-day survey was conducted and the outer space of the mosque has already been covered. So from today, the first step, as the commissioner said, that they will be going inside the mosque, and that is the crucial area. That is where the evidence lies. So I believe they will be, they will be hitting where it, from where they can gather the most evidence, because inside the mosque is the Pandora box that is going to reveal all the evidence that the Hindu petitioner side has been expecting for. We've been showing our viewers the multiple images of what the interior of that particular mosque could look like, as the petitioners have been giving us multiple pictures over there describing the fact that the structure, the basic structure still is there and is of the similar fashion like they're showing us in the pictures, and that is what they need to produce in front of the court so that they can be given a permission to go inside and worship at the Gauri Shringar temple. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what really comes out of it. However, we'll take you to the pictures as well. You can see that the devotees here have been asked to stand aside in a line because of the security preparations that have been made. The security officials are also making announcement one after another, asking people to cooperate, telling them that it's a crucial day and security is important. The barricading has been done, and as you can see, the people are lining, and today they are taking a different route instead of the main route where the barricading has happened. As I'll request my camera person to show you the barricading as well. The police officials are taking very serious and stringent measures to make sure that the entire security preparation is okay. Right behind this particular barricade is the Gyan Vyapi Mosque, where the entire inspection, where the radiographic survey is being conducted. It's a very crucial day. The Hindu petitioner side has been very graciously waiting for this day to come so that they could go inside and finally collect enough evidence to make sure that yes, there was in fact a temple, and the mosque was rebuilt on it. So it's a very crucial day. We're bringing you all the live visuals of this particular site. This is the Kashi Vishwanath corridor from where we are reporting. These are the live visuals there, and all the preparations have been made. Every strictest measure is being taken because last time, as you can see, all the shops also have been shut here. No business will take place until noon over here, because the last time when the court's commissioner team had reached this particular spot, there was a lot of protests that had erupted there, and now today you can see strictest measures are being taken. All the devotees are being asked to take the sideway route instead of the main route that lies ahead of us, and you can hear as to the announcements that are being made by the police officials. They are requesting all the devotees here to maintain discipline, to maintain decorum, and form a queue and slowly move towards the Kashi Vishwanath corridor.
Well, that's right,
because
Madhurima, you're showing us some very crucial visuals there from the ground, because it's very important to track down how it's really being implemented, the court's order. And we will keep coming back to you. But let me also go across to Piyush, who's also joining us. Piyush, from the very beginning, we have seen the kind of resistance to this survey that was being carried out as well. We have seen that there were protests that were being carried out. There are people who were in fact fear-mongering as well, stating that this will be a property dispute then and all of that as well. So what can we expect from both the sides today? Because all of them have been asked to be present near the mosque as well when the survey is being carried out. Take us through the details of that.
Well, Priyanka, if we talk about both the sides, be it Hindu side or Muslim side, have agreed to follow what the court has said. In fact, the lawyer from the Muslim petitioner side has also said that he will be there to assist all the officers here, all the concerned commissioners to go inside, and they will also let them break the lock if it needs. So
Piyush, hang on. We're getting some more breaking updates that you're also sending to us. Piyush, you've been telling us that the surveyors will not be allowed to enter with their phones as well. Is that right? Tell us the details of that as well, please.
Well, yes, Priyanka, what we have now been told from our sources is that all the surveyors have been asked to keep their phone outside, and then only their entry is allowed inside the premises of Gyan Vyapi Mosque, because today is a very big day where all the members from both the sides, including the lawyers and petitioners, they are going to enter inside. Court commissioners will go inside, they will do videography. That is the update which we are getting, is that they have been asked to keep their phones outside. Let me also update you, Priyanka, with one more breaking development which we are right now getting, is that a list of 65 people has been prepared by administration who will be allowed to enter inside. Out of these 65 people, around 14 have been asked to stay outside, and if needed, then they will also be called inside. So looking at the premises and the space which is available there, a list of only 65 people has been prepared, and out of that only 51 would be allowed to enter first, and then looking at the situation there, others would also be allowed. So that's the update which we are getting. One, that their phones have been they have not been allowed to enter inside with their phones, and two, list of 65 people has been prepared. Let me also try to show you the pictures and the announcements. Those are being made here by the police personnel. They are asking people to cooperate with the security deployment which has been done here. That is the first layer of barricading, and if any devotee comes to go inside the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, the normal route is this, from where the barricading has been done, but the route has now been diverted to the other side. If Manish can come, we'll show you as to how. Now the people are entering from this route to go and offer prayers there inside the temple. So administration is not only ensuring that proper security is maintained, but they are also ensuring that people who have come from different parts of the country they are also allowed to enter and they are also allowed to go inside and offer prayers. We are showing you the pictures from right here, where from the same place where the security has been beefed up right in front of the very temple Gyanvapi mosque also, where the survey has officially now begun. The people have now entered inside the mosque, and what we are now learning is that today till 12 the survey will take place, and then it will continue for other 2 to 3 days more. All these people have also been asked by court to submit the report by 17th. Like we also spoke to many court commissioners who have told us that if they will not be able to conclude their report, or if they are not able to do the survey properly till 17th, they would again appeal to court to give them more days. 4 hours have been allotted per day, looking at the security concern till 17th, and they have been asked to submit the report. We'll have to wait and watch how the survey is going to take place. Amidst this massive security, the survey will be taking place.
Absolutely. You know, Piyush, it's very important to note the kind of visuals that you're really showing us, both you and Madhurima. What's really happening on the ground. It's going to be very important to wait and watch. We trust you to keep us ahead on the story for the moment. Thank you to both of you.
सर, बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आज आपको दी गई है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है। पूरा बनारस, पूरा देश इस सर्वे की तरफ आंखें गड़ाए हुए वेट कर रहा है कि कब ये शुरू होगा, और आज से ये शुरू होना है। तो किस तरीके से आज आपकी सारी कार्रवाई शुरू हुई?
आज हम लोग तीनों सर्वे कमिश्नर श्री अजय कुमार मिश्रा जी, श्री विशाल सिंह जी और मैं आज सुबह 8 बजे से 12 बजे तक की ज्ञानवापी परिसर की सर्वे की कार्रवाई शुरू की जाएगी, और उसमें जो भी सामने चीज़ आएगी स्थलीय चीज़ का, उसका वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी ये कराया जाएगा। अगर आज कंप्लीट हो गया पूरा, तब तो माननीय न्यायालय को 17 तारीख को रिपोर्ट सौंप दी जाएगी। अगर आज पूरा नहीं हो पाता है तो कल फिर पुनः 8 बजे शुरू होकर के 12 बजे तक समाप्त हो जाएगी।
सर, आज अगर मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं कि किस तरीके से आप पूरा सर्वे अब आज से शुरू होगा, क्योंकि पहले भी 1-1.5 दिन हो चुका है, बाहर का तो कंप्लीट हो ही चुका है और वो मान्य भी है, तो आगे आज क्या अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी?
आज अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी और बाहर का भी होगा, ये बाद में होगा, पहले आज अंदर से ही शुरुआत होगी।
तो सर, अगर जैसे कोई आगे से मना करता है, रेजिस्टेंस होता है, तो उसको टैकल करने के लिए कैसे आप?
माननीय न्यायालय का यह स्पष्ट आदेश है कि अगर कोई वहाँ पे बाधा आती है, कोई विघ्न उत्पन्न करता है, इसके लिए जिला प्रशासन वहाँ रहेगा और वो उसको हम लोग आदेश देंगे और वो वहाँ पे उनको हटाएंगे, बलपूर्वक हटा सकते हैं। और अगर वहाँ पर ताला भी बंद है तो उसको भी हम लोग ज़रूरत समझेंगे तो ताला भी तोड़वा करके उसकी भी जाँच किया जाएगा, फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी उसकी भी कराया जाएगा।
सर, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि आप अंदर से ही शुरुआत करेंगे, तो क्या डीएम वगैरह सबसे बात हो चुकी है, सुरक्षा प्लानिंग हो चुकी है पूरी तरीके से?
ये जिला प्रशासन की व्यवस्था है, वो अपना पूरा व्यवस्था देखेंगे और इन लोगों से बात भी हो चुकी है, तो वहाँ प्रशासन की पूरी व्यवस्था रहेगी। जी
सर, आशा करते हैं कि 17 तक रिपोर्ट हो जाएगी। क्या ये 4 घंटे कुछ दिन काफ़ी है?
पूरा उम्मीद है कि हम लोग आज और कल में कंप्लीट कर लेंगे और 17 को माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष जो है रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रस्तुत कर दें।
जी, प्रत्येक नागरिक को कहीं भी किसी प्रकार की असुविधा न हो और अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन भी होते रहें और सारे कार्य भी संपादित हों, ये सुदृढ़ व्यवस्था है।
सुदृढ़ व्यवस्था है, पूरी तरीके से पुलिस छावनी में तब्दील हो गया है इलाका,
और सभी लोग अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन होते रहे।
3 गेट बंद हो गए, 1 गेट खुला हुआ है, बांस फाटक का ये गेट खुला हुआ है, यहीं से दर्शन हो रहा है।
बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन हो रहे हैं जी, और सभी लोग दर्शनार्थी अपने दर्शन भी कर रहे हैं और सभी को अच्छे तरीके से सुविधा भी दी जा रही है।
गौतम साहब, पिछले
Time now here for a short commercial break. Viewers, coming up on the other side, Delhi police building, investigation on the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building have been detained now.
का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी। ये
जब कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैं जाके भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग ही वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Badgam still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
Viewers, we're getting you some breaking updates from Madhya Pradesh now, where 3 policemen were killed in Guna in Madhya Pradesh, where poachers had attacked the policemen by firing bullets at them directly. Now, the SI of the Arvind police station, head constable and constable, died in the encounter, is what we've been given to understand, unfortunately. And this is an incident that is coming in from Madhya Pradesh, where 3 policemen were killed in as well. Let's listen.
हम लोग उधर से आ रहे थे, इधर गोली की आवाज़ आ रही थी जी, गोली चल रही थी। हमारे जैसे ही उधर से उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर भी गोली चलाई तो हमने भाग दिया उधर से।
आप गश्त देने गए थे, क्या लोकेशन थी वहाँ पे?
हाँ,
क्या लोकेशन क्या थी
ये तो मुझे पता नहीं क्या लोकेशन पे है, मैं तो घर जाए गया, मुझे क्या मतलब लोकेशन से।
नहीं, जगह कौन सी थी आरोन में?
ये शहरों का कोई नाम है।
Well, there you have it, an unfortunate incident, viewers, coming in from Madhya Pradesh in Guna, where 3 policemen were unfortunately killed, and this was done by poachers that had attacked the policemen by firing bullets at them directly, is what we've been given to understand. And the SI of the Arvind police station, head constable and constable of the Arvind police station, in fact, have been unfortunately died in the entire encounter that took place between the police officials and the poachers as well. Taking a short break now, viewers. Massive fire breaks out in Delhi's Mundka area. At least 27 people killed and 12 people were injured. Gyanvapi mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders are asked to be present in the mosque as well. Stay tuned for details on the other side.
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Firdaus!
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
Recent visuals showed the bombardment of the Azovstal steel plant in Ukraine. The plant remains the country's last stronghold in the city. At least 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers are said to currently be housed in the plant, with hundreds severely wounded.
A bridge over the Arvind River was earlier demolished near the city of Stoyanka in Ukraine. The structure was demolished in the order to deal with the Russian troops, now being restored by the Ukrainians. Ukrainian soldiers from Azov regiment continued their fight against Russia despite the lack of ammunition in the Azovstal plant. The Russians have in the recent days gained a significant advantage over the allied forces. A Russian tank was targeted by the Ukrainian troops somewhere in Ukraine. The attack was carried out by an anti-tank javelin missile. Ukrainian forces were seen pushing Russian forces further north of Kharkiv. The advance was stopped on the
weak spot, mostly with heavy artillery. A Ukrainian city was shelled in the north of Kharkiv, leading to the death of 2 civilians, the destruction of a humanitarian center in the city, and the mayor said that the Russians had hit a cultural center where Ukrainians were receiving humanitarian aid.
Taking a short break now, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Gyan Vapi Mosque survey to begin today. All stakeholders have been asked to be present in the mosque as well.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Good evening and welcome. There is no point watching and supporting a film on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits if the genocide itself is allowed to carry on. And the killing, the targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point, and it should. For not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country, the entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Hurling tear gas and stun grenades at the Kashmiri Hindus protesting will not help the government. How come, I ask, were no stun grenades or tear gas thrown at those who blocked the highways in Shaheen Bagh? No tear gas at Shaheen Bagh? And how come there is tear gas and stun grenades thrown at the angry Kashmiri Hindus who have no other way to tell the government how vulnerable they feel and how vulnerable they have become? Is it fair, viewers? I say, is it fair? Is it fair, viewers? Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? And to the government, I ask, what exactly is our Kashmir policy? I want to know. One day the BJP ties up with the profoundly anti-national PDP, regrets it. Then it acts tough on these groups after rightfully removing 370. And when these same Gupkar gang type fundamentally compromised people are out of custody, invites them, rolls the red carpet for them for discussions on the future of Kashmir. We want to discuss the future of Kashmir with anti-nationals. My view is clear, viewers, and if you agree with me, tell me. Let me say it with absolute clarity tonight. Half measures don't work. Half measures will not work.
Top headlines at 9 a.m. Massive fire breaks out in Delhi's Mundka area. At least 27 people killed and 12 people injured. Delhi police begins probe into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building detained. Gyan Vapi Mosque survey begins. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque. The J&K administration constitutes a special investigation team to probe the killing of Rahul Bhatt. After Tamil Nadu Minister JDS State President sparks controversy, says people from Gujarat sell Pani Puri in Karnataka. the top story this morning. After the court order, the Gyanvapi survey has begun. The court commissioner in a letter has appealed to all stakeholders, including the Hindu petitioners as well as the Muslim petitioners, to be present in the premises. In fact, we have the visuals as well coming in live from the spot, where we will be going across to our reporters as well, Piyush and Madhurima, who are reporting live from the mosque survey site. Security has been beefed up. We have Piyush and Madhurima with us from the survey site. Going across to Madhurima first. Madhurima, tell us about the situation so far. We understand that the security has been heightened and there is a heavy police deployment.
Well, yes, absolutely. The survey that was that the entire city of Varanasi was expecting has already begun, and we are reporting from the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, just a couple of meters away from the main mosque. And as you can see that today most of the shops have been shut, and all this has been done so as to maintain the discipline and security in the area, because last time when the courts commissioner team had arrived here, a lot of ruckus was created. A huge number of people, hundreds of people from the other community had came forward and expressed their displeasure regarding the courts commissioner team entering the mosque. But this time the judge, in a very, very detailed order, has made it specific that it would be the duty of the administration as well as of the police officials to make sure that this particular survey goes without a hitch. No issue, no matter could really stop this particular survey to be conducted the way it should be. The judge in the order has also specified the fact that if I quote in Hindi, कि कोई भी बहाना नहीं चलेगा, और अगर ताले की चाबी नहीं मिलती है या कोई दरवाजा नहीं खुलता है तो कृपया उसे तोड़ा जाए. These were the words of the order that was given by the sessions judge over here in Varanasi, and he has made sure that this particular survey goes without it. Even the Supreme Court has refused to put a stay and has given a date for later coming of the weeks. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to what comes out of this particular survey, because it has been made sure that this survey is conducted and goes without a hitch. We'll take you to the visuals as well. As you can see that the heavy security has been put in place to make sure that this survey is conducted and the motive is achieved, because the Hindu petitioner time and again have been claiming that they already have pictorial representation of what really lies inside the mosque. It is only for the benefit of the court that fresh evidence needs to be taken to be presented, so that it is established that the Gauri Shringar temple, as they are claiming, is proved that it's inside it. And as the petitioners, the 5 ladies, have requested that they need an access to go inside and worship whenever they can. As of now, they're only allowed on the 4th day of Chaitra Navratri, but this time, as the survey is being conducted, hopes are high. We've spoken to the commissioner as well, and he has said that they're going to go straight inside the mosque first, because the outside area has already been surveyed by Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra at the time, previous time on the 7th, when he had gone there to conduct the survey. The outer area has been covered. So,
Madhurima, stay with us. Let me get a reaction. We have BJP's Anila Singh also joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, thanks for speaking to us. Your first response to this survey, which has begun. Security, of course, has been tightened, but yes, after a lot of demands, yes, the survey has been given a go-ahead by the court, which has now begun.
My Ram Ram to everyone, and since we are talking about Kashi, Har Har Mahadev, definitely survey will happen and all the due instructions given by court will be followed, and dare not anybody becomes a hindrance in survey. If somebody is going to become hindrance in survey, because survey is being directed by court itself, so the person who will become hurdle or hindrance, a proper action will be taken against him or them by Yogi government.
Yes. Well, thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights with us. So that was BJP's Anila Singh, her response to this survey, which has begun. Let me go back to Piyush now, who's also reporting from the survey site. Piyush, good morning. What is the latest that you are picking up on the ground?
Well, good morning, Samiksha, to you and to all our viewers. Let me straight away try to show you pictures of the heavy police deployment which has been done here by the administration, because last time when the matter was being heard in court, it was categorically asked by the court that the entire area would be completely fortified, and we can see the pictures of heavy deployment of police personnel which has now taken place here. If we talk about this entire case, remember that during the last time when the court was hearing this case, it had appointed a court commissioner also, and after that a team under the supervision of court commissioner Mr. Ajay Mishra had also reached here, but then they were not allowed to enter inside the second day when they were going to do the survey there inside the mosque. But here after when petitioners again approached to court demanding that they would want to change the court commissioner, as the commissioner had some sort of inclination towards the Hindu side, after listening to both the sides, the court had directed to do the survey, and today finally as we are speaking the survey is taking place, and before that security has been beefed up. All the shops of this market, if we show, has been closed. Devotees who are coming here, in fact they are not being stopped, though the route has been diverted. The area has been completely enveloped into heavy security personnel who are now deployed here on this entire lane. So we are showing you the pictures of this market, and the people here are also welcoming this. If you talk about this entire case, what is the bone of contention is that in 1991 the 5 people they had in fact approached the court. They wanted to go inside the mosque as there are time-worn traces of Hindu rituals, and also swastika was also found. There are traces which tells us as to how there was a temple, but they were not allowed to enter, and then when they approached the court, now the surveyors are inside. It will go till...
Well,
आम्ही मानू 100% आपण पायी जाऊ. अरे महाराष्ट्राच्या विकासासाठी आणि संकट उद्धव ठाकरेच्या माध्यमातून जे संकट लागलेलं आमच्या महाराष्ट्राला ते दूर करण्यासाठी 24 तासही चाला लागला तरी मी जाईन आणि आरती करेन.
मैम क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप जो है
मला असं वाटते की जेही लोक म्हणतात की धर्माचा चोला घेऊन राजकारण करतात, आजपर्यंत ज्यांनी धर्माचा चोला घेऊन राजकारणा आणि मंचावर मतदान मागितले हे त्यांच्यासाठी, आमच्यासाठी नाही. आम्ही तर धर्माचा खुलेआम प्रचार करतो आणि आम्ही जेलात गेलो आहे. उद्धव ठाकरे किती वेळा जेलात गेले धर्मासाठी विचारा त्यांना.
मॅम ये बताइएगा कि बहुत सारे लोग
आता तर सुप्रीम कोर्टाने सुद्धा सांगितलेलं आहे, राजद्रोहाबद्दल महत्त्वाचा निर्णय दिलाय. दिल्लीमध्ये हनुमान चालीसा वाचताय, येत्या काळामध्ये मातोश्रीवर पुन्हा जाणार हनुमान चालीसा.
मी एक गोष्टी आपल्याला सांगते, जे ऑर्डर्स आम्हाला कोर्टातून दिलेले आहे त्याचा मी नेहमी पालन करत आलेली, आणि त्या विषयाला सोडून जिथे जिथे मला हनुमान चालीसा करता आला तिथे तिथे मी हनुमान चालीसा करणार आहे, आणि 14 दिवस कमी पडन मला बंद करण्यासाठी.
क्या बोलना
जय
चाहिए
श्री राम.
आप जो है आज हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने के लिए हम पुराने मंदिर में आप जा रहे हैं, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है प्राचीन मंदिर है दिल्ली का, और यहाँ जाकर अपनी आस्था दिखाने के लिए और आशीर्वाद जिस तरीके से मुझे लगता है कि सभी दिल्ली वासी और राम भक्त और संकट मोचन को मानने के लोग जितने भी हैं सब हमारे साथ हैं, और महाराष्ट्र का संकट उद्धव ठाकरे ये दूर हो, मेरे महाराष्ट्र का विकास हो, इसके लिए ये प्राचीन मंदिर में जाके आज आरती और हनुमान चालीसा होगा.
मैम उनकी भी आज एक रैली है, उस पर क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? वो बड़ी
मुझे लगता है कि वो खुलेआम बोल रहे हैं, टीजर में उनके दिखाई दे रहा है मुझे वज्र दो मैं दांत तोड़ने के काम करूंगा. अरे महाराष्ट्र में औरंगजेब के कब्र पे आके कोई फूल चढ़ाता है, अगर तुम्हारे में इतनी ताकत है तो जो औरंगजेब के कब्र पे आके फूल चढ़ाते हैं उनके दांत तोड़ के दिखाएं. और आज जब सभा की शुरुआत करेंगे तो वो किससे शुरू करेंगे? हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ के शुरू करेंगे, नहीं तो औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जाकर फूल चढ़ाकर शुरुआत करेंगे.
नवनीत राणा आपल्या सोबत आपण त्यांच्याशी बोलणार आहोत. आणि
So, independent MP Navneet Rana addressing the media there, saying that she will be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa at the Hanuman temple today, sending a very strong message to the Rana duo, saying that they will be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa and will also be undertaking a Padyatra today.
The targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point. Not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country. The entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? What exactly is our Kashmir policy? Half measures don't work. Half measures are destined to fail. How can we ever have Naya Kashmir till we don't eliminate those who openly advocate violence? Why is there a growing feeling that the strength of the state, unleashed after 370 was removed, has been pulled back? The nation wants to know.
Is that the NDRF has joined the search and rescue operations in Delhi's Mundka, and according to the assistant commandant, they have found body parts of the second floor and would require 5 hours to complete the operations. So a very tragic incident there coming to light from Delhi's Mundka region. We have Anuj joining us live from the very location. Anuj, if you could tell us where you are right now and the number of casualties that we have seen in this particular tragic incident.
Exactly, Samay. Right now I'm reporting from the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital of the national capital, the fire tragedy which happened in Mundka. All the patients, all the injured and the people who have lost their life has been brought here. First, let me ask my video journalist to give you a sense of the area, what exactly is happening over here. The families of the deceased is still waiting because the identification could have not been done till now. On the other hand, let me tell you, if we talk about the total number of people who have lost their life in this particular tragic incident, we have been told that this is 27 people who have lost their life. On the other hand, let me also give you the sense from that area, that particular is a bench of the civil defense members, and they are writing it down. They are noting the numbers of the people who are still missing. So this is yet to identify that who all exactly has lost their life and who all are missing. There I can show you the list. There I can show you the way they are noting down the names and the numbers of the family members as 28 people, what we have been told as if till now is missing, and their family members are still here. They are also trying to get the information where their family members are. On the other hand, if we talk about the other latest development, then let me tell you, the forensic team has been already constituted by the state, and now this is going to work under the SDM. What we have been told that the forensic team is going to go at the spot, and after the spot they will be coming here at the hospital, at the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, because the bodies who have lost their life is in such condition that they cannot be identified. So the DNA verification is going to happen, and for that forensic team has been already constituted. On the other hand, let me tell you, if we talk about the total number of people who were injured in this particular incident, then this was 13, what we have been told. If we talk about Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, all of them has been already discharged, but 27 as of till now, what we have been told, has lost their life. On the other hand, if we talk about the Mundka area where this incident happened, then the rescue operation is still on, and NDRF officially claiming that the situation is now under control and they are going to complete the rescue operation within 5 to 6 hour maximum. On the other hand, let me also give you the information that CM Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, is also all set to visit the Mundka where this particular incident happened at 11 a.m. what we have been told. The DM is going to be there, and as I told you earlier, that forensic team is also going to be there. So after visiting the spot, a DM and forensic team is going to come here at the hospital.
Stay with us. Let me also go across to Sumi, who's reporting live from the Mundka fire incident site. Sumi, if you could tell us anything that you're learning from your sources with regard to the probe so far, any lapses that have come to light? Sumi, if you can hear us, if you could give us more details on the investigation into the incident so far.
Yes, absolutely. Right now, as we speak, the rescue operation is still on, and we can still spot the NDRF team over the second story of the building, and the smoke, the plumes of smoke is still coming out of the gutted fire. Remember, the smoke was reported, the fire was reported yesterday at about 4:45, and the fire department also rushed to the spot after immediately they received the call. And right now, the entire area is being cordoned off, and in fact, what we're also picking up from our highly placed sources is that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will arrive here at about 11 in 2 hours from now. In less than 2 hours from now, he will be arriving here to take a stock of the situation. However, what we know so far is that 27 people, that's the official number. However, what we're also getting to know is that the number will go high, and the FSL team has also arrived to do the sampling so that they can initiate the inquiry to ascertain the cause of the fire. And this entire fire gradually moved up from the first story, and the first story is where the maximum damage has been there. And in fact, the first story was given to the CCTV and router manufacturing company, and that is where the fire was caught first. Subsequently, it moved to the second story as well as the third story as well. And we also witnessed the after effects of the fire still. It's been close to more than 12 hours to the fire, but still the rescue operation is going on by the NDRF. And in fact, the nearby residents are also still scared because the fire moved in the right-hand direction. On my right, there is also a water tank on top of a house which has also been gutted, and that house is 20 feet away from this fire. However, it also shows the intensity of the fire that was caught here, and the BSL company that was located here, his owner has also been detained as the building was not fire safe, and in fact the building was also not registered as what we are getting to know, and the fire was not fire safe, and which is why when the fire moved up to the subsequent floors, out of suffocation, many people have lost their lives. 40 people have been injured, and the rest of them have been undergoing their treatment at the Sanjay Gandhi Memorial Hospital, which is located a few kilometers from here at Mongolpuri. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also expressed condolences to the bereaved family, and President Ramnath Kovind has also tweeted expressing his concern, and the central government has also announced an extra share of rupees 2 lakh for the akin of the deceased member. However, the injured people who are undergoing treatment, extra of 50,000 have also been announced for them by the central government.
All right, Sumi, thanks so much, and Anuj, thank you as well for taking us through all the latest updates. And Sumi, they're giving us some very important details that the casualty number is likely to go high, and the FSL team that has arrived at the spot. And a quick wrap of all that's making news from across the country. A health screening facility at the entry and registration site of the Char Dham Yatra began to carry out its service for the devotees of the pilgrimage. The service was initiated by Uttarakhand's State Health Department upon the instructions of the state's Chief Minister. Senior Congress leader V. Hanumantha Rao said that Telangana government was running the state with revenues derived from wine shops. Following his remark, he stated his demand for making Telangana an alcohol-free state. Prime Minister Modi once again hit out at the Congress, saying that a decade has been lost by the party owing to nepotism, policy paralysis and scams. Prime Minister added that the BJP-led government had restored faith in the innovative capabilities of the youth who had worked towards creating an environment that prompted the growth of startups. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as the Ranas decide to chant the Hanuman Chalisa today.
तरीके से वो जा रही हैं, उस तरीके से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि क्या
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Good evening and welcome. There is no point watching and supporting a film on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits if the genocide itself is allowed to carry on. And the targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point, and it should. For not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country, the entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Hurling tear gas and stun grenades at the Kashmiri Hindus protesting will not help the government. How come, I ask, were no stun grenades or tear gas thrown at those who blocked the highways in Shaheen Bagh? No tear gas at Shaheen Bagh? And how come there is tear gas and stun grenades thrown at the angry Kashmiri Hindus who have no other way to tell the government how vulnerable they feel and how vulnerable they have become? Is it fair, viewers? I say. Is it fair? Is it fair, viewers? Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? And to the government, I ask, what exactly is our Kashmir policy? I want to know. One day the BJP ties up with the profoundly anti-national PDP, regrets it. Then it acts tough on these groups after rightfully removing 370. And when these same Gupkar gang type fundamentally compromised people are out of custody, invites them, rolls the red carpet for them for discussions on the future of Kashmir. We want to discuss the future of Kashmir with anti-nationals. My view is clear, viewers, and if you agree with me, tell me. Let me say it with absolute clarity tonight. Half measures don't work. Half measures.
उनको सभी लोग मानने वाले लोग हमारे महाराष्ट्र में हैं और उनके विरोध में आके हार अर्पण अगर महाराष्ट्र में होता है तो हिंदुत्ववादी कहाँ गए महाराष्ट्र के? ये उद्धव ठाकरे को मेरा प्रश्न है। अगर हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ना देशद्रोह है तो औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जाके हार अर्पण करना, फूल अर्पण करना, इसे क्या कहेंगे?
यहाँ पर देखिए, यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोगों के साथ में वो मार्च कर रही हैं, यहाँ पर आप दिखाइए, देखिए रवि राणा भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि रवि राणा भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और हनुमान चालीसा अपने हाथों में लेकर रवि राणा से भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि रवि राणा जी क्या कुछ कहना होगा। रवि राणा जी से हम बात करेंगे। हाँ, चलते हम बात करते हैं। रवि जी चलते हुए हम बात करेंगे। काफ़ी लंबा सफ़र है, लेकिन यहाँ पर देखिए, उज्जवल दिखाइए, चारों तरफ का नज़ारा दिखाइए उज्जवल की। यहाँ पर जो लगभग 100-150 की जो 100-150 लोगों का जो हुजूम है वो 100-150 लोग जो है साथ में चल रहे हैं और यहाँ पर देखिए रवि राणा जो है वो भी मौजूद हैं। तमाम जो समर्थक हैं रवि राणा के और राणा दंपत्ति के जो तमाम समर्थक हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। आगे की तरफ भी कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ संत लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं। जब तक हम उनसे बात करते हैं और उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि क्या कुछ कहना है इन लोगों का, जिस तरीके से आज यहाँ पर जो है क्या देखिए हनुमान जी को लेकर यहाँ पर जा रहे हैं। क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आज पैदल यात्रा चल रही है, पद यात्रा चल रही है हनुमान मंदिर तक और हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे।
कवन सुकाज कठिन जग माही, जो नहीं हो तात तुम्हें पाही। ऐसा कौन सा काम है जो हनुमान जी ने नहीं किया? आप बताइए। हनुमान जी ने राम जी की शक्ति बन के राम जी को बेड़ा पार किया। जिस तरीके से हनुमान जी ने लंका में आग लगाई, उसी तरीके से बम्बई के अंदर उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार का खात्मा करना है और वहां पे हनुमान जी पहुंचने वाले हैं और नवनीत राणा के माध्यम से और रवि राणा के माध्यम से वहां पे पूरा जो इतिहास है वो बदलने वाला है आने वाले समय में। और उनको सद्बुद्धि देने के लिए मैं हनुमान जी से यही प्रार्थना करूंगा। हम कहते हैं कि बल बुद्धि विद्या देव मोहे, तो मैं कहता हूं कि बल बुद्धि विद्या देव उद्धव ठाकरे को, ताकि उसको अकल आए कि
आप लोग यहाँ पर समर्थन करने के लिए आए हैं राणा दंपत्ति का। जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने की कोशिश की, उन्हें जेल भेज दिया गया, उसका विरोध करने के लिए आप लोग यहाँ पर उनका साथ देने
नहीं, हम उनका हनुमान चालीसा के लिए, उन्होंने पढ़ने में क्या गुनाह किया? उन्होंने क्या कह दिया? क्या हम हनुमान चालीसा नहीं पढ़ सकते? हम जहाँ चाहे वहाँ बैठ के पढ़ेंगे। हरि व्यापक
जब इस देश में सड़कों पर नमाज हो सकती है खुलेआम, जब रेलवे ट्रैक को रोक करके नमाज हो सकती है, किसी भी सरकारी परिसर में जो है ये लोग खुलेआम नमाज पढ़ते हैं, तो भारत में अगर हनुमान चालीसा पाठ करने की अगर बात की जा रही है तो ये कौन सा गुनाह है? फिर आज से थोड़ी किया जा रहा है। आगे आने वाले समय में राहुल गांधी के घर के सामने और शरद पवार के घर के सामने भी हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ होगा,
सभी के सामने होगा।
तो यहाँ पर जो देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ पर जो तमाम संतगण हैं वो आए हुए हैं, हनुमान जी की प्रतिमा उनके हाथों में मौजूद है। और पीछे की तरफ देख सकते हैं लगभग 150-200 लोग जो लगातार है वहाँ से उनका समर्थन करते हुए उनके घर से यहाँ पर चले आ रहे हैं और सभी लोग एक साथ में चले आ रहे हैं। और आगे लगभग 1-1.5 किलोमीटर आगे हनुमान जी का प्राचीन मंदिर है, पांडवकालीन मंदिर है। पांडवों ने वहाँ पर हनुमान जी की पूजा की थी, उस मंदिर में जाकर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया जाएगा। और आज शनिवार का दिन है और जब हमने बात की थी तो उन्होंने, नवनीत राणा ने यही कहा था कि जब से मैं जेल से छूट कर आई हूँ पहला शनिवार है और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हनुमान जी की आराधना जब से मैंने करना शुरू किया है तो निश्चित तौर पर थोड़े कष्ट हुए, लेकिन कष्टों का हरण भी हनुमान जी ने किया है। और देखिए पीछे की तरफ देखिए, और जो लाइए पीछे की तरफ दिखाते हैं, थोड़ा सा काफिला उनका जो है पदयात्रा का वो रुक गया है। हम और भी अन्य लोग हैं उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोग हैं वो आए हुए हैं और उनका समर्थन करने के लिए आए हुए हैं। सामने की तरफ दिखाइए, देख सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए गए हैं। सुरक्षा के लिए यहाँ पर जो एसएसबी के जवान हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और वो सिर्फ यहाँ पर इसलिए मौजूद हैं क्योंकि किसी भी स्थिति में कोई अप्रिय घटना न घटे और किसी भी स्थिति में इस तरीके की बात ना हो जिससे कि ये जो 1-2 किलोमीटर 2.5 किलोमीटर की जो पदयात्रा कर रही हैं राणा दंपत्ति, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो। और चूंकि जिस तरीके से उनकी महाराष्ट्र में गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में हनुमान चालीसा को लेकर राजनीति हुई, उसके बाद में दिल्ली पुलिस ये नहीं चाहेगी कि किसी भी स्थिति में यहाँ पर कोई अप्रिय घटना घटे और अप्रिय घटना ना घटे, इसलिए यहाँ पर सुरक्षा के भी पूरे इंतजाम किए गए हैं। और यहाँ पर जो राणा दंपत्ति है वो धीरे धीरे आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। ये लगभग 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर तक का जो फासला है ये पैदल चलकर पूरा किया जाएगा। और हमारे साथ और हम बात करेंगे रवि जी से हम बात करेंगे। रवि जी क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आज फिर एक बार पदयात्रा जो मुंबई में नहीं हो सका उद्धव ठाकरे के घर के बाहर, वो आज
उद्धव ठाकरे जी हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने वालों को देशद्रोह का ऑफेंस करके जेल में डालते हैं और औरंगजेब के कब्र पे जो फूल बरसाते हैं उनका स्वागत करते हैं। ऐसी परिस्थिति महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे ने निर्माण की है। इसलिए उनका मेरा आह्वान है, आने वाली जो सभा है शाम की, वो हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ के उसकी शुरुआत करेंगे या औरंगजेब के कब्र पे फूल बरसाने वालों को वो मदद करेंगे। ये
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnav Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माय वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं.
Getting in some breaking news from Madhya Pradesh, Guna, in which we are told that black buck poachers gunned down 3 cops in MP's Guna. So very very tragic incident coming to light. Some very disturbing visuals as well of the poachers who gunned down 3 cops, and this incident coming to light from MP's Guna, in which the black buck poachers, we are told, gunned down 3 cops in the Guna district. Let's listen into what Narottam Mishra, the Madhya Pradesh minister, had to say about the whole incident.
बहुत पीड़ादायी और दुखद प्रसंग है ये. कुछ बदमाशों की सूचना पुलिस को मिली थी. पुलिस पार्टी ने घेराबंदी चारों तरफ से कर ली. बदमाशों ने फायर प्रारंभ कर दी अपने आप को चारों तरफ से घेरा देख करके. हमारे 3 एक एसआई राजकुमार जाटव जी, हवलदार नीलेश भार्गव जी और कांस्टेबल संतराम मीणा जी, ये तीनों शहीद हो गए.
Live visuals we are getting to you right now of MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana, who have undertaken a Padyatra, all set to recite the Hanuman Chalisa at a Hanuman temple in the national capital. So the live visuals we are getting to you of the security personnel as well who are at this particular location. So the Ranas there who have undertaken a Padyatra, and also sending out a very clear message that when it comes to Hanuman Chalisa, there is no stopping the Ranas there. And the Rana duo, Ravi Rana and Navneet Rana, have undertaken a Padyatra. They are all set to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, sending out a very strong message to the Maharashtra government as well, that when it comes to Hanuman Chalisa, there is no stopping the Rana duo. And these are the live visuals we are getting to you from the national capital. They are all set to recite the Hanuman Chalisa at a Hanuman Mandir in the national capital. We will be going across to our reporters as well from the national capital to give us more details on this story. And just a short while, Navneet Rana also addressed the media and sent out a very stern message and hit out at the Mahagadi government as well. Remember, this comes days after Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana were released from the Taluja and the Baikula jail.
मौजूदगी में ये पदयात्रा हो रही है पूरी की पूरी, और इस पदयात्रा में लगभग 2 से 2.5 किलोमीटर का लंबा सफर जो है वो ये राणा दंपत्ति तय करेंगे. तमाम मीडिया कर्मी भी यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं. जय श्री राम के यहाँ पर नारे लग रहे हैं, और सीधे तौर पर लोगों का कहना यही है कि जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने से रोका, और न सिर्फ रोका बल्कि जेल भेज दिया है, तो पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जिस तरीके से नमाजें पढ़ी जाती सड़कों में, तो आखिर हनुमान चालीसा क्यों नहीं पढ़ने दी गई? आखिर इस बात का विरोध क्यों हो रहा है? और देखिए तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है. लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी, और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी. पीछे की तरफ, आगे की तरफ कुछ संतगण हैं, और बीच में कुछ समर्थक हैं जो नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा का समर्थन कर रहे हैं. हनुमान चालीसा के मुद्दे पर उनका समर्थन करने के लिए वो यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, और बीचों बीच पूरी जो भीड़ चल रही है उसके बीचों बीच में रवि राणा और नवनीत राणा जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं, और एक एक करके देखिए तो यहाँ पर सीधी तस्वीर हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं कि आराम से यहाँ पर चलिए। आप उज्जवल बताइए, देखिए नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा चल रहे हैं, इतना बड़ा हुजूम आपको समर्थन दे रहा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है ये सब हमारे देश में इस चीज को बिलीव रखने वाले और अपने धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार करने वाले, थामो उनका ये उत्साह देखकर कहीं ना कहीं दिल में और लड़ने की ताकत पैदा हुई है। 14 दिन डाल के अगर एक महिला को इतना परेशान, इतना टॉर्चर कर सकते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है भगवान के नाम से और डबल ताकत लेके मैं बाहर निकली।
आपने तो जेल में भी 100 बार हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया, आपके साथ में जो लॉकअप में महिला उन्होंने
यस उन्होंने भी मुझे वहाँ पे मॉरल सपोर्ट देकर ये बताया कि जो भगवान का नाम लेगा और देशवासी उसके साथ रहेंगे, और आज उसी के नाम पे और वही कॉन्फिडेंस से मैं आगे बढ़ रही हूँ।
हनुमान चालीसा जो है
महाराज आइए,
हनुमान चालीसा लिए हुए हैं और देखिए महाराज जी भी यहाँ पे आ गए। हनुमान जी की प्रतिमा जो है वो साथ में मौजूद है और तमाम जो समर्थक हैं, आप देख सकते हैं तमाम जो समर्थक हैं वो इनके साथ में मौजूद हैं। और सीधे तौर पर यहाँ पर कहा गया कि यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोग हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि सड़क में तो नमाज हो सकती है, लेकिन नवनीत राणा किसी के घर के सामने जाकर हनुमान चालीसा नहीं पढ़ सकती है। कहाँ का न्याय?
मुझे लगता है मेरे देश, जिस देश में मैं रहती हूँ, हिंदुस्तान है, हिंदुओं का आस्था स्थान ये हिंदुस्तान है, और यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार करने के वजह से अगर कोई देशद्रोह बताता है तो मुझे लगता है सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र नहीं पूरे देश भर घूमकर मैं अपने धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार करूंगी, इसके लिए कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
आज शाम को तो रैली भी है, अभी से कोई संदेश दे दीजिए क्योंकि पूरा हिंदुस्तान आपको देख रहा है।
मुझे लगता है मैंने तो उनको आह्वान किया है कि उन्होंने एक इलेक्शन कंटेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बाला साहब ठाकरे ने कभी भी पद के लिए काम नहीं किया, हिंदुत्ववादी विचारधारा के लिए काम किया, और उद्धव ठाकरे ने सिर्फ पद के लिए काम किया। मैं, मेरा परिवार और मेरा बेटा इसके लिए काम किया, सिर्फ सैनिक के लोगों के लिए भी नहीं काम किया। तो उन्होंने इलेक्शन लड़ना चाहिए और उनके विरोध में मैं इलेक्शन लड़ूंगी।
आपने चुनौती दी है उनको?
चुनौती है ही, और ये रैली में आज उन्होंने इसके ऊपर उत्तर देना चाहिए। शिवसेना के नाम पे आज भी बाला साहब के टीजर में बाला साहब ठाकरे का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अगर तुम में इतनी ताकत होती तो खुद का टीजर बनाते।
पण हनुमान चालीसा तर कुठेही कुणी वाचू शकतो, मग विरोध का?
ते त्यांना विचारा ना, हनुमान चालीसाचा विरोध उद्धव ठाकरे का करते बा? हनुमान चालीसाचा विरोध कोणाला आहे, कशाबद्दल आहे, त्यांना भीती कशाची आहे? आज तर माहित पडन ते गदादारी आहे की गदेदारी आहे म्हणून आज
यहाँ पर सीधे तौर पर सीधी तस्वीर हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर रवि राणा और नवनीत राणा जो है तमाम जो यहाँ पर साधु संत आए उनका समर्थन करने के लिए आए, उनके साथ में यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं आप कि एक एक करके यहाँ पर जो है वो यहाँ पर पदयात्रा चल रही है, पदयात्रा कर रहे हैं। और यहाँ पर जो तमाम समर्थक हैं हम उनसे जानने की भी कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर यहाँ पर आप लोग समर्थन देने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं। क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम आकांक्षा है।
आकांक्षा, आप यहाँ पर आई हैं इस पूरे प्रोटेस्ट को, ये जो पदयात्रा है उसको समर्थन देने के लिए आई हैं?
बिल्कुल, मैं समर्थन देने आई हूँ। हनुमान चालीसा के लिए मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोगों में जागरूकता आए, जो लोग परेशान हो रहे हैं, सीएम वगैरह जैसे उनको, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री की ईंट से ईंट बजाने के लिए हम दिल्ली की सड़कों पे उतरे हैं कि हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ के हम सबको जगाना चाहते हैं कि देखिए राम नाम पे जिसको दिल्ली में रहना, जिसको इंडिया में रहना होगा, राष्ट्रवादी बनना होगा।
और देखिए सीधी तस्वीर हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर तो तमाम लोग हैं वो आए हुए हैं, आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज इस मौके पर?
जी, जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कि आज शनिवार का भी दिन है और हनुमान चालीसा के लिए हम हनुमान मंदिर जा रहे हैं पढ़ने के लिए। और उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो कहते हैं, हिंदू विरोधी हैं, जो कहते हैं कि हनुमान चालीसा में नहीं, मतलब हनुमान चालीसा का भी विरोध करते हैं, तो वो किस बात के हिंदू तत्व हैं? वो तो हिंदू विरोधी है एक तरीका से। तो हम आज शनिवार का दिन, अच्छा दिन है, आज हम हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने जा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो यहाँ पर अपने समर्थकों के साथ में राणा दंपत्ति हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने के लिए दिल्ली के कनॉट प्लेस में स्थित प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जा रहे हैं। और पीछे की तरफ आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जबरदस्त तरीके से हुजूम है, सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो पूरी दिल्ली से आए हैं और यहाँ पर समर्थन करने के लिए आए हैं राणा दंपत्ति का, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से उन्होंने उद्धव ठाकरे के खिलाफ बिगुल फूंका है और जिस तरीके से उद्धव ठाकरे ने उन्हें हनुमान चालीसा अपने घर में नहीं पढ़ने दी, हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने के नाम पर उनको जेल में भेज दिया, उसके बाद में अब ये जो जंग है अब ये और भी आगे चल रही है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ पर जो संत समाज के लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। यहाँ पर जो राम के भक्त हैं, हनुमान के भक्त हैं, वो यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं और सभी लोगों के साथ में ये पदयात्रा चल रही है। रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी आपको पदयात्रा के एक एक हाल को दिखा रहा है, बता रहा है कि किस तरीके से लगभग 1 किलोमीटर की ये यात्रा हो चुकी है और लगभग 1-1.5 किलोमीटर की यात्रा भी बाकी है। और ये पदयात्रा जाकर सीपी में कनाट प्लेस में जो प्राचीन हनुमान जी का मंदिर है वहां जाकर समाप्त होगी और उसके बाद में वहां पर हनुमान चालीसा का वाचन पाठन किया जाएगा राणा दंपत्ति के द्वारा। उनके अलावा उनके जो समर्थक यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं उनके द्वारा किया जाएगा। क्या कहना चाहेंगे, आज हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करने, इनका समर्थन करने के लिए आप यहाँ आए हैं?
बिल्कुल समर्थन करने आए हैं, निश्चित रूप से समर्थन करने आए हैं। बहुत स्पष्ट कहना है मेरा कि राज ठाकरे जी का व्यक्तित्व तो बहुत अलग रहा है। हाँ। राज ठाकरे जी का अपना काम करने का तौर तरीका बहुत स्पष्ट रहा है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है कि उस परिवार में कुछ ऐसे लोग पैदा हो गए हैं जो राज ठाकरे की छवि है, उनकी मर्यादा।
शिवसेना अपने हिंदुत्व के एजेंडे से भटक गई।
बिल्कुल भटक गई है। शिवसेना ने कभी कुर्सी के लिए काम किया है क्या? शिवसेना ने कभी राज सत्ता के लिए काम किया क्या? आप राज ठाकरे का इतिहास उठा के देख लीजिए, बाला साहब का।
बिल्कुल, तो यहाँ पर देखिए बाला साहेब की बात भी यहाँ पर लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं और जैसा नवनीत राणा ने खुद कहा कि बाला साहेब ठाकरे का अभी भी इस्तेमाल करती है शिवसेना, लेकिन बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो विचारधारा रही है, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने बोला था कि कभी कांग्रेस पार्टी का समर्थन ले लेंगे, उसी पार्टी का समर्थन लेने के बाद वो आज सरकार चला रहे हैं। और तो और उनका पोस्टरों में जिक्र तो किया जा रहा है, फोटो तो छापा जा रहा है, लेकिन बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो सोच रही है उसके विपरीत आज उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार काम कर रही है। और आज उन्होंने सीधे चुनौती एक बार फिर से दे दी कि आज जो उन्होंने चुनौती दी है कि उद्धव ठाकरे मेरे खिलाफ लड़े चुनाव, मैं उद्धव ठाकरे के खिलाफ लड़ूंगी। आज शाम को जब उद्धव ठाकरे की रैली होगी तो उद्धव ठाकरे उसका जवाब दे। और देखिए पीछे की तरफ देखिए, जबरदस्त तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है सुरक्षा के बीच में यहाँ पर जो राणा दंपत्ति है वो चलते चले जा रहे हैं हनुमान मंदिर की तरफ।
Visuals there on your screens as well of Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, who have undertaken a Padyatra en route to the Hanuman temple in the national capital, and also putting out an open dare to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Navneet Rana there saying throwing out a challenge for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, daring him to contest against Navneet Rana, and also sharpening her attack on the Mahavikas Aghadi government. In fact, speaking to Republic just a short while back, Navneet also said that the Rana duo would be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa outside the residence of Sharad Pawar as well. A very short break. On the other side, the Chalisa face-off continues in the national capital. We'll get you live coverage on the other side.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस। मेरा छोटा भाई था, दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये न्याय, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
इस
an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம். எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here.
So the live visuals that we are getting to you of the Rana couple, Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, who are holding a Padyatra in the national capital. They are en route to the Hanuman temple in the national capital, where they will be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, sending a very strong message to the Aghadi government and also sharpening their attack on the Mahavikas Aghadi, saying that they will recite the Hanuman Chalisa. And Navneet Rana also there saying that she is daring Chief Minister Uddhav, in fact, to contest against her. And also going on to add that the Rana duo will be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa outside the residence of Sharad Pawar. We have Himanshu joining us live from the very location. Himanshu, take us through more details. What is happening right now?
देखिए अभी इस वक्त यहाँ पर गोल डाकघर के सामने की तरफ से ये पूरा का पूरा जो काफिला है नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा राणा दंपत्ति का और उनके जो समर्थक हैं वो यहाँ से अब चलते चले जा रहे हैं। लगभग 1 किलोमीटर और दूर है यहाँ से कनाट प्लेस का प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर, जहाँ पर वो जाकर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। और अभी हमने कुछ देर पहले बात की थी, उनके साथ तमाम समर्थक आए हुए हैं, उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप लोग यहाँ पर राणा दंपत्ति को समर्थन देने के लिए आए, क्यों?
इसलिए देने के लिए आए हैं कि भगवान राम जो आज जो है पूरे देश पूरे वर्ल्ड में जो है फेमस है, भगवान राम के वंशज हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान के हर व्यक्ति। तो हम भगवान राम के भक्त हैं, इसलिए भगवान राम के भक्त होने के नाते हम समर्थन देने के लिए आए।
उद्धव ठाकरे जिस तरीके से उन्होंने व्यवहार किया, जेल भेज दिया हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने पर, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए उद्धव ठाकरे जी आज के डेट में जो है वो जिस शिवसेना के वो बात करते थे, आज वो है नहीं। बाबा साहब ठाकरे साहब की जो शिवसेना थी वो आज है नहीं।
बिल्कुल, तो बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना थी वो आज नहीं है, वो शिवसेना कोई दूसरी थी। जिस तरीके से आज उद्धव ठाकरे शिवसेना चला रहे हैं, उसको लेकर यहाँ पर जो तमाम समर्थक आए हुए हैं वो सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं। और हम आगे आकर बोलेंगे अपने वीडियो को कि आगे आकर तस्वीरें दिखाएं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है राणा दंपत्ति अब आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं सामने जो है उनके हाथों में देखिए, आप उनके हाथों में देखिए हनुमान चालीसा को हाथ में लेकर राणा दंपत्ति चल रहे हैं और ये जाएंगे, ये कनाट प्लेस के मंदिर जाएंगे और वहां जाने के बाद में हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। लोग यहां पर जो तमाम समर्थन करने के लिए आए हैं, नवनीत जी यहां पर जो आपका समर्थन करने के लिए आए, वो बोल रहे हैं कि बाला साहेब वाली शिवसेना तो अब रही नहीं, ये कौन सी शिवसेना है? क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये कांग्रेस सेना हो गई है और हिंदुत्व के विचार तो छोड़ ही दिए। बाला साहब के साथ ही हिंदुत्ववादी विचार चले गए और जितने भी हिंदुत्ववादी लोग थे वो सब मोदी जी के साथ आ गए, उनके विचारधारा के साथ आ गए। तो अभी शिवसेना ये शिवसेना नहीं कांग्रेस सेना हो गई है।
यहाँ पर ये शिवसेना अब शिवसेना नहीं है, कांग्रेस सेना बन गई है, ऐसा सीधे तौर पर नवनीत राणा का कहना है। और लगभग 500 मीटर की दूरी के बाद में वहां पर आप देख सकते हैं सामने की तरफ ये बाबा खड़क सिंह मार्ग है, और इस बाबा खड़क सिंह मार्ग में चलते चलते लगभग 2 किलोमीटर का रास्ता अभी तक तय कर लिया गया है। लगभग 1 किलोमीटर का रास्ता और बचा हुआ है, और सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि एसएसबी के जो जवान है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। दिखाइए उज्जवल, दिखाइए चारों तरफ का नजारा, दिखाइए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है तमाम लोग यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं और समर्थन कर रहे हैं। और सीधे तौर पर शिवसेना टारगेट में है, शिवसेना टारगेट में है। यहाँ पर जो समर्थन करने के लिए आए हैं उन लोगों के, और सिर्फ इसलिए टारगेट में है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से नवनीत राणा को हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने से रोका गया, और न सिर्फ रोका गया बल्कि उन्हें जेल भेज दिया गया, और जेल भेजने के बाद में जिस तरीके से उन पर अत्याचार किए गए वो तमाम बातें जो है नवनीत राणा भूली नहीं है। और उसी के लिए आज वो पहला शनिवार है जब वो जेल से छूट कर आई हैं, और उनका कहना यही था कि आज पहला शनिवार था, मैं चाहती थी कि मैं हनुमान जी के मंदिर जाऊं और वहां पर जाकर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करूं, और वही करने के लिए वो अपने तमाम समर्थकों के साथ में अब धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रही हैं। लंबा चौड़ा काफिला है, एसएसबी के यहाँ पर जवान मौजूद हैं, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान मौजूद हैं, सामने की तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस की स्क्वाड भी है। एक बार उज्जवल दिखाइए, सामने की तरफ ये दिल्ली पुलिस की स्क्वाड है जो स्क्वाड कर रही है, धीरे सामने की तरफ आगे जा रही है। और देखिए सामने की तरफ ये सीधा रास्ता जाता है, सामने वाला ये सीधा रास्ता सामने वाला जो जाता है, जो उज्जवल दिखा रहे हैं, हमारे विजय आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये रास्ता लगभग 200-300 मीटर के बाद में यहाँ पर हनुमान जी का मंदिर है, आपको देखने को मिलेगा कनॉट प्लेस का प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर। वहां पर जाकर ये तमाम समर्थकों के साथ में राणा दंपत्ति जो हैं वो हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करने वाली हैं। और यहाँ पर ये देखिए, ये जबरदस्त तरीके से जो हुजूम है यहाँ पर लोगों का आ रहा है, जो तमाम राम के भक्त हैं, हनुमान के भक्त हैं, वो यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं और यहाँ पर समर्थन कर रहे हैं। देखिए ये झंडा लहरा रहे हैं, आप यहाँ पर आए झंडा लहरा रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं प्रथम उत्तर भारतीय शिव सैनिक हूँ, बाला साहब से 5 बार सम्मानित शिव सैनिक हूँ, लेकिन जो बाला साहब की शिवसेना बन गई है आज का संदीप अग्रवाल।
यहीं दिल्ली के आप?
नहीं, मैं वैसे मुजफ्फरनगर हूँ लेकिन दिल्ली में हूँ।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज?
मैं कहना यही चाहता हूँ कि अगर हनुमान चालीसा के ऊपर राजद्रोह लग सकता है तो इतने आतंकवादियों के ऊपर क्यों नहीं लग सकता? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो मैटर है कि इसकी व्याख्या होनी चाहिए, क्यों व्याख्या होनी चाहिए? दुरुपयोग तो नेता करते हैं।
मतलब उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना वो शिवसेना नहीं रही जो बाला साहब की?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं रही। बाला
हो गई है, अब वो सोनिया सेना हो गई है उद्धव ठाकरे की सेना।
बाला साहब ने मेरे जैसे को 5 बार सम्मानित किया है तो मेरे जैसा लगा हो गया, क्यों हो गया? कारण ये हम नीति के सिद्धांत के ऊपर उत्तर भारत के लोग जुड़े थे।
अब नीति और विचारों के आधार पर शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए जो तमाम लोग थे आज वो शिवसेना से अलग होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि सत्ता के लालच में उद्धव ठाकरे जिस तरीके से दूसरी पार्टियों का समर्थन लेकर हिंदूवादी जो लोग हैं उनका दमन करने की जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं उसके विरोध में आज यहाँ पर जो है तमाम लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं। और पदयात्रा लगातार जारी है। दिखाइए किस तरीके से उज्जवल, ये दिखाइए किस तरीके से पैर दिखाइए, कितने सारे पदयात्रा जो चल रही है, ये इन पदों को दिखाइए, ये जो सैकड़ों लोग यहाँ पर, चाहे वो सुरक्षा कर्मी हो चाहे वो अन्य लोग हों, ये तमाम लोग हैं, ये चलते चले जा रहे हैं और ये पद अब वहीं जाकर रुकेंगे जहां पर हनुमान जी का मंदिर है और वहां पर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया जाएगा। तो एक एक करके उन तमाम लोगों से हम बात कर रहे हैं जो यहाँ पर समर्थन के लिए आए हुए थे। और सीधे तौर पर यहाँ पर लोगों का आरोप यही है कि हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने पर जिस तरीके से विरोध किया गया नवनीत राणा का, उसके समर्थन में यहाँ पर वो आए हैं कि अब हर गली, हर कूचे में, हर मंदिर में जाकर जो है पदयात्रा कर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया जाएगा। और सामने की तरफ लगभग 100 से 150 मीटर का रास्ता और बचा हुआ है, 100 से 150 मीटर का रास्ता। और उज्जवल दिखा रहे हैं, हमारे विजय बता रहे हैं कि बहुत कम दूरी जो है वो अब बची हुई है हनुमान मंदिर की। बाबा खड़क सिंह मार्ग है ये सीपी का, और उस रोड में लगातार ये जो पदयात्रा है ये जारी है और हम भी लगातार पदयात्रा कर रहे हैं। एक एक जानकारी हम आपको पहुंचा रहे हैं, एक एक तस्वीर हम आपको पहुंचा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सुरक्षा के भी इंतजाम किए गए हैं, किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो तमाम साधु संत यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, राणा दंपत्ति को समर्थन देने के लिए आए हुए हैं। यहाँ पर तमाम राणा दंपत्ति के वो समर्थक भी मौजूद हैं जो ये चाहते हैं कि हाँ हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ होना चाहिए, लेकिन शिवसेना और उद्धव ठाकरे इसका विरोध क्यों कर रहे हैं, क्यों उन्हें जेल में डाला है, उसका विरोध करने के लिए वे यहाँ पर आए हैं। और सीधी तस्वीरें हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। पीछे की तरफ भी एक दिल्ली पुलिस की वैन आ रही है। एसएसबी के जो जवान है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और एक एक करके ये जो पदयात्रा है अब धीरे धीरे अपनी समाप्ति की कगार पर है। कुछ देर के बाद में बिल्कुल तो यहाँ पर ब्रेक के बाद भी हम आपको यहाँ की ताजा तस्वीरें दिखाते रहेंगे। और देखिए यहाँ पर नारेबाजी हो रही है।
शिव शक्ति का जाप करेगा,
वही देश पे राज करेगा।
अपनी रक्षा आप करेंगे।
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained, 2 of them have received injuries. Killers who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Firdaus!
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था। किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
Do you believe that
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
At 10 a.m. massive fire in Delhi's Mundka area, at least 27 people killed and 12 injured. Delhi police begins probe into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building detained. Gyanvapi mosque survey begins. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque. After Tamil Nadu minister, JDS state president sparks controversy, says people from Gujarat sell pani puri in Karnataka. Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Pad Yatra in the national capital. And the latest, what we are told with respect to the Mundka fire incident, the NDRF currently is conducting the search and the rescue operations. What we are told is that 27 casualties have been reported so far, and the casualty number is likely to go up, but the rescue operations still underway. We will be going across to Anuj as well as Sumi, who are reporting from the very location where the fire broke out, but very disturbing visuals coming there from Delhi's Mundka region, in which the building where the fire broke out, and the number of casualties said to be 27. The rescue operations are still underway. And Priyanka, my colleague, will take it forward from here. Priyanka, if you could tell us more what you are picking up with respect to this fire incident in Delhi's Mundka region.
Well, thank you so much, Samiksha. Viewers, we are tracking all that is happening in the national capital when it comes to this massive fire which had erupted in Delhi's Mundka region as well. In fact, we had seen how there were several casualties that had been reported in this fire that had broken out yesterday, and we had seen how there is an investigation that will also take place as well. Now, we're being told, according to the assistant commandant, that they have found body parts on the second floor and would require 5 hours to complete the operations as well, is something that we are being given to understand by the authorities. And we are being told that there is a debris clearing activity, in fact, that is also being carried out there as well. But viewers, let's listen into this prior conversation that my colleague Anuj had with an eyewitness, and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates.
सर, आपके कोई जने मिसिंग है, अभी हमने देखा आप कंप्लेंट बता रहे थे।
हाँ, मेरी क्या नाम है, भाई की बहू है, भतीजी है, मतलब।
अच्छा, क्या नाम है सर उनका?
मधु नाम है।
अच्छा, कब से मिसिंग है, मतलब किस समय?
अच्छा, कल से ही मालूम पड़ा, ऐसे गए थे तो वहाँ कोई जानकारी मालूम हासिल नहीं हुई है, फिर यहाँ भी चक्कर लगा रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल में।
कितने बजे गए थे वो वहाँ पे?
वो तो ड्यूटी 10 बजे जाते हैं,
सुबह 10 बजे। अच्छा, और किस चीज़ में काम करती थी
वो? कैमरे बनते थे उसमें,
सीसीटीवी कैमरे।
हाँ, सीसीटीवी कैमरा।
तो उसमें काम करती थी।
हाँ।
तो क्या वहाँ से कोई रिपोर्ट आई है, अभी बातचीत हुई है, आप लोगों ने स्पॉट पे देखा हो के?
नहीं, वहाँ से फोन आया था किसी का, मेरे मिलने वाले का, कि वो मधुर कंपनी में आग लग गई। अच्छा। तो गए वहाँ, तो बहुत भयानक आग थी वहाँ, तो काफ़ी देर खड़े, जानकारी हासिल की कुछ नहीं, वहाँ पता किया, यहाँ आए थे 2-3 बार, यहाँ पता नहीं पड़ पा रहा कहाँ है, किस पोजीशन में है।
तो अभी यहाँ आपने डिटेल नोट कराई है?
हाँ, डिटेल नोट कराई है,
यहाँ जानकारी। हाँ। कितनी उम्र है मंजू जी की?
मधु जी की उम्र है करीब 25 साल।
25 साल। और कितने टाइम से यहाँ काम करते हैं?
यहाँ करीब 7 महीने से काम करते हैं।
7 महीने।
हाँ।
वहीं बैठा था बाहर, 4:15 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने और बचाया भी। अब ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे। बचाया तो 25-30 तक बचाया, मैं कैच किया है।
कैसे आपने उनको बचाया? कह रहे रस्सी लेके गए थे,
बांध के उसके बाद कैच कर रहे थे।
कहाँ से आपने, कहाँ रस्सी बांधी? कहाँ से?
वहाँ रस्सी बांधे थे उस बिल्डिंग में, दूसरी बिल्डिंग पे रस्सी बहा के एक बंदा वहाँ से बांधा ऊपर और वैसे लटक कैच कर रहे थे। हाँ,
कई लोग जब आग लग गई थी तो कई लोग खिड़की से कूदने का भी कोशिश कर रहे थे बचने के लिए, आपने वो सब देखा?
वो तो नहीं देखा, हम लोग कैच कर रहे थे। हम लोग क्या देखेंगे? कैच किया यहाँ से पब्लिक इधर अकेला कैच करके छोड़ देते थे, फिर कैच करते थे। जब आग लग गई भीषण फिर भागने लगे हम लोग भी।
आप लोग भी भागने लगे?
हाँ, भागने।
आग क्या बहुत ज्यादा इस तरफ भी आने
है? इस तरफ आ रही थी आग,
इस तरफ।
हाँ,
हवा चल रहा था इसलिए इस तरफ काफी ज्यादा आ रही थी।
ज्यादा आ रहा था। हाँ।
अच्छा। और जो 25-30 लोगों को आपने बचाया, उसके अलावा और कितने लोग उस समय बिल्डिंग में मौजूद थे जब आग?
इतना नहीं मालूम है कितने लोग हैं उसमें। हाँ। गिनती हम नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि हम बचा रहे थे, हमको खुद नहीं मालूम था। चिल्ला चिल्ला के
बहुत ज्यादा घबराहट हो रहा था लोगों को और बहुत ज्यादा डर का माहौल था। बहुत भीषण आग था।
बहुत भीषण आग था। टाइम पे आ गई होती बहुत पब्लिक बचा से, बाकी जाम की वजह से नहीं आ पाई।
We're getting across to some breaking developments that we're getting from Punjab in a shocking development where now the SFJ has claimed to have pasted pro-Khalistan posters at Budlada City Overbridge in Mansa district of Punjab. Remember, there are several such instances over the past few days that have come to light, but one such instance of a pro-Khalistan posters that were in fact stuck at the Budlada City Overbridge in Mansa district of Punjab. For those, the SFJ has come out and claimed responsibility as well. And we are getting some more details of this entire story. Gursimran there with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about what's really happening. SFJ has come out and claimed responsibility.
Yes, this seems to be another attempt of the Sikh for Justice to spread the anti-India propaganda, as they claim that they have posted these posters of pro-Khalistan slogans in the Budlada area, which falls in the Mansa district. But the police in Punjab is trying to ascertain various things. Pertinently, the Mansa police, they have also taken the cognizance of the number that has been sharing these videos because they are spreading some of the rumors also, and there have been a smear campaign that has been going against India by these Sikh for Justice terror group that has been designated as a banned terror outfit by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now the police in Punjab's Mansa, they have taken note of those mobile numbers that have been sharing these videos from abroad, and they are now into it, the process of investigating the matter. You have earlier also seen these kind of posters not only in Punjab but also in Haryana and Himachal. That was an attempt by the Sikh for Justice not only to instill fear among locals but also to spread their anti-India propaganda, and the Khalistan Pakistan nexus has already been proven by the various investigation agencies. So this possibly on the behest of Pakistan, these Khalistani group are trying to fearmonger the people. They are trying to spread the rumors, and they are also trying to spread their anti-India propaganda so that they can show the world that the people in Jammu in Punjab and other parts of the country, including Punjab, Himachal, Haryana, they support the Khalistan. But the reality remains that the people have understood the reality of these people who are sitting abroad, and just for the sake of money, they are spreading their anti-India propaganda.
Gursimran, that being said, we have seen how this is not an isolated incident, and as you pointed out earlier as well, we have seen such kind of posters and flags, in fact, that have been hoisted in Punjab as well earlier. So is there any investigation that is being done whether or not there was a hand of SFJ? Because when it comes to this pro-Khalistan agenda there in India, they are the usual suspects, isn't it?
See, there are several incidents when there is a flag, the Khalistan flag being raised at various places. But specific to this incident, the police administration in Mansa has taken it very seriously. They are tracking those numbers that were sharing this video, and they want to get into those people who have actually shared this so that a legal action can be initiated against those, because you know that this can pose to a serious law and order challenge also, and that's why the police in Punjab's Mansa is very proactive about this. They are looking into numbers, those who have circulated these videos, and all is being taken care by the police, because we have seen in the recent incident how the Khalistani elements, they even try to attack the intelligence headquarters in the Mohali. So all this being taken into consideration, nothing is being left at chance by police.
Gursimran, stay on with us. Sardar RP Singh also joins us on the broadcast. Sardar RP Singh, what do you make of this final responsibility that is now being claimed by the SFJ of these pro-Khalistani posters, pro-Khalistani agenda that was being spread in Punjab?
Well, the Punjab government and Punjab intelligence has to answer for that. It's not the first instance in the last 50 days. After Patiala, along with Patiala, there was Malerkotla, which happened where the same posters on the flag of the Khalistan was hoisted at the commissioner's office, the local district commissioner's office. Then Karnal happened, the roots of Karnal were found in Firozpur. Then Mohali happened, not once, twice Mohali happened. And now Mansa. So there's a upsurge in the activity of Sikh for Justice and Khalistanis and Pannu. And they have been claiming, after every incident, they have claimed that they have done so. And then they also say that they paid money to the Aam Aadmi Party to win elections. So it's a payback time as per them. So a lot has to be answered by the Punjab government and the Punjab administration and the Punjab intelligence, that how come people are pasting posters, taking out marches, chanting slogans of Khalistan Jindabad. So someone in the Punjab government, especially Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Maan, need to answer this.
Right. RP Singh there of the BJP joining us and giving us the perspective. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. But we will have to wait and watch, viewers, as to whether there will be an investigation that will take place by the authorities and what it really results in. Up next, viewers, we're getting you a quick EMIX cash alert. A massive fire has broken out at the Dapoli police station in Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra. Now, fire tenders have been rushed to the spot, and reportedly, we're being told that the fire has also been brought under control. But you can look at the visuals and get an idea about the massive fire that had actually, in fact, broken out at the police station itself. And for more details on this, let me get Satya Prakash on the phone line. Satya Prakash, tell us more about the fire that had broken out in the Ratnagiri district of the Dapoli police station.
देखिए, आज सुबह 6 बजे आग लगी थी, जो कि दपोली पुलिस स्टेशन में आग लगी थी। उस समय पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद थे। हालांकि 1 घंटे के अंदर ही फायर ब्रिगेड ने आग पर काबू पा लिया गया, लेकिन पुलिस स्टेशन पूरी तरह जलकर राख हो गया है। रत्नागिरी के दपोली पुलिस स्टेशन में आज सुबह आग लगी थी। फायर ब्रिगेड ने लगभग 1.5 घंटे में आग बुझा लिया और कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई है। जी।
All right, so the latest that we're learning is that there are no injuries that have been reported as of now, but the massive fire that had broken out in the Dapoli police station has been got under control.
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
And let's take a quick check of the news and brief from across the world. Environmental and activists staged a protest outside the Buenos Aires offices of agrochemical company Monsanto. The demonstrators, aligned with the Extinction Rebellion group, said that the corporation's practices were damaging the environment and contributing to climate change. The activists smeared glass entrance of the building in Argentinian capital with red paint, and before displaying banners, signs and photos of people allegedly harmed by agrochemicals. Search and rescue operations were ongoing off Puerto Rico after at least 11 migrants were killed when their boat capsized the previous day. The vessel capsized over 18 kilometers north of the uninhabited islands of the Desecho, west of Puerto Rico, and now so far 11 bodies of the Haitian women were found and 38 people were rescued. 36 of them were Haitians and 2 from were the Dominican Republic.
और अब देखिए यहाँ पर जो सारे समर्थक हैं वो तालियां बजा रहे हैं और यहाँ पर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ पढ़ा जा रहा है। जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं ये पाठ इस वक्त शुरू कर दिया है नवनीत राणा ने। जो तस्वीरें मैं आपको इस वक्त दिखा रही हूँ, देखिए जो हनुमान चालीसा जानते हैं वो ये जानते हैं कि जब जब भय समाता है, जब डर आता है, जब पीड़ा होती है तो ये
अंजन पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज मेरा कानन कुंडल केसा हाथ कानन मुख गहन को साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेजे पात महागठबंधन विद्यावान चातुर राम काज करवे को आतुर सुनवे को रसिया राम लक्ष्मण मन बसिया विकट रूप धारे लंक जगावा भीम रूप धारे सुरसारे रामचंद्र के काज सवारे संजीवन लखन जियाए श्री रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाई तुम हम की कभी गोविंद नहीं सके पाते तुम पुकारो राम मिलाए तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय शब्द जाना प्रभु मेरी मुखमाई जगत लाग गए अजर मिलाई जो काज जगत के जेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे आपन तेज समारो आपे तीन हाथ प्रतापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे लोग हरे सब पीरा जगत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन कर मंगल ध्यान डोलावे सब पर राम तपस्वी लागा दीने काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे सोई जीवन फल पावे चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारे है साधु संत के तुम्हारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अर्श से उन्होंने दिखे दाता असवर दिन में आई की माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुम्हारे भजन राम को भावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसवावे अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाए जहाँ जन्म हरि आए और सेवता चिंतन नहीं हनुमत से संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय जय हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई सतबार पाठ करे कोई छूटे बंद कोई पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्ध साखी गोरी सा तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेर कीजे नाथ हरे पवन तने संकट हरण मंगल मूर्ति राम लखन सीता
हैं 12 दिन तक वो जेल में रही और उसके बाद किस तरह अभी जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं बाहर आने के बाद उन्होंने साफ कहा कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार के खिलाफ जो एक लड़ाई उन्होंने छेड़ी है वो लड़ाई जारी रहेगी और उसी क्रम में आज भगवान पद लेने भी और उस प्रण को पुनः दोहराने के लिए भी नवनीत राणा आज हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ पढ़ने के लिए यहाँ दिल्ली के हनुमान मंदिर पहुंच गई हैं। यहाँ पर वो पाठ पढ़ रही हैं और ये जो तस्वीरें आपको मैंने दिखाई, ये जो तस्वीरें मैंने आपको दिखाई नवनीत राणा की, नवनीत राणा जो कि
Well, there you have it, the entire controversy of the Hanuman Chalisa at its crescendo there in the national capital, with both the Ranas leading the Padyatra there. Padyatra towards the Hanuman temple there in Connaught Place in the national capital is what we're being told. We are seeing those images. Just a few minutes back, we had seen both the Rana couple sitting there and carrying out the entire Hanuman Chalisa part, and we are looking at them after this, after the chanting, right there at the temple, culminating their entire Padyatra probably in a few minutes from now. But we have seen, viewers, remember that it was in fact a controversy that erupted in Mumbai. We had been seeing how there was a challenge of sorts that was given to the Maharashtra government as well to carry out a Hanuman Chalisa part outside of Matoshri, is where the Rana couple wanted to first carry out this Hanuman Chalisa part. But since then, we have seen the kind of resistance that the Shiv Sena government has also really shown them, and the kind of hindrances that have been created for the Rana couple as well, then be it the medical issues and of course being sent to the jail as well in the middle. But then now we see how the Rana couple has come from Mumbai to the national capital, and remember there had also been several meetings with the BJP leaders as well to understand how to tackle this issue as well. And we have seen how the Ranas have had their meetings with the top leaders there in the national capital, and now today we see the culmination of this entire debate of the Hanuman Chalisa, since the Rana couple have made their way to the Hanuman temple there in Connaught Place in the national capital and have chanted successfully the Hanuman Chalisa part, and have also challenged the Shiv Sena government, the Aghadi government there in Maharashtra, and have stated that the Shiv Sena in fact has not really followed their entire idealism of Hindutva anymore, ideology of Hindutva anymore. In fact, they have stopped preaching that. In fact, they have also created hindrances for people who wanted to chant the Hanuman Chalisa. And in the aftermath of all of that controversy, we are seeing that the Rana couple are there in the national capital, making their way outside of the Hanuman temple, right there where they have carried out their chanting. And we are seeing that a lot of media contingent and also thousands of supporters of the Rana couple who had accompanied them in the Padyatra and have also come with the Rana couple there in the Hanuman temple in the national capital. Ram Kadam, the BJP leader, joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Kadam, we are seeing these visuals of the Rana couple who wanted to carry out the Hanuman Chalisa at Matoshri. That's where it all began. But now they carried out the Hanuman Chalisa part in the national capital, still calling out the Shiv Sena for not following their Hindutva ideology.
See, no one can stop to anyone who wants to recite Hanuman Chalisa or whichever their worship allows them to recite. So, normally in Maharashtra, we worship Hanumanji on Saturday, and in the north, they worship normally on Tuesday. So, what is the harm if Rana family wants to recite Hanuman Chalisa in the temple? I don't think we have to correlate this with any political party or any political issues. Is there feeling? Is there astha, shraddha? So we cannot correlate this with any political issue. That's the point number one. Point number two, now people have been saying that they have breached the court orders. It's a contempt of court. I don't want to comment that because matter is still in the court, so I don't want to comment. But they have not spoken anything related to whatever the controversy was happened. They have not spoken anything about it. So I don't think it's a contempt of the court, point number one. And point number two, which is equally important, why Shiv Sena has objecting this act? Have they abandoned the Hindutva? And this is evident that Shiv Sena abandoned their Hindutva. They have compromised late Balasaheb Thackeray's ideology.
देख रहे हैं नवनीत राणा की वहां से निकलने के बाद सीधे कह रही हैं, वहां से निकलने के बाद वो कह रही हैं, बात कर रही हैं इस वक्त।
मैडम क्या मांगा आपने?
अब करप्शन के विरुद्ध में युद्ध लड़ूंगी और उद्धव ठाकरे ये पूरा करप्शन की लंका लेके महाराष्ट्र में है, तो इस करप्शन लंका के विरुद्ध में अब युद्ध होगा।
अजान को लेकर वो चुप्पी साध लेते हैं, लेकिन हनुमान चालीसा को लेकर कितनी बड़ी कार्रवाई पर उतर आते हैं।
मुझे लगता है वो हिंदुत्व विरोधी उद्धव ठाकरे हैं। अगर थोड़ी भी विचारधारा अभी भी हिंदू की बाकी होगी तो आज वो अपनी रैली में हनुमान चालीसा पढ़कर वो शुरुआत करेंगे, नहीं तो हम तो युद्ध के मैदान में उतर ही गए हैं और पूरी करप्शन की जो लंका उनकी बीएमसी के माध्यम से और महाराष्ट्र में चल रही है उसके विरोध में हम लड़ेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि भगवा पहनकर ये कोई मैसेज नहीं, ये मेरे धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार है। मेरी पीढ़ी ने पहले भी किया है, हम भी करेंगे और मेरी आने वाली पीढ़ी भी करेगी। अंदाज तो बाड़ा साहब के साथ ही चले गया, ये बेअंदाज लोग रह गए हैं और हिंदू विरोधी लोग यहाँ रह गए और इनकी जो करप्शन की लंका है उसे खत्म करने के लिए ये युद्ध में उतरी हूँ और इनको खत्म करके ही सांस लूंगी।
मैडम वहाँ जब हनुमान चालीसा आपने किया था तो जेल हुई थी, यहाँ जो हनुमान चालीसा हुआ है इससे जो आपकी मनोकामना है वो लगता है आपने महाराष्ट्र में जब हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया तो जेल हुई है, यहाँ आज आपने हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया है, क्या?
मुझे लगता है जहाँ जहाँ केंद्र सरकार है वो हर राज्य में धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार करने के लिए कहीं मनाही नहीं है। यहाँ सिक्योरिटी भी दी गई, यहाँ प्रोटेक्शन भी दी गई और सेफली मंदिर तक भी लाया गया और हनुमान चालीसा भी हुआ और आरती भी हुई।
आगे की क्या योजना है? आगे की योजना क्या है? आगे की क्या योजना?
यही करना चाहती थी, धर्म के प्रचार प्रसार के लिए रोड का टैक्स हर कोई देता है और जो करप्शन की लंका लेके बैठे हैं उद्धव ठाकरे, उसे मुंबई महानगर पालिका जो बीएमसी है मुंबई की, हनुमान भक्त और राम भक्त उन्हें गाड़ने का काम इस बार करेंगे।
योजना क्या है आपकी?
मुझे लगता है मैं जंग की मैदान में उतरी हूँ और करप्शन जो लेकर उद्धव ठाकरे पिछले 2 पीढ़ियों से महाराष्ट्र में बीएमसी के माध्यम से बैठे हैं, वो जब तक करप्शन की लंका खत्म नहीं करेंगे तब तक मैं सांस नहीं लूंगी।
कह रहे हो यार? नहीं, मैडम।
And viewers, we're getting several voices that are pouring in. We have Atul Bhatkalkar on the phone line on this massive controversy that is erupting out of the national capital. Mr. Bhatkalkar, if I could come to you, thank you for talking to Republic TV. We are seeing this entire controversy that was unraveling there in Maharashtra as well, and now the Rana couple is there in the national capital and were able to finally carry out the Hanuman Chalisa part.
Yeah, that is in Delhi because there is police and law and order race with the central government, and this is totally exposed Uddhav Thackeray's pseudo-secularism, his so-called Hindutva-vadiness, and I again appeal to the Uddhav Thackeray that he should allow to recite the Hanuman Chalisa in the state of Maharashtra, and especially when Akbaruddin Owaisi, day before yesterday, came to Aurangabad, Sambhajinagar, and he paid homage to the Aurangzeb, who is the enemy of the country, not only Maharashtra. And so we are demanding not only Hanuman Chalisa should be recited in Maharashtra anywhere, at the same time, Shiv Sena CM should take immediate action against Akbaruddin Owaisi. State government should file FIR and sedition case against Akbaruddin Owaisi, and he should be arrested within a 24 hours.
But Mr. Bhatkalkar, where does this leave us when it comes to...
क्योंकि हनुमान चालीसा को लेके जिस तरह से हमारे पे कार्रवाई हुई और औरंगजेब के कब्र पे फूल डालने वाले पे कार्रवाई होती नहीं, ये हिंदुत्व को उद्धव ठाकरे भूल चुके हैं, बाला साहब के विचारों को भूल चुके हैं। मोदी जी का नाम लेके उन्होंने सत्ता लाई और मोदी जी के साथ ही विश्वासघात किया।
And Mr. Bhatkalkar, we have been hearing the Ranas as well, and even now today we are hearing them call out the Shiv Sena, stating that the Shiv Sena has really foundered from the path of Hindutva. They do not believe in the ideology of Hindutva anymore. That's also something that you were repeating. But where does this also leave us with the entire controversy of the loudspeakers and the Hanuman Chalisa debate, now that the Ranas are there in the national capital? Viewers, we will reconnect that line very soon, but we are seeing that the Rana couple making their way at the national capital inside of the Hanuman temple there in Connaught Place in the national capital were able to carry out the entire Hanuman Chalisa part as well today after the days of controversy of seeing resistance in Mumbai as well.
इस वक्त भी मंदिर के द्वार पर खड़ी है नवनीत राणा, और नवनीत राणा ये भी कह रही हैं कि इस पूरी लड़ाई में भले ही मेरे आंसू दिखे, लेकिन वो आंसू मेरी कमजोरी नहीं है, उसने मुझे और मजबूत किया है, मेरी हिम्मत और बढ़ाई है। इस वक्त देखिए नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा जो मंदिर के द्वार पर इस वक्त खड़े हुए हैं, और मंदिर के द्वार पर इस वक्त पुनः ऐसा लग रहा है कि पुनः प्रतिबद्धता को दोहरा रहे हैं। प्रतिष्ठा, जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा उन्होंने अंदर की, जो भगवान की मूर्ति के पास जाकर उन्होंने जो प्रण लिया, ऐसा लग रहा है कि उसे पुनः दोहराया जा रहा है, और उसे पुनः दोहराया जा रहा है मंदिर के द्वार पर, दिल्ली के हनुमान मंदिर में। ये क्या एक तरह का पूरा जो सियासी रण है जो यहाँ से शुरू हो रहा है, या फिर मैं कहूँ महाराष्ट्र से शुरू हो गया और वहां से अब दिल्ली आया है, और दिल्ली से कहां पहुंचेगा ये बड़ा सवाल है। क्योंकि आज जब नवनीत राणा ये कहती है कि दिल्ली के बाद कई और शहरों में जाएंगी, तो ये बात बिल्कुल तय है कि वो यहाँ रुकने वाली नहीं है। आपने दिल्ली के हनुमान मंदिर में उनकी तस्वीरें देखी हैं, लेकिन यहाँ से वो कई और शहरों में जाने की बात कर रही हैं। अब सवाल ये है कि हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ, उन्होंने कहा यहाँ हम आए, हमने हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ी, हमें यहाँ किसी ने रोका नहीं, और मंदिर की बात नहीं है, हमने पूरी तरह से चलकर किस तरह से पदयात्रा की, किसी ने हमारा रास्ता नहीं रोका है। ये यहाँ पर यही चीज महाराष्ट्र में हो सकती थी, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में हमें हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने से पहले ही रोक दिया गया।
And there you have our colleague Sucharita, in fact, reporting from the ground about what's really happening with the Rana couple, since they have made their way inside of the Hanuman temple. In fact, have already culminated their entire session of praying and chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, and we had heard both of them speaking to the media and still condemning Shiv Sena and still stating that such a simple thing could have also been done in Maharashtra, and why were they not allowed to do so?
गिरी हुई है क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल भी हैं, आम भक्त भी हैं, और उनके अपने समर्थक भी हैं जो इस वक्त मंदिर में मौजूद हैं, और उन्हीं की तस्वीरें नवनीत राणा जो कई सवालों के जवाब दे रही है, और ऐसा लग रहा है कि थक नहीं रही है। उनसे जितनी बार सवाल पूछा जा रहा है उतनी बार जवाब दे रही है, और एक मुस्कुराहट के साथ जवाब दे रही है। यानी उन्होंने ठान लिया है कि अब इस रण से वो पीछे हटने वाली नहीं है। उनके पति रवि राणा उनके साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं। वो तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा रही हूँ। नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा की तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रही हूँ। हाँ जी, और नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा की तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रही हूँ। और यहाँ पर क्योंकि उनका एक सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन भी है, उसका भी सम्मान हमें करना होगा, क्योंकि हर कहा जा रहा है कि यहाँ से हटने के लिए, क्योंकि वो सामने आ रही है, एक सांसद हैं और उनके पति विधायक हैं, तो उस सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन का भी सम्मान करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन देखिए जब उन्होंने पूजा की है मंदिर के अंदर, तो सीधे सीधे पूजा के बाद मंदिर के अंदर जब वो पूजा कर रही थी, तो उस दौरान भी कई लोगों ने सवाल पूछने की कोशिश की। तो उन्होंने कहा कि जिस वक्त पूजा है उस वक्त सिर्फ पूजा है, यानी वो भी एक संदेश देने की कोशिश की है कि पूजा में किसी तरह का कोई विघ्न नहीं होना चाहिए, हनुमान चालीसा के पाठ में कोई विघ्न नहीं होना चाहिए। ये जो तस्वीरें आप पीछे देख रही हैं नवनीत राणा की, ये रण जो है ये यहाँ से खत्म होने वाला नहीं है। देखिए सिक्योरिटी जो है वो भी मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ, सिक्योरिटी बढ़ी हुई है। नवनीत राणा, ये देखिए तस्वीरें आप देख लीजिए, इधर आइए आराम से। ये जो तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त देख रहे हैं नवनीत जी, एक मिनट
घर पे नहीं अभी।
नवनीत जी आज एक बार फिर से प्रण दोहरा दिया है। पूजा के समय आप बात नहीं कर रही थी, पूजा तो सिर्फ पूजा,
धर्म तो सिर्फ धर्म, संकट मोचन को नाम जपना, सिर्फ उनका ही नाम जपना, और करप्शन जो महाराष्ट्र में है, जिसकी लंका लेके उद्धव ठाकरे बैठे, उसे समाप्त करने की ललकार मैंने उसी दिन दे दी जिस दिन मैं जेल में गई।
लंका जलाने वाली बात कर रही हैं नवनीत जी,
करप्शन की लंका
कह रही है नवनीत राणा, हमारे साथ चल रही है, कह रही है कि करप्शन की लंका को जलाएंगी और आगे बढ़ेंगी। ये प्रण मैं इसलिए बार बार दोहरा रही है नवनीत राणा कि यहाँ पर खत्म होने वाला नहीं है, और यहाँ से एक उद्घोष है जो शुरुआत भर है, और ये शुरुआत लगातार दिल्ली में थमने वाली नहीं है।
मैं दिल्ली में हूँ, और दिल्ली में मैंने आरती भी की, हनुमान चालीसा भी किया, सिक्योरिटी से यहाँ लेके भी आए, और आज करप्शन की लंका के विरोध में मैंने आरती की।
दिल्ली के बाद कहा नवनीत जी, दिल्ली के बाद कहा नवनीत जी,
जहाँ मुझे मेरे धर्म के लोगों ने बुलाया, जहाँ उनको मेरी जरूरत पड़ेगी वहाँ रहूंगी, पर मैं पहले महाराष्ट्र को बचाऊंगी और साथ में पूरे देश के लिए।
आपने सुना नवनीत राणा क्या कह रही है कि जहाँ जहाँ धर्म को बचाने की जरूरत होगी, जहाँ जहाँ धर्म पर संकट होगा, वहाँ जाकर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगी, वहाँ जाकर हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ेंगी, और सिर्फ हनुमान चालीसा नहीं पढ़ेंगी। जरा उज्जवल साथ चलते रहिए, क्योंकि नवनीत राणा इस वक्त दिल्ली के हनुमान मंदिर पर है, और ये सोचिए कि वो अपने निवास स्थान से तकरीबन 2 किलोमीटर चलकर आई, यहाँ हनुमान मंदिर में पहुंची, और यहाँ पर आकर उन्होंने थोड़ी देर पहले, मेरे ठीक पीछे नवनीत राणा और रवि राणा इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, और यहाँ पर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ उन्होंने किया। सवाल बड़ी बात यह है कि ये एक शुरुआत है, वो बार बार कह रही हैं, यानी अब दिल्ली के बाद कौन सा शहर, कहां जाएंगी, किधर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ पढ़ेंगी, और वो कह रही हैं कि धर्म पर आंच नहीं आने देंगे, धर्म पर जो संकट है, यानी उनका सीधा कहना है कि महाराष्ट्र में धर्म पर संकट है, धर्म के रास्ते में अगर कोई आएगा तो उसके खिलाफ एक उद्घोष होगा, उसी का उन्होंने आज ऐलान किया है। यही कह रही हैं कि वही एक उद्घोष जेल में 12 दिन रहकर भी मैंने किया, क्योंकि वो जेल में 12 दिन सिर्फ एक सांकेतिक है कि कोई भी पीड़ा झेलने के लिए तैयार है अगर धर्म पर कोई आंच आएगी। और यही बात नवनीत राणा इस वक्त कह रही हैं कि दिल्ली के हनुमान मंदिर में जब पहुंची कि 12 दिन जेल में रहूं, क्योंकि हमने पूछा कि रिपब्लिक भारत आपसे पूछ रहा है, 12 दिन आप रही, उसके बाद आपके आंसू दिखे, क्या वो एक कमजोरी का प्रतीक भी माना जा सकता है। उन्होंने कहा अपने जीवन साथी को देखकर थोड़ी भावुक हुई, लेकिन वो आंसू मुझे पुनः शक्ति देते हैं कि मैं इस रण को और इस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाऊंगी। तो नवनीत राणा इस वक्त सीधे निकल रही हैं, दिल्ली से हनुमान मंदिर से निकल रही हैं और जा रही हैं अब अपने आवास स्थान पर। तो ये रण जारी रहेगा, लेकिन एक और रण ऐसा लग रहा है जो अदालती रण है, बनारस में जारी है, और बनारस में इस वक्त उसी रण के चलते जो कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया है कि वहां पर सर्वे होगा, सर्वे इस वक्त चल रहा है। अनुपमा के पास जा रहे हैं सीधे वाराणसी। अनुपमा,
The targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point. Not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country. The entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? What exactly is our Kashmir policy? Half measures don't work. Half measures are destined to fail. How can we ever have Naya Kashmir till we don't eliminate those who openly advocate violence? Why is there a growing feeling that the strength of the state unleashed after 370 was removed has been pulled back. The nation wants to know.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Gyanvapi Mosque survey begins. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque. Stay tuned for more details on the same.
Good evening and welcome. There is no point watching and supporting a film on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits if the genocide itself is allowed to carry on. And the killing, the targeted killing of Rahul Bhatt, just 36 years old, because of his religion, has become a tipping point, and it should. For not just Kashmiri Pandits, but millions across the country, the entire country are asking both the government and people like Omar and Mehbooba questions. Hurling tear gas and stun grenades at the Kashmiri Hindus protesting will not help the government. How come, I ask, were no stun grenades or tear gas thrown at those who blocked the highways in Shaheen Bagh? No tear gas at Shaheen Bagh? And how come there is tear gas and stun grenades thrown at the angry Kashmiri Hindus who have no other way to tell the government how vulnerable they feel and how vulnerable they have become? Is it fair, viewers? I say, is it fair? Is it fair, viewers? Is what is happening to Kashmiri Hindus fair? And to the government, I ask, what exactly is our Kashmir policy? I want to know. One day the BJP ties up with the profoundly anti-national PDP, regrets it. Then it acts tough on these groups after rightfully removing 370. And when these same Gupkar gang type fundamentally compromised people are out of custody, invites them, rolls the red carpet for them for discussions on the future of Kashmir. We want to discuss the future of Kashmir with anti-nationals. My view is clear, viewers, and if you agree with me, tell me. Let me say it with absolute clarity tonight. Half measures don't work. Half measures will not work. Call me a right-winger if you will, but half measures are destined to fail. Lip service for Kashmiri Hindus is not needed. Action for them is needed. And Operation All Out needs execution. Fear must be put into the minds of cowards who today are threatening all non-locals in Kashmir. We need to put fear into their minds. They are threatening all Pandits who go back to their roots. They say they will kill them. All those who work to defend national security and wear the uniform are being threatened in Kashmir. And I ask tonight, and you should ask too, how can we ever have Naya Kashmir till we don't eliminate those who openly advocate violence?
Viewers, we're straight away getting across to some breaking developments coming in when it comes to the entire loudspeaker debate, where Akrabuddin Owaisi in fact had made several statements when it comes to dog versus lions and remarks about we will bury the provocative politics as well. And now the first response of the MNS is coming in on Owaisi's brother's speech, where Yogesh Chikle has said that Akrabuddin Owaisi's in fact has visited the Aurangzeb tomb. He said that the MNS has no problem if he visited the Aurangzeb's tomb. He had said that like Aurangzeb in fact was buried in the soil of Maharashtra, the MNS will bury Akbaruddin provocative politics as well.
कल औरंगजेब की मज़ार पे अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी गए थे।
हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बाप की मजार पे अगर बेटा जाता है हमें क्यों दिक्कत हो भाई। लेकिन इतना हम बताते हैं, जिस तरीके से औरंगजेब को महाराष्ट्र के मिट्टी में गाड़े थे, उसी तरीके से अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी का ये भड़काऊ राजनीति भी इसी मिट्टी में गाड़ेंगे। और ये कुत्ता कितना भी भौंकने दो और भौंकने दो, हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि भौंकते हुए कुत्ते के गले में पट्टा कैसे बांधना है ना, ये हमको बखूबी मालूम है।
Viewers, we're getting you back-to-back breaking developments. And now Maharashtra BJP leader Arvind in fact has slammed the AIMIM MLA Akbaruddin Owaisi and has said that he has insulted the nationalist Muslims of the country by trying to glorify Aurangzeb as well. Let's listen into what Devendra Fadnavis had to say.
असं आहे की ठाकरे सरकारमध्ये हनुमान चालीसा म्हटली तर कारवाई आहे, परंतु काश्मीर तोडण्याचा नारा देणाऱ्यांवर कारवाई नाही आहे, शर्जीलवर कारवाई नाही आहे. आणि अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसींना या ठिकाणी मी सांगू इच्छितो की औरंगजेबाच्या कबरीचा त्या ठिकाणी महिमा मंडन करून तुम्ही महाराष्ट्रातल्या आणि देशातल्या देशभक्त मुसलमानांचा अपमान केलाय. औरंगजेब या देशामध्ये हिंदूंचा तर नाहीच पण मुसलमानांचा देखील नेता होऊ शकत नाही, कारण या देशावर त्यांनी आक्रमण केलाय. आणि ज्या औरंगजेबानं छत्रपती संभाजी राजांना अक्षरशः त्या ठिकाणी तडफडवून त्यांची निगरूण हत्या केली, अशा औरंगजेबाचं महिमा मंडन आम्ही मान्य करणार नाही. त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारे जर त्याचं महिमा मंडन कोणी करत असेल तर त्याच्यावर कारवाई झालीच पाहिजे. छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टीवर कारवाई करणारे, लीलावतीत एखादा फोटो त्या ठिकाणी ट्विट झाला तर त्याच्यावर कारवाई करणारे आता का गप्प आहेत, हा माझा सवाल आहे. त्यांनी कारवाई केली नाही तरी आम्ही हे सहन करणार नाही, याची जागा त्यांना दाखवल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही.
Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of how after Tamil Nadu Minister, JDS State President sparks controversy, says people from Gujarat sell Pani Puri in Karnataka. And giving you details of Navneet and Ravi Rana holding Padyatra in the national capital. Stay tuned for details.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Killers who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that what we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Firdaus!
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करे, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
Viewers, we're getting you some breaking updates as far as the fire that had broken out in the national capital is concerned. Now, the NDRF has joined the search and rescue operations in Delhi's Mundka's fire. And now, according to the assistant commandant, they have found body parts on the 2nd floor and would require at least 5 hours to complete the entire operations that are being carried out as well. There are debris clearing exercises that are also being carried out. Let's listen into what really is happening on the ground.
सर आपके कोई जने मिसिंग है, अभी हमने देखा आप कंप्लेंट बता रहे थे।
हाँ, मेरी क्या नाम है, भाई की बहू है, भतीजी है मतलब।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
क्या नाम है सर उनका?
मधु नाम है।
अच्छा, कब से मिसिंग है, मतलब किस समय? अच्छा,
कल से ही मालूम पड़ा, ऐसे गए थे तो वहाँ कोई जानकारी मालूम हासिल नहीं हुई है, फिर यहाँ भी चक्कर लगा रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल में।
कितने बजे गए थे वो वहाँ पे?
वो तो ड्यूटी 10 बजे जाते हैं,
सुबह 10 बजे।
सुबह 10 बजे।
अच्छा, और किस चीज़ में काम करती थी
वो? कैमरे बनते थे उसमें।
सीसीटीवी कैमरा।
हाँ, सीसीटीवी कैमरा।
तो उसमें काम करती थी।
हाँ।
तो क्या वहाँ से कोई रिपोर्ट आई है, अभी बातचीत हुई है, आप लोगों ने स्पॉट पे देखा हो क्या?
नहीं, वहाँ से फोन आया था किसी का, मेरे मिलने वाले का, कि वो मधुर कंपनी में आग लग गई।
अच्छा।
तो गए वहाँ, तो बहुत भयानक आग थी वहाँ, तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा कड़े जानकारी हासिल की, कुछ नहीं वहाँ पता किया। यहाँ आए थे 2-3 बार, यहाँ पता नहीं पड़ पा रहा कहाँ है, किस पोजीशन में है।
तो अभी यहाँ आपने डिटेल नोट कराई है?
हाँ, डिटेल नोट कराई है।
यहाँ जानकारी।
हाँ।
कितनी उम्र है मंजू जी की?
मधु जी की उम्र है करीब 25 साल।
25 साल। और कितने टाइम से यहाँ काम करते थे?
यहाँ करीब 7 महीने से काम करते हैं।
7 महीने से।
हाँ।
वहीं बैठा था बाहर, 4:15 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने और बचाया भी। अब ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे। बचाया तो 25-30 तक बचाया, मैं कैच किया है।
कैसे आपने उनको बचाया? कह रहे रस्सी लेके गए थे,
बांध के उसके बाद कैच कर रहे थे।
कहाँ से आपने, कहाँ रस्सी बांधी? कहाँ?
वहाँ रस्सी बांधे थे उस बिल्डिंग में, दूसरी बिल्डिंग पे। रस्सी बहा के एक बंदा वहाँ से बांधा ऊपर, और वैसे लटक कैच कर रहे थे। हाँ।
कई लोग, जब आग लग गई थी तो कई लोग खिड़की से कूदने का भी कोशिश कर रहे थे बचने के लिए, आपने वो सब देखा?
लोग क्या देखेंगे, कैच किया यहाँ से पब्लिक इधर अकेला कैच करके छोड़ देते थे, फिर कैच करते थे। जब आग लग गई भीषण, फिर भागने लगे हम लोग भी।
आप लोग भी भागने लगे?
हाँ, भागने।
आग क्या बहुत ज्यादा?
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करे, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become
a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnav Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माय वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं.
हमने सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र उठाने पड़ेंगे. ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है. किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं. हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा है, फिर भी मारा गया.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries.
Environmental activists staged a protest outside Buenos Aires office of agrochemical company Monsanto. The demonstrators aligned the Extinction Rebellion group said that the corporation's practices were damaging the environment and contributing to climate change. Activists smeared the glass entrance of the building in the Argentine capital with red paint before displaying banners, signs, and photos of people allegedly harmed by agrochemicals. Search and rescue operations were ongoing off Puerto Rico after at least 11 migrants were killed when their boat capsized the previous day. The vessel capsized about 18 kilometers north of the uninhabited islands of Desecho, west of Puerto Rico. So far, 11 bodies of Haitian women were found and 38 people were rescued. 36 of them were Haitians and 2 of the Dominican Republic. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Delhi police begins the investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building detained.
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा है, फिर भी मारा गया.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன் தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Killers who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clashes going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this process.
Top headlines at 11 a.m. A massive fire in Delhi's Mundka area. At least 27 people killed and 12 injured. Delhi police begins probe into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building detained. Gyanvapi Mosque survey begins. All stakeholders asked to be present in the mosque. After Tamil Nadu Minister JDS State President sparks controversy, says people from Gujarat sell Pani Puri in Karnataka. Hanuman Chalisa face-off in the national capital. Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital. And getting a news break right now, the Israeli forces have attacked the coffin bearers of the Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, the journalist who was shot while covering an Israeli military raid in the occupied West Bank of Jenin early on Wednesday. So the very dramatic visuals also coming in of the Israeli forces attacking the coffin bearers of the Palestinian journalist who was shot while covering an Israeli military raid in the occupied West Bank town of Jenin early on Wednesday. In fact, the United States in the latest has also condemned the Israeli security forces for intruding into the funeral procession of the Al Jazeera reporter who was killed on 10th of May while he was covering an Israeli raid in the city of Jenin in the West Bank. We will be going across to Abhishek as well for the latest on that.
नहीं, शुगर का सीए सुमन का किए, उनका शुगर सामान्य मिला। सब
And very dramatic, very disturbing visuals coming to light from the Mundka area of the national capital where the fire broke out last evening, in which 27 people have died so far. The casualty number is likely to go up, as has been told by our reporters. So very dramatic visuals coming in from Delhi's Mundka area where the rescue operations are still set to be underway. And the latest what we are told is that charred remains of human were also found. We have Sumi reporting from the very location. Sumi, over to you. What is the latest you are picking up? Well, we will go across to Sumi as well, who will be joining us. Yes, please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, Sumi, we can hear you. Tell us the latest.
Yes, absolutely. As far as the number of casualties are concerned, the number of officials, officials number that is coming our way is still 27, luckily. And in fact, we are right now in front of the building that is very close to Mundka metro station. This is that chart building that was gutted to fire yesterday at 4:45 p.m. And that's when the fire officials, the fire department was informed of the fire. And after which 10 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot to control the fire. However, after witnessing the intensity of the fire going up and the death toll also started getting reported since yesterday late at night, after which 14 to the 20 fire tenders were rushed to the spot immediately, and 30 fire tenders were pressed into service, and the whole night the rescue operation has undergone. And in fact, this particular spot, we can still witness the NDRF operation, rescue operation, which is still going on. And in fact, until now, there were fumes of smoke still coming out when the sprinkling of water was taking place. Let me tell you, let me break it down for our audience, for the benefit of our audience who's just joining the bulletin right now. This was a 3-storied building, and the first-storied building had the CCTV and router manufacturing company, and that is where the fire was reported for the first time, and that is where the fire was initiated as well. And gradually it moved to the subsequent floors upwards, and the building right next to it, which had a partition with broken panels, glass panels, show the kind of escape route that most of the people took. And in fact, what we're also getting to know from our highly placed sources within the DFS and the police and the Delhi police is that on the topmost floor there was a meeting going on when the fire was reported of 100 people. And in fact, what they are also suspecting is that close to 300 people were present there at the time of the fire, and 24 to 30 people were also rescued by the people who live in the nearby residences as well. And in fact, the fire department rushed to the spot at 4:45, but before that, a lot of the operation was also carried out by the people who live nearby, and close to 40 people have been sustaining serious injuries, and in fact, they have been admitted to the nearby hospital of Sanjay Gandhi Memorial Hospital, which is in Mongolpuri, and they are undergoing treatment. Or also, what we're getting to know is that 27 people.
So we just hold your thoughts there. We'll come back to you. Those are the exclusive visuals you are putting on our screens of the accused who have been arrested. The first visuals that we have accessed of the accused who have now been arrested in police custody after the massive fire that broke out in Delhi's Mundka area. Sumi, if you could give us more details of the arrested accused, the visuals of whom we are playing on our screens right now. Well, we will connect with Sumi again, but those are the visuals of the arrested accused with respect to the Delhi fire incident, which has claimed 27 lives till now. The massive fire that broke out that claimed lives of 27 people, and a lot of lapses also, what we are told, are being have also come to light. And the visuals on your screens of those the accused who have.
No more Riyaz! No more Rahul! No more Riyaz! No more Rahul! No more खून बहाना बंद करो बंद करो गुनाहों का खून बहाना बंद करो बंद करो Stop innocent killings! Stop innocent killings! Shot him so they go to
And the visuals on your screens right now are from JNK, the protest being carried out in Srinagar by the BJP workers there against Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmiri Pandit who was shot at by the terrorists. And the visuals we are getting to you live from Srinagar, JNK, where the protests are taking place. A lot of uproar there, massive outrage among the people, and the stage and the protests being carried out by the BJP workers there against the innocent killings which are taking place in JNK. So the workers there demanding justice for the Kashmiri Pandits, because remember, Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pandit, was shot at by the terrorist in JNK. And the visuals there on your screens of the protests which are taking place. In fact, a lot of outrage and massive protests which have been taking place in JNK across the valley. since after Rahul Bhatt was shot at by the terrorists in J&K. So we will be going across to our reporters as well to give us ground updates on the same. And those are the visuals of the protest which is currently taking place in Srinagar after the Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt was shot at by the terrorists in J&K. We have Zeenat also joining us live. Zeenat, give us more details. Massive outrage there by the BJP workers over the killing of Rahul Bhatt.
See, the protest is led by the BJP leader Altaf Thakur, who is leading the protest in the yellow shirt, one can see, and he's also joined the green shirt that he's wearing. In fact, he's joined by his party workers who are protesting against the Rahul Bhatt killing. Rahul lost his life day before yesterday in Chadora, where he was working in a tehsil office. So one can read also the plate card where he said that where it reads that stop killings and stop the harassment, stop innocent killings. That is what the BJP leaders are telling to the people across, that stop killings, stop these killings, because this is not leading Kashmir and Kashmiris to anywhere the innocent lives are being lost. We have witnessed yesterday also protests in South Kashmir. We have witnessed protests in North Kashmir, Baramulla, Sopore, and simultaneously in Sheikhpura, Badgaon, where the protesters, Kashmiri migrant pandits, they blocked the road for almost 24 hours after getting assurance from the LG administration. In fact, the Nitishwar Kumar also visited them late night, giving all the assurances that their demands will be taken care of. But we are seeing an outrage when it comes to Rahul Bhatt, because since day before yesterday, the BJP, or for that matter, even the political parties like National Conference or that PDP's Mehbooba Mufti has tweeted and condemned the killing. Similarly, yesterday we witnessed the killing of a constable, Riyaz Thakur, where the Sajjad loan coming from the People's Conference, saying that these killers are psychophants and they derive pleasure by killing the unarmed people. So we are
Going back to Zeenat for more on that. Zeenat, please continue. Tell us more about the demands specifically by the Kashmiri Pandits now, because high time back-to-back terror attacks taking place and the Kashmiri Pandits there demanding justice for the same.
Yes, right now the protests that we are beaming, the visuals that you see on the screen are coming from the Jawahar Nagar area of Srinagar, where the BJP leaders are in, they want justice to be delivered, they want the innocent killings to be stopped. You can read the placard, stop innocent killing, a very loud and a clear message coming from the BJP, although the Kashmiri Muslims are part of the BJP here, and one can see they are blocking now the road and demanding that the stop innocent killing of the innocent people needs to be stopped immediately. Although we are seeing the LG administration giving all the assurance to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly to the Pandit community, that whatever happened day before, this will not be repeated. They are investigating. We are also seeing the SIT has been constituted by the J&K administration, where the investigations are on since yesterday. But we see that in Jawahar Nagar of Srinagar, where the BJP leaders have blocked the road and they are demanding that such killings should be stopped, and also the security not only to the BJP workers or the leaders, but also security to the Kashmiri Pandits, who are almost in minority these days in number. So those killings should be stopped and the lives should be secured. So these are the visuals that we are beaming from the
And the visuals we are getting to you from Delhi, the national capital, the Mundka area where the fire broke out yesterday evening, which has claimed 27 lives so far. And the visuals we are getting to you are from the very spot. Remember, rescue operations are still underway and a lot of lapses also coming to light. So those are the exclusive visuals we are getting to you from the spot where the fire broke out. The rescue operations are still set to be underway. We have Sumi back with us. Sumi, take us through the latest information you are picking up with respect to the massive fire that broke out in the Mundka area.
Yes, absolutely. These are the live visuals of the first visuals of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal along with the Education Minister Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain who have arrived here. This is the cavalcade and these are the first visuals that Republic Media Network has brought to you. He is at the spot of Mundka fire spot and in fact he's just arrived. We are showing you the first visuals. Remember the fire spot a few meters away from the Mundka metro station and in fact apart from him there are a few other political ministers also coming here, but this is rather very significant considering the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal along with Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who is also the Education Minister, and Satyendra Jain coming here at this spot to take cognizance of the entire situation. Remember, this is very significant considering the fact that from here, ex gratia to the kin of the family of the deceased might be announced, and in fact, from here, he will also, and the entire delegation will also move to the hospital, Sanjay Gandhi Hospital as well, where the injured have been undergoing the treatment, and this is massive. Republic Media Network gave you the first visuals of the Chief Minister arriving at the spot, and in fact he is here to take cognizance of the entire fire incident. Remember, the fire incident was being reported at 4 yesterday, and after an hour the fire department got the information about the fire, after which 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. 27 people have lost their lives, and which is why now the Delhi Chief Minister along with the Deputy Chief Minister and his entire delegation has come here to meet people, and in fact they will also go to the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital to meet the family of the bereaved. And apart from that, we had seen how the central government has announced an ex gratia of 2 lakh to the kin of the bereaved families, and in fact 50,000 have been announced for people who have been sustaining serious injuries. We are hoping that Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling Aam Aadmi Party, will also be announcing the ex gratia from here, and in fact we'll cut to the bite live, but right now he has just arrived at the Mundka fire spot where he will take cognizance of the situation. He will also inquire about the inquiry that has been put in place by the Delhi police so far, and the DFS will also give him a report of the inquiry that has been conducted so far. As you correctly pointed out, there were many lapses that was reported in this particular building. It was a 3-storied building and there was only one exit and one entry, and that was the main cause of the suffocation, which is why the entire fire has claimed 27 lives, and in fact the number is also likely to go high according to the DFS. And what we are also getting to know that a proper inquiry has also been put in place. The FSL already reached the spot and they have collected all sorts of sample necessary for taking the investigation forward. Here, all of the people living in the nearby area as well have rushed to speak to the Chief Minister, and in fact their main agenda will be to try to reach out to the Chief Minister and also to look for answers as to why it happened. This building had 0 NOC. This building had no NOC, and in fact the registration was also faulty.
Well, absolutely. So those are the first visuals we are getting to you of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well as Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia, who have arrived at the spot where the fire broke out, and Delhi Chief Minister there taking stock of the situation. Sumi, if you could tell us more about those who've been also arrested in connection with this fire incident while we keep up with those visuals of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who is at the spot.
Yes, absolutely. The Delhi Chief Minister has come here with his delegation of which comprises Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain. All these ministers have arrived here at the spot. There are a total of 40 people who have been said injured and who are undergoing treatment in the Rajiv Gandhi Hospital. And in fact, 11 of them have been seriously injured. And out of them, at least 50 people have been rescued from the building, and some of them are still reported to be missing. In fact, out of the 27 people, only 2 have been identified, and the identification process of the rest 25 is still underway because of the very grave situation of the bodies and the charred condition of identification is becoming very cumbersome for the officials to go ahead with. And in fact, the Delhi Fire Service deployed cranes as well to rescue those who were trapped in the building at the time of the blaze. However, the smoke from the building reached the topmost floors, after which suffocation was one of the main reasons. Suffocation was one of the main reasons as to why the entire fire has claimed 27 lives. And in fact, this was the recent this was a massive fire incident that was reported in recent times after the Anaj Mandi Filmistan incident was reported, that also claimed 43 lives. And certainly the kind of nature of the fire that was there was very, very intense, and which is why we are witnessing grave consequences of this entire incident.
Yes, Sumi, if you could tell us more from the visuals we can see on our screens. We can see Delhi Chief Minister being apprised of the whole situation. Chief Minister there taking stock of the whole incident and he's being given more information as to what all unfolded in this particular area where the fire broke out.
Yes, absolutely. We have the live visuals. We have the live visuals of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal taking stock of the entire situation. He's here to not only take stock of the situation, but also to inquire about the investigation that has been put in place since the fire was reported. On your screens are the live dramatic visuals of the delegation of Aam Aadmi Party that has just arrived. And in fact, the building shows the horrifying nature of the fire that was reported yesterday at 4:45 p.m. And in fact, we can still spot a few NDRF official members trying to carry forward the rescue operation that has been going on since 4 p.m. yesterday. It's been more than 16 to 17 hours since the rescue operation has been going on, and in fact 27 is the official number. 27 is the death toll that has been reported by DFS as well as the Delhi police officials. However, the DFS has also told us that the number is likely to go high, and that's going to be really, really unfortunate. 50 people have been injured in the entire fire that was gutted, and in fact the cause of the fire has to be ascertained yet, and which is why the inquiry has been put in place. The FSL team also arrived at the spot, and constantly Samir Sharma, the DCP of the Southwest, has been constantly coming here and taking stock of the entire situation. Central government, however, has announced an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees to the bereaved family, to the kin of the bereaved family, and 50,000 has been announced to the injured. However, we are awaiting for a similar announcement from the Aam Aadmi Party as well, and we are hoping that that announcement will be made from this very platform, as it is going to be very significant. In fact, after coming to the spot here at Mundka, which is a few meters away from the Mundka metro station, the entire delegation by the Delhi government that has arrived here will also go to the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, Mongolpuri, where the injured people have been undergoing treatment since 17 hours. And in fact, it is highly unfortunate the way it has happened. The cause of the fire is still not ascertained, and as we are witnessing here, the delegation is moving forward and might leave any moment now. And in fact, the Arvind Kejriwal will also go to the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, where the injured are undergoing treatment, and he will also meet the families there to also express the condolences. And let me tell you that out of the 27, 25 are still being identified. The identification process has become an entirely complex process. because of the nature of the fire, as it speaks volumes about the kind of fire that they were subjected to. At the time of the fire, at the topmost story of the building, there was a meeting. There was a meeting that was going on of 100 people, and in fact, the fire was first caught in the first-story building. After which, it went up to the second floor, and subsequently, it went to the third floor as well. The first floor had the CCTV and router manufacturing company, and had a lot of plastic material. It had a lot of stocks of materials that was made of plastic, and which is why the dousing of the fire.
आग थी और कई लोग ऑन द स्पॉट जल के उनकी डेथ हो गई है और इतनी ज़्यादा उनकी बॉडीज़ क्षत विक्षत हो गई है कि अभी तक काफ़ी उनमें से पहचान भी नहीं पाए हैं। यहाँ पे हमने DN की तरफ से एक हेल्प डेस्क भी लगाया है। जो लोग मिसिंग रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं उन लोगों की मदद के लिए, और FSL के ज़रिए DNA की जांच करके आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएंगे कि किसकी बॉडी किस फैमिली की है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जो लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, उनके घर के लोगों को ये बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दे। दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी मैंने ऑर्डर कर दी है। अभी DM यहीं पे मौजूद थी और मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी की जाएगी, और जो लोगों की डेथ हो गई है उन्हें दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से 10-10 लाख रुपए का मुआवजा दिया जाएगा, और जो लोग घायल हुए हैं उनको 50-50 हज़ार रुपये का मुआवजा दिया जाएगा। ये जो दो भाई थे इनको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, लेकिन जो भी गिल्टी है, जो भी जांच में निकल के आएगा उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
अरविंद, इसमें एक और बात कि कितने लोगों की अब तक और डेथ की कैजुअलिटी की संभावनाएं जताई जा रही है, क्योंकि बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 150 लोग उस वक्त मोटिवेशनल स्पीच में थे सेकंड फ्लोर पर।
उतना नहीं है, लेकिन अभी मैं आधिकारिक तौर पे कुछ कहने की स्थिति में नहीं हूँ। जब तक सारा वो DNA वगैरह की जांच नहीं हो जाती तो एग्जैक्ट नंबर पता चलेगा।
किसकी लापरवाही कई जगह पे रही,
ये जांच में पता चलेगा। मैजिस्ट्रियल जांच के जब नतीजे आएंगे तो पता चलेगा कि कौन, अगर कोई ऑफिसर जिम्मेदार था, कोई एजेंसी जिम्मेदार थी, लेकिन इस वक्त हम जांच की वेट करें।
एक और इसमें है कि सिविक बॉडीज से लेकर फायर डिपार्टमेंट, दिल्ली सरकार का रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट, तमाम लोगों की इन्वॉल्वमेंट इसमें रहती है। लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो निचले लेवल पर
किसी को भी नहीं बख्शेंगे, एक बारी जांच के नतीजे आ जाने दीजिए।
जी ठीक है, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
So, Delhi Chief Minister addressing the media and saying that 10 lakh ex gratia would be given to the deceased and 50,000 to those injured. Also going on to mention that an inquiry has been ordered and that the guilty will not be spared. And also going on to mention that the DNAs are being examined because it's been difficult so far to identify the deceased.
Now we're witnessing the visuals of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal exiting the Mundka spot, and in fact he was here and he made certain significant statements as to how the culprits, the perpetrators, will not be spared. Let me tell you that the owner of the companies that were rented here have already been detained, and in fact later during the day they were arrested as well by the Delhi police officials. And in fact Arvind Kejriwal along with the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia have already left the Mundka spot, and now they are rushing towards the Sanjay Gandhi Memorial Hospital that is a few meters away from this very spot, a few kilometers away from this very spot, to meet the family of the bereaved as well as the injured people. And as I was saying, he also did not put a significant announcement as to how many people have been injured, but what we are getting to know from the officials is that 27 people have been injured, and out of them 25 of them are still being in the process of identification, and 2 of them have been identified in the identification process.
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Firdaus!
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी वही जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
So those are the visuals we are getting to you from Ludhiana, where the road show for JP Nadda is set to take place. Remember, just yesterday Nadda was in Kullu, where he held another mega road show, and now today we have JP Nadda, who is in Ludhiana. In fact, what we are told is that Nadda is scheduled to attend a number of public and organizational programs during his visit. The live visuals we are getting to you from Ludhiana, where JP Nadda is currently holding a mega road show. And as we speak, Jai Shri Ram chants are being heard across the place as JP Nadda is holding a road show in the area. We have Amandeep for more on that. Amandeep, what more can you tell us?
Well, exactly. BJP National President today is in Ludhiana and holding a road show. And in fact, yesterday he was in Himachal Pradesh, that is a poll-bound state. Just because JP Nadda is trying to establish the BJP in Punjab as well, and that is the reason. This time he is holding a massive road show and getting a massive response in Ludhiana. And well, there are certain people who are very much inclined towards the BJP. Just because in Punjab Assembly polls, BJP has contested alone elections and having a certain good amount of vote bank in Punjab as well. That is the reason. And Ludhiana is the hub of the BJP, and even there are certain leaders from the side of the Punjab, they are accompanying BJP National President JP Nadda as well. But you can see, as you can see the visuals also, that is very much revealing that how BJP is getting the response this time. A road show with a massive crowd is very much telling that BJP
yes,
is getting
Amandeep, keep tracking all the latest. We'll keep coming back to you. But the visuals for now from Ludhiana, where Nadda is holding a road show.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic politics of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out our
people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
अपना हमेशा ही व्यवहार है पता नहीं क्यों की करिए ना करते बीजेपी ड्यूटी करिए ड्यूटी उन्होंने अगे आके थोड़ी होनी थोड़ी पीछे आके तो फिर कितने ड्यूटी होनी है अरे भाई मेरे थोड़ा व्यू तो चलना फिर रुक जा तू ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਵੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੀ ਵੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਹੈ ਕਰੀਏ ਕੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਾਜੀ ਆਗੇ ਚੱਲਿਆ
So the visuals there from Ludhiana, massive road show for JP Nadda, and Jai Shri Ram chants being heard as people there welcoming the BJP chief. Those are the visuals we are getting to you from Ludhiana, where JP Nadda is currently holding a road show, and he is set to undertake a lot of rallies as well and back-to-back meetings during his visit to Ludhiana. Back-to-back news breaks coming in. This one with respect to the Himachal Khalistan terror plot case. The latest what we are told is that the Himachal police has arrested a resident of Morinda, and the accused who has been identified, his name is said to be, in fact, he was arrested by the Himachal police in connection with putting off pro-Khalistan flags and writing slogans on the walls of Himachal Assembly in Dharamsala. So the visuals there as well of the accused who has been arrested by the Himachal police. This after Khalistan flags were put outside the Himachal Assembly. So a big breakthrough there with respect to the Himachal Khalistan terror plot. We have Gursimran for the latest. Gursimran, one accused has been arrested with respect to the Himachal Khalistan terror plot case. What more can you tell us?
Can you please repeat the question?
Gursimran, we are now getting to know that the police has made an arrest in connection with the Himachal Khalistan terror case. What more can you tell us?
See, the arrest has been made from the Morinda area of Punjab, and pertinent to mention that these all are those people who were in touch with the radical Khalistani groups, those who were trying to defame India by spreading their anti-India propaganda. And this was part of that module, that the conspiracy that was hatched by Gurpatwant Singh Pannu and his associates, those who are active members of the banned terror outfit Sikh for Justice, and they hatched a conspiracy that not only in Punjab but in Haryana and Himachal they will also be unfurling the Khalistani flag, will be raising those flags against the Union of India, against the integrity of the Union of India. And acting on that, the Himachal police has made one more arrest from the Morinda area of Punjab. Now pertinent to mention that they have also threatened the CM Jairam Thakur and the DGP of Himachal Pradesh, wherein they have said that those providing any details for the foreign visit of these two and their family members, they will be given $25,000 reward. So this is the entire conspiracy that was hatched, and acting on those the incident which took place in Dharamshala, wherein outside the Vidhan Sabha of Himachal Pradesh there were posters and the flags of Khalistan raised by the pro-Khalistani activists, pro-Khalistani terror sympathizers, after which the police swung into action, and now another arrest has been
made, and now the police is trying to get more details that how those sitting abroad were in touch with those in Punjab to make this happen, and how this entire nexus is working.
Well, absolutely, Gursimran. Thanks for the moment. In fact, we have a reaction soundbite of the Ropar police official as well. Let's listen in.
अप्रैल को सुबह सुबह कुछ खालिस्तान के जो बैनर थे वो हमारे ऑफिस के बाहर जो रोड है उसके ऊपर लगे हुए थे, तो उसमें इमीडिएटली रोपड़ पुलिस ने FIR रजिस्टर करके उसकी तफ्तीश जो है वो स्टार्ट कर दी थी। तफ्तीश के दौरान कुछ करीब एक हफ्ता पहले हिमाचल में भी विधानसभा के बाहर कुछ बैनर्स जो है वो आए थे, उसमें हिमाचल पुलिस को एक अच्छी लीड मिली, जिसके तहत उन्होंने हमारे से कांटेक्ट भी किया और उन्होंने कहा कि मुरंडा का एक बंदा जो है जो उनके केस में इन्वॉल्व है, तो वो हमारे पास आ गए। तो एक जॉइंट रेड पे ये जो बंदा था उसको अरेस्ट किया गया। अरेस्ट करने के बाद हमने भी उससे जो तो अपनी केस के रिगार्डिंग जो पूछताछ की, तो वो प्रिलिमिनरी तौर पे वो ये मान गया है कि वो हमारा जो 13 अप्रैल वाला इंसिडेंट है वो भी उसने अपने साथी के साथ मिलकर किया है।
So the Ropar police, they're addressing the media after an arrest has been made by the police in connection with the Khalistan flag case. The accused who has been arrested now, and what we're also told is that during the interrogation, the accused also accepted that he, along with his accomplice, had put up Khalistan banners outside the Himachal Pradesh Assembly. Now, tragic scenes were witnessed in the outer Delhi's Mundka, where a massive fire engulfed the building, killing at least 27 people and forcing many others to jump from the window to escape for safety. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Sumi from the national capital.
वहीं बैठा था बाहर, 4:15 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आए रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने और बचाया भी। अब ये नहीं मालूम कि किसने बचाया और किसने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे। बचाया तो 25-30 तक बचाया, मैं कैच किया है।
कैसे आपने उनको बचाया? कह रहे रस्सी लेके गए,
रस्सी बांध के उसके बाद कैच कर रहे थे।
कहाँ से आपने, कहाँ रस्सी बांधी? कहाँ?
वहाँ रस्सी बांधे थे बिल्डिंग में, दूसरी बिल्डिंग पे रस्सी बहा के एक बंदा वहाँ से बांधा ऊपर और वैसे लटक कैच कर रहे थे। हाँ,
कई लोग जब आग लग गई थी तो कई लोग खिड़की से कूदने का भी कोशिश कर रहे थे बचने के लिए, आपने वो सब देखा?
वो तो नहीं देखा, हम लोग कैच कर रहे थे, हम लोग क्या देखेंगे? कैच किया यहाँ से पब्लिक इधर अकेला कैच करके छोड़ देते थे, फिर कैच करते थे। जब आग लग गई भीषण तो भागने लगे हम लोग भी।
आप लोग भी भागने लगे?
हाँ भागने
आग क्या बहुत ज्यादा इस तरफ भी आने?
है, इस तरफ आ रही थी आग। हाँ
हवा चल रहा था इसलिए इस तरफ काफी ज्यादा आ रही थी।
ज्यादा आ रहा था। हाँ
और जो 25-30 लोगों को आपने बचाया, उसके अलावा और कितने लोग उस समय बिल्डिंग में मौजूद थे जब आग?
इतना नहीं मालूम है कितने लोग हैं उसमें।
हाँ।
गिनती हम नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि हम बचा रहे थे, हमको खुद नहीं मालूम था, चिल्ला चिल्ला के।
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, as the Gyanvapi Mosque survey begins, we'll get you ground reports from the survey site.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide a weapon if you are not able to provide a security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोगों के काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग यहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा, फिर भी मारा गया।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained, 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
दौड़
गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिस के अंदर, तहसील ऑफिस के अंदर, और एक एसपीओ जो उसकी किलिंग हुई है। हम उस किलिंग के खिलाफ इनोसेंट किलिंग बंद करने के प्रोटेस्ट में आज हमारे पीडीपी ने जम्मू यूनिट ने आज ये प्रोटेस्ट निकाला है। और इस गवर्नमेंट को ये चेतावनी देते हैं कि आए दिन कोई ना कोई इनोसेंट किलिंग रोजमर्रा कश्मीर में, जम्मू में, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में हो रही है। इसको रोकने के लिए ये क्या इकदाम कर रहे हैं? ये रोज झूठे खोखले बातें करते हैं मगर अभी तक कोई नहीं किया। एक गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय जो अपनी तहसील ऑफिस के अंदर उसकी चेयर पे बैठे हुए राहुल भट्ट को इन्होंने गोली मार के मार दिया। वो सिक्योरिटी कहाँ थी? ये टोटल सिक्योरिटी का लैप्स है कि तहसीलदार के मैजिस्ट्रेट पावर रखता है, वहाँ सिक्योरिटी कहाँ थी? और राहुल भट्ट को मुझे एक और चीज़ पता चली है, उसमें कितनी सदाकत है। मैं चाहूँगा कि उसके लिए एक SIT कायम की जाए, एक इंक्वायरी कमीशन बिठाया जाए और मुकर्रर वक्त के अंदर उसकी रिपोर्ट शामिल करे कि राहुल भट्ट जब जम्मू में किसी अपने रिलेटिव को नारायणा हॉस्पिटल में था तो उसको ऑफिस से फोन क्यों आ रहे थे, उसको बार बार वहाँ क्यों बुलाया जा रहा था? ये इंक्वायरी का विषय है। इसके पीछे क्या साजिश है कि उसको क्यों बुला के वहां कुर्सी पे बिठा के गोली मरवा दी? मैं चाहता हूं राहुल भट्ट हमेशा अमर रहेगा और राहुल भट्ट के मूवमेंट लेगा।
ये लगता है कि आप जो हैं इसको कम्युनलाइज कर रहे हैं। महबूब मुफ्ती कह रही है कि माइनॉरिटीज को टारगेट करने की कोशिश है। कल जो
आपने सुना होगा, हमारी पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट ने कल जो बयान दिया, आपने नहीं सुना? उसने पूरी मुस्लिम कौम को, पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर की मेजॉरिटी कौम को ऐलान किया कि हर मस्जिद में ये दुआ करें और ऐलान करें कि जितने भी मिनॉरिटी के लोग वहाँ पर हैं उनकी हिफाजत उनके हाथ में है। इसलिए ये कभी नहीं कह सकते। हम पीडीपी ने हमेशा सेकुलरिज्म की बात की है। ये लोग कहते हैं क्रिमिनल लाइन, ये उसको बढ़ावा देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। राहुल भट्ट की मौत ये साबित करती है कि उसको बुला के कुर्सी पे बिठा के गोली किसने मरवाई, उसको अब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंदर अपने ऑफिस में गोली किसने मरवाई, ये इंक्वायरी करे। हमारी पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट राहुल के वहां जाना चाहती थी, उसको ब्लॉकर कर दिया, उसको नजरबंद कर दिया। जब भी कोई ऐसी किलिंग होती है हमारी पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट महबूब मुफ्ती हर एक के घर जाना चाहती है मगर उनको नहीं जाने दिया, उनको नजरबंद किया जाता है। इसके पीछे क्या? फिर ये इल्जाम लगाते हो कि वो क्रिमिनल है। बताइए क्या क्रिमिनल है? जब ऐलान कर रही है हमारी पार्टी कि हम सारे लोग यूनाइटेड इस मसले पे, ये इंसानियत का कत्ल है, किसी कौम का कत्ल नहीं, ये इंसानियत का कत्ल है।
मुसलमानों को बदनाम करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
तो वो तो हो रहा है ना, बदनाम नहीं कर रहे हैं। अभी जो कह रहे हैं कि ये क्रिमिनल लाइन दे रहे हैं, तो बदनाम किसको किया जा रहा है? बदनाम का निशाना किस पर है? फिर जब वो ये ऐलान कर रही है सारी कम्युनिटी से कि एक दूसरे की हिफाजत करें, इंसानियत का ऐलान करो, तो फिर क्रिमिनल कौन करवा रहा है? ये कौन लोग हैं? उनकी निशानदेही करो जो ऐसे इल्जाम लगाए कि उनको बदनाम कर रहे हैं। अब क्रिमिनल है, क्रिमिनल रहे, अब क्रिमिनल नहीं, अब पूरी कौम के रखवाले बनना चाहते हैं, सबको एक साथ लेके चलना चाहते हैं। इसलिए मेहरबानी होगी आप उस बयान को तोड़ मोड़ के मत बताओ। हम जो आज का प्रोटेस्ट हमारा है ये एक इंसानियत नाते हम चाहते हैं कि उसको राहुल भट्ट अमर रहे और वो इसी तरह जो जितने भी किलिंग हुई है उनकी इंक्वायरी हो और एक हफ्ते के अंदर उनका जवाब है।
So the PDP is demanding that there should be a SIT be formed and also that the government should make it clear that who were those people who not only called the Rahul Bhatt but once again they reiterated that this is an attempt to defame the Muslim community. Once again the PDP Vice President Hamid Chaudhary has reiterated the same. Thus PDP once again giving a communal color to the same that they won't say anything but will give a communal color.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clashes going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route. in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं। हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide a weapon if you are not able to provide a security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज।
News in brief, Union Minister Jitendra Singh held a high-level meet with Jal Shakti Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat to review the progress of work at the Uj multi-purpose project in the Kathua region of Jammu and Kashmir. The meet was attended by Union Secretary of the Jal Shakti Ministry as well. After several rounds of meetings in the last few years, Central Water Commission did a detailed techno-economic review of the project. Assam police arrested 9 people for allegedly smuggling cattle from Dhemaji to Nagaon and from Nagaon to Shillong. Police also rescued 102 cattle heads and seized 7 vehicles as well. The SP of the area said that further investigation is underway. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as the Gyan Vapi Mosque Survey Day 1 concludes.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं। हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide a weapon if you are not able to provide a security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है।
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये न्याय, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे।
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग यहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy is an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna
सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है और सर्वे की रिपोर्ट भी सबके सामने आएगी। ताले खोल के हुआ देखिए, कुछ ताले खोले गए, कुछ ताले तोड़ने पड़े, दोनों ही चीजें थी। नहीं, कल भी होगा। देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट विपक्षियों का अपना पक्ष है, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा सकते हैं। माननीय न्यायालय उस पर क्या करता है, ये न्यायालय की प्रक्रिया।
ये जो आज सर्वे हुआ है, इसका फर्क पड़ेगा जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कहा जाएगा उसको लेकर?
देखिए, इस पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, वो न्यायालय की अपनी प्रक्रिया है। अभी का जो आदेश है उसके तहत कार्रवाई चल रही है। और
एक सवाल और, जो कुछ निकला है क्या उसको आधार बनाएंगे अगर सर्वे में कुछ कहा गया रोकने के लिए? अच्छा,
उसमें अभी हम मीडिया में ये सब बातें नहीं कह सकते, उसके लिए क्षमा चाहते हैं।
एक हिंट ना दीजिए, तहखाने में वो तमाम चीजें दिखाई दी जिसको लेकर आप लोग कह रहे हैं।
देखिए, मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि सभी, मेरी नहीं, मैं सबकी कह रहा हूँ, सबकी परिकल्पना से कहीं अधिक बहुत कुछ है।
बहुत कुछ आपको दिखाई दिया?
नहीं, बस क्या है मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी अपनी बात रखी, दोनों पक्षों की सहमति से सर्वे हुआ। और
कल के लिए क्या बचा है सर?
देखिए, अभी तो बहुत कुछ बचा है।
अच्छा, क्या 3 दिन से भी ज्यादा सर्वे हो सकता है?
देखिए, कल के लिए समीक्षा कर लीजिए।
आप लोग गए कि नहीं? कंप्लाइंस हो रही है, ऑर्डर की जो कंप्लाइंस हो रही है ड्यू कंप्लाइंस ऑफ द ऑर्डर। देखिए, वो एडवोकेट कमिश्नर का कंडक्ट है, हम उसको क्वेश्चन नहीं कर सकते। सहयोग कर रहे हैं कि नहीं सहयोग? मैं कह रहा हूँ अनुपालन हो रहा है, स्मूथली हो रहा है, होने दीजिए। न्यायालय का सम्मान कीजिए।
क्या हुआ है आज?
कंप्लाइंस ऑफ द ऑर्डर तरीके से किया जा रहा है, कोई परेशानी नहीं
हुआ है। कितना
और खबर है नहीं सर, एक ये खबर आई कि सपेरे को बुलाया गया।
कितने हिस्से तक हो पाई, कितना परसेंट?
सर सारी जानकारी मैं सक्षम नहीं हूँ। देख सकते हैं कि ये कोई भी फोटोग्राफर जो है
अभी आगे का बच्चा है,
सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
किसी ने सारे पक्ष ने सहयोग किया और व्यवस्थित व सुचारू ढंग से हुआ।
ऐसा है, सुनिए, एक लाइन बता दे रहा हूँ। पक्ष विपक्ष जो थे, वादी प्रतिवादी, दोनों का भरपूर सहयोग रहा है। सर्वे की कार्रवाई शांतिपूर्ण चली है, शासन प्रशासन भरपूर सहयोग कर रहे हैं। और सर्वे के बारे में यह रिपोर्ट अत्यंत गोपनीय है। न्यायालय का आदेश है कि जो वैसा कुछ करेगा दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी। तो ऐसा प्रश्न आप लोग ही न करें। शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से सहयोग हो रही है और सर्वे हो रहा है।
प्रतिवादी पक्ष सहयोग
पूरा सहयोग किया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
चाबी देने में आनाकानी कैसे?
अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया, मैंने एक लाइन में कहा सहयोग हो रहा है तो सहयोग हो रहा है।
अच्छा कितना परसेंट अभी तक सही?
ये परसेंटेज मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा, कमिश्नर बताएगा, लेकिन सर्वे साथी ढंग से हो रही है। सर्वे हुआ 4 घंटे कंटिन्यू सर्वे हुआ, पसीने से भीग गए हम लोग, वादी प्रतिवादी सभी लोग सहयोग किए हैं और सरकार और प्रशासन भी भरपूर सहयोग किया है। सर्वे कार्रवाई शांति ढंग से चल रही है। अभी सर्वे बाकी है। कहाँ का जहाँ सर्वे करने थे वहाँ का हुआ, बाकी चीजें बताना प्रतिबंधित है। यह रिपोर्ट गोपनीय है।
कब तक चलेगी कार्रवाई? पूरा हो जाएगा?
कल के लिए डेट तो रखा गया, कल के बाद कल बताया जाएगा। कल 8 बजे प्रारंभ होगी। यह परसेंटेज बताना मुश्किल है, लेकिन कल भी रखा गया। लगभग मान कर चलिए हम लोग ऐसा कुछ हमने बता नहीं पाएंगे।
नहीं हुआ तो पश्चिमी द्वार की तरफ है ना,
हो सकता है आप अंदर होंगे।
Well, there you have a detailed ground report about what's really happening at the Gyanvapi Mosque. Remember, these are the survey team members, in fact, one after the other, who were getting out of the entire premises of the mosque where the videography was being done. As per the directions of the court, it was supposed to be done between 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and that's exactly what we saw happening. At about 8:15 a.m. in the morning, we had seen that the surveyors were going inside. And all of the people, in fact, who were going inside were made to keep their mobile phones outside of the premises of the mosque before they went in for the videography and the survey as well. Remember, none of the members of the surveyors...
जो साक्ष्य हैं वो आपके के हिसाब से हैं।
बिल्कुल हम लोग के ही भाई, हम लोगों ने साक्ष्य दिया ही है तो सारे अनुरूप अपने है, कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन सारे साक्ष्य देखिए गोपनीय है, माननीय न्यायालय की कार्रवाई है। ये साक्ष्य इसलिए डिस्क्लोज, कल फिर वही होगा, अंदर होगा बाहर होगा। अभी सब बचे हुए, बहुत बचे हैं अभी।
क्या बचा हुआ है
अभी पीछे बचे हुए हैं सारे साक्ष्य। बिल्कुल हो जाना चाहिए, कल परसों तक संभवतः प्रयास किया जाएगा, कल ही हो जाए। लेकिन अगर कल नहीं हुआ तो परसों फिर होगा। सब भाई तहखानों में हुए हैं, बाहर भी हुए हैं, कोई दिक्कत जी।
लाइट लेके गए थे आप तहखाने?
बिल्कुल लाइट लेके गए, लाइट तो प्रशासन ने उपलब्ध कराया था।
तहखाने कितने हैं सर?
तहखाने कई हैं, अब इसको मत खुलवाइए सारी चीजें। आज लगभग 40% हो चुके हैं।
40%
जी। अब तहखाने में बताया ना कि गोपनीय चीज है ये।
आज कितने तहखाने थे जिनका आपने?
अरे भाई इसको मत खोए, सारे साक्ष्य सबूत जो है न्यायालय में पेश होगा, इसलिए इसको डिस्क्लोज मत करवाइए।
कितने बजे सर्वे शुरू हुआ था?
फिर 8 बजे शुरू हो गया। अब ये सब बिल्कुल फोटोग्राफी वीडियोग्राफी सब हुई है और ये दस्तावेज इसको डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जा सकता है। ये
एक बात, इसकी शुरुआत तहखाने से ही क्यों हुई?
अब ये तो भाई हम लोगों का शुरुआत सामने तहखाना है, वहीं से शुरुआत हुआ है।
पूरा समर्थन किया।
अब अंदर अभी हम लोग गए नहीं है।
गौरी का कब?
बिल्कुल हो जाएगा, कल परसों
कल परसों में हो जाएगा।
ये देखने वाली बातें गोपनीय है।
ये मत बताइए,
ये देखने वाली
कि क्या बोलते हैं, कितने देर तक सर्वे चला, कितने
4 घंटे 8 बजे शुरू।
थोड़ा सा वेट करना पड़ा था। सोहन लाल जी
क्या देखा? जो उम्मीदें जता के
कल्पना से ज्यादा प्रमाण, बस इतना काफी है। सब पूरा सब चीज यथावत है।
तहखाने तक पहुँचे।
हाँ,
लेकिन थोड़ी सी देरी हो रही थी।
विजय हमारा।
कितने तहखाने को?
5
तहखाने
में भी याचिका लगाई गई है। हिंदू मुस्लिम पक्ष ने याचिका लगाई है कि सर्वे
उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
बता दीजिए, कहा जा रहा है पश्चिमी द्वार के 4 तहखाने आज खोले गए हैं। आज वहाँ पे सर्वे हुआ है।
हाँ, खोले गए।
पश्चिमी द्वार के आज 4 तहखानों का सर्वे हुआ है।
तस्वीरें जो दिखाई थी वो सब कुछ वही है।
फुल सेम सब चीज भी वैसे ही है।
तो क्या तो कल फिर से
ये बताइए, जैसे अयोध्या में देखा हमने बहुत लंबा विवाद चला, क्या लंबा तो नहीं रहा?
विक्ट्री दिखा रहे हैं, ये विक्ट्री क्या संदेश दे रही है?
बस
सोहन लाल जी को आप यहाँ पर सुन रहे थे, जो लगातार देखिए कह कुछ नहीं रहे थे, लेकिन बहुत कम शब्दों में ज्यादा, या उनकी जो हंसी है, उनकी जो विक्ट्री का
ये न्यायालय
ये पूरी आपसे भी उम्मीद है। तो
ये न्यायालय
तो कह दिया कि जाइए सर्वे कीजिए।
क्या साक्ष्य के बाद क्या साक्ष्य नष्ट भी हुए?
बात मत बताइए आप, बस इतना।
नहीं, ये न्यायालय का विषय
नष्ट भी हुए,
खंडित किया गया।
ये सारी चीजें हम
खंडित हुआ या नहीं हुआ है?
अब न्यायालय में आएगा सारी चीजें, ये हम नहीं बता सकते। ये मामले कुछ गोपनीय
वकील साहब नहीं बताएंगे कह दीजिए।
जी, ये चीजें नहीं अभी जानकारी
देख रहे हैं, क्या सोचेंगे जिनकी उम्मीद है आपसे?
ऐसी बात नहीं है, देश के लोग देख रहे हैं, लेकिन वो न्यायपालिका के माध्यम,
सच तो बता के जाइए।
न्यायपालिका के माध्यम से सच सबके सामने आएगा।
वो आपको सुनना चाहिए।
कोई इशारा नहीं सर, एकदम नहीं सर।
आप 4 घंटे सब देखे अपनी
न्यायपालिका के
4 घंटे सब आपने आंखों से देखा है।
जी,
वही जो उम्मीद की थी वही देखा है आंखों से। जो हम तस्वीरें साल पुरानी वही देखा आपने।
जी
आपके अपने की जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज है वो ये बता रहे हैं।
Well, there you have one after the other the surveyors coming out, and my colleague Piyush is right there on the ground getting us the details. Piyush, we are hearing the voices of the people, in fact, who had gone inside, the videography that was done as well. Tell us the details about what really happened inside when the surveyors went in from 8 to 12.
Well, Priyanka, what we're now learning is that the survey of the first day has now come to an end. The surveyors had gone there inside the mosque. Around 52 people were allowed to enter inside. They were also provided with enough electricity, and also the battery torches were also provided to them by the administration. Now the first day of survey has concluded. That's the other side where the deployment continues to be.
Well, viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up from Gujarat now, where the Gujarat ATS has carried out a complete crackdown on the organized crime syndicate in the state of Gujarat that was being busted. But the Saurashtra region, in fact, especially from Botad and in and around those districts as well, where there was an organized crime syndicate that was being carried out as well. There were at least 37 more people that have been taken into custody by the Gujarat ATS, and 78 pistols that have been seized by the teams as well in the Saurashtra districts. Remember, this is the crime syndicate that the ATS has determined is bringing weaponry from Madhya Pradesh and then bringing it to Gujarat and subsequently supplying it to other states like Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Delhi as well. And this is the group members of a crime syndicate, in fact, that also supply weapon to people for a hit job, for extortion, kidnapping, and all of the other crimes as well. Let's listen in to the police officer, deputy superintendent himself, as to how the investigation is being carried out.
સૌરાષ્ટ્રના અમુક જિલ્લાઓમાં ભારે માત્રામાં હથિયાર આવ્યા હોય તે અન્વયે તપાસ એટીએસ કરી રહી હોય તેમાં પ્રથમ 5 તારીખ સુધીમાં 24 આરોપીઓ પાસેથી 58 જેટલા હથિયારો મેળવવામાં આવ્યા હતા. ત્યારબાદ જે બે મુખ્ય આરોપીઓ હતા દેવેન્દ્ર અને ચાપરાજ, તેઓની રિમાન્ડ મેળવી રિમાન્ડ દરમિયાન તેઓ પાસેથી અન્ય 6 હથિયારો તેમજ 18 જેટલા કારતૂસ તેઓ પાસેથી મેળવવામાં આવ્યા હતા. તેઓ પાસેથી કોણે આટલા વર્ષોમાં હથિયારો આપવામાં આવ્યા છે, કોણે હથિયાર તેઓ પાસેથી લીધા છે,
and we have determined the history of who all these people have supplied weaponry to.
વ્યક્તિઓના નામ જાણવા મળ્યા હતા.
We are also trying to determine if there are any other counterparts of these people so that they can also be taken into custody.
37 આરોપીઓની ધરપકડ કરી કુલ 78 જેટલા વેપન્સ તેઓ પાસેથી કબજે કરેલ છે અને સાથે 18 લાઈવ કાર્ટ્રીજ તેઓ પાસેથી મેળવવામાં આવેલ છે.
Well, viewers, we're cutting across to another breaking update that we're getting now from Jammu and Kashmir, where the very crucial Gupkar Alliance meeting is underway at Farooq Abdullah's residence. And now, very interestingly, we see that the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti also attends the meeting as well. Remember, even several crucial issues about the valley are on the agenda for discussion with the Gupkar Alliance. Of course, some of the major issues will that be of the delimitation as well. since it is something that has been making the rounds, and it is a report that has also been submitted to the authorities as well to find out how exactly the delimitation process will take place so that elections can take place in the Jammu and Kashmir. There are several other agendas as well that will be discussed by the Gupkar Alliance meeting that is currently underway at Farooq Abdullah's residence, and now we are seeing the visuals of the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti also attending the meeting as well to discuss several crucial points about Jammu and Kashmir. And also, let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live on the broadcast with more details. Zeenat, tell us more about what you're picking up with respect to what's really being discussed in this meeting that is currently underway. What's all on the agenda, and what all has been discussed so far?
See, it's a hurriedly called meeting by PAGD Chief Dr. Farooq Abdullah, and the meeting is taking place at his residence here in Gupkar, where from I am reporting. In fact, only the 4 people have joined the meeting. That also includes PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti and also the spokesman of PAGD Mohammad Yusuf Targami, a communist leader coming from the Kulgam district of South Kashmir. We need to see this meeting has been hurriedly called, and this is coming at a time when the protests are going on across Jammu and Kashmir as far as the Rahul Bhatt is killing is concerned. Although Delimitation Commission has also made his report public, and the leaders have already given their reactions on the report. If we talk about Umar Abdullah is not in the Kashmir Valley. He is traveling in Rajouri and other districts of the Jammu region. But this time the closed door meeting has been called by Dr. Farooq Abdullah, PAGD chief, and also the chief of National Conference, the political party, and also he is an MP from Srinagar representing Srinagar constituency. So they have called a closed door meet where needs to be seen what is being discussed. What I am picking from the sources is that they are discussing about the killing of Rahul, but although the National Conference leaders have expressed their anger, and also they have expressed their sympathy with the family and have pushed the administration to give justice to the family of Rahul. But yes, Dr. Farooq has called for the PAGD meeting, and needs to be seen whether Dr. Farooq Abdullah will speak to the press why the meeting was called. But as of now, we are picking from the sources that they are discussing the killing of Rahul Bhatt, and also this time it is a major issue the way the Kashmiri Pandits have been blocked inside their migrant camp, because the videos have gone viral on social media, and across Jammu and Kashmir it is being discussed that the Kashmiri Pandits, despite giving all assurance by the administration that the LG will meet them, he will pay visit to them, but LG did not pay. But yes, Nitishwar Kumar and also the Divisional Commissioner Administration, Kashmir Administration, Police Chief visited the Kashmiri Pandits in Sheikhpura colony, but it seems that the Kashmiri Pandits are not quite happy with the people, the administration, those who visited them, and they are still demanding that the LG should pay visit and listen to the plea of Kashmiri Pandits. As per the Kashmiri Pandits, that the promises that have been made to them by the administration, those promises were never fulfilled. But yesterday we witnessed that 19 Kashmiri Pandits were transferred from one district to another. That was the first demand coming from Kashmiri Pandit migrants in Sheikhpura, and also the sit has been constituted by the Jammu and Kashmir government. This meeting at the Farooq Abdullah's residence.
That's right. Zeenat, they're getting us the details of that very crucial Gupkar Alliance meeting that is currently underway at Farooq Abdullah's residence itself, and we are seeing one after the other several leaders walking in, and Mehbooba Mufti also now attending this meeting as well. We will have to see what really is discussed. But moving on to another breaking update that we're getting right there from the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, after Maharashtra and Karnataka, now the ban of the illegal loudspeakers demand has reached Jammu and Kashmir as well. It has been learned that a resolution will be moved in the Jammu Municipal Corporation seeking removal of illegal loudspeakers today itself. And we have seen how the entire controversy has gotten bigger in Maharashtra and in Karnataka as well, where there are glowing demands for removing of loudspeakers and multiple pleas to make sure that this entire controversy is not made religious or communal, but only to make sure that the noise pollution and decibel is maintained in the environment are the pleas that are being made by the political leaders as well. But now we see that this entire issue is also reaching Jammu and Kashmir. Let's take a look at the conversation that my colleague Gursimran had with the mayor there, and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates.
पूरे देश में हमने देखा कि मांग उठ रही थी कि जो इलीगल लाउड स्पीकर हैं उनको बैन किया जाए। आज जम्मू कश्मीर में भी ये मांग पहुंच गई है। क्या प्रोसेस रहेगा जो फॉलो किया जाएगा, क्यों आज रेजोल्यूशन मूव हो रहा है?
हमारे एक पार्षद हैं वार्ड नंबर 3 से नरोत्तम शर्मा जी, उन्होंने ये प्रस्ताव रखा है, रेजोल्यूशन लाया है। उसके ऊपर हम लोग जो भी नाम्स होंगे जम्मू म्यूनिसिपल एक्ट के मुताबिक या पोल्यूशन बोर्ड के मुताबिक, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की रूलिंग के मुताबिक उसके ऊपर एक्ट किया जाएगा और प्रस्ताव पास होने के बाद ही। लेकिन इसमें बहुत से लोग आते हैं हमारे पास, कहते हैं सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, बच्चे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं जिनको बीमार हैं, परेशानी है, आम आदमी को भी, तो वो बेचारा बोल सकता नहीं है। लेकिन जो एक्ट है, अब हम यूटी में हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर यूटी में हैं, अब 370-35 में नहीं है। पहले का यहाँ जो हालात रहे, पहले की सरकारें रही, वो एक अलग सिस्टम था। अब हमें पूरे देश के साथ, भारत के साथ चलना पड़ेगा।
नरोत्तम जी, लगातार पूरे देश में हमने देखा किस तरह की मांग उठ रही थी। आज जम्मू कश्मीर तक ये मांग पहुंची। आप एक जो रेजोल्यूशन है उसको मूव करेंगे, क्या लगता है रेजोल्यूशन क्यों लाया गया, और दूसरा कि रेजोल्यूशन पास हो पाएगा कि नहीं?
पहली बात तो आपको बताऊं, स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, ये जो मेरा प्रस्ताव है ध्वनि मति से पारित होगा और फुल फल मेजॉरिटी से पारित होगा। दूसरा, इस रेजोल्यूशन में मुख्यतः हम किसी धर्म जाति विशेष के खिलाफ नहीं कर रहे हैं। एक मेरा रेजोल्यूशन है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन है उसका पालन हो और इम्प्लीमेंट होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी गाइडलाइन है कि जितने भी धार्मिक स्थलों में या कहीं अन्य बैंक्वेट हॉल में भी कहीं लाउड स्पीकर लगे हैं और उसकी जो एक लाउड स्पीकर की आवाज़ बहुत ज़्यादा है तो उसको कम किया जाए और डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट की परमिशन के बिना कहीं पर भी लाउड स्पीकर नहीं लगने चाहिए। यही हमारा प्रस्ताव।
We're getting back-to-back breaking updates from Jammu and Kashmir, and now another update is that of the Kashmiri Pandit clashes that have now broken up with the police officials in Veerwan colony of Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir itself. And now we are seeing those massive clashes in fact that have broken out there in Baramulla, the visuals of which are on your screens. We can see that there are several Pandits and the police officials.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners. and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Bandam still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained, 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault. As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clashes going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul. But now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करे।
Well, viewers, we're getting across to some breaking updates that we're getting once again from Jammu and Kashmir in Kishwar, where in fact a fire has broken out at a residential building is what we're getting, and we are learning that these visuals are coming in from Kishwar right now. And these are in fact the visuals on your screens of a massive fire that has broken out in Kishwar. We are learning about the information as it's pouring in. There are at least 4 fire tenders that are at the spot right now trying to douse the fire, trying to make sure that nobody is inside of the building, to make sure that the evacuation process also takes place, to make sure that there is no injury or any fatalities that can be reported from this kind of an accident. And we are seeing that the fire is massive, that has broken out in the top floor of a residential area, residential building. And we see that 4 fire tenders are right now on the spot. On your screens, you can see the visuals of the fire tenders on the spot, trying to make sure that the fire is doused, trying to make sure that the fire is brought under control as well, and to make sure that there are no property damage or a loss of life of civilians as well who might be trapped in that building as well. You can see in the Kishwar area of Jammu and Kashmir, where this fire has broken out of a residential building, and the fire tenders are already at the spot. 4 tenders as of now on the spot, trying to make sure that the fire is doused. And as of now, we are learning that this fire had broken out in a residential building. And for more details on this, let me bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about this fire that has broken out and the fire tenders that are already on the spot.
Yes, this fire has broke out in the Kishtwar town, where this is in a residential area where this incident has been reported, and now the fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. They are trying to douse the fire. So far, the police too has reached that very spot, and no loss of life has been reported so far. However, the flames have totally taken the house into their hold. The house has been gutted almost completely. Multiple fire tenders have been rushed to the spot so that the fire can be doused, and the administration is making sure that there is no injury to the persons. The evacuation process is also being carried out.
That's right, Gursimran. We see that the evacuation process is underway, and the fire tenders are on the spot trying to make sure that the fire is also brought under control. And we're taking a small break, viewers, but bringing you updates of the fire that has broken out in Keshwar.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस. मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे. ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है. किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं. हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उड़ने के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया.
And here are the top stories, viewers. Jet toll in Delhi fire rises to 27 while 29 people are reported missing. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal visits Mundka fire site, says won't spare those responsible for fire tragedy. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building arrested. Gyanvapi Mosque Day 1 survey concludes basement videography has begun. Ban loudspeakers demand echoes in the valley. Resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. And it is Pandits versus the police. Pandits clashes with the police erupt in Veerwan colony of Baramulla after Rahul Bhatt killing. Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa. Viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates from the national capital with respect to the Mundka fire as well. Now, the Delhi government has announced a 10 lakh ex gratia for the deceased kin and ordered a magisterial probe into the fire incident that has claimed lives of 27 people till now. Let's listen in to the witnesses as they recount the horror. Missing toll has risen to 29, and we were also learning about how officials have stated that they have found body parts in several areas as well, and they were carrying out the debris clearing process, and 29 people as of now are missing. And let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Anuj, tell us more about these details, heartbreaking details really, that are coming in about officials claiming that there are body parts of several people that have been found, that there are several people that are still missing, and now the Delhi government has announced a 10 lakh ex gratia.
Well, exactly, the situation is more than worst because this is not even able to identify that whose body this is exactly. So for that cause only, now this is going to be the DNA testing, and all the formalities for the DNA testing will be done. And let me tell you, CM Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi's chief minister, already visited the spot where this incident happened, and he has announced the 10 lakh compensation for the family of the deceased and 50,000 for the family of the injured. On the other hand, magisterial inquiry has been already ordered by CM Arvind Kejriwal. On the other hand, Arvind Kejriwal himself has mentioned it very much clearly: whosoever is guilty will not be spared. Right now I'm reporting from Sanjay Gandhi Hospital in the national capital, where all the injured were taken and all the people who have lost their life, their bodies are kept, because this is going to be the DNA testing now for the identification. So that is why this is still being kept in mortuary of the hospital. Let me show you the desk. Let me show you the arrangement that has been made in over here. This exactly is the desk, and where these people are noting down the name of the missing. If we talk about the total number, then 27 we have been told has lost their life in this particular incident, and 29 as of till now are said to be missing. So this exactly is the area where all the details from the family has been taken. Right now reporting from Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, where all the families are still waiting. These are the people. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense from the hospital also. These are the people who are waiting to know what exactly has happened, to get through the confirmation whether their loved one are still alive or not, or whether their loved one are injured, where they exactly are. So that is something what, if we talk about the situation on the ground, we have seen Arvind Kejriwal along with Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia himself visiting the spot and making it very much clear that yes, magisterial inquiry will be done and whosoever is guilty will not be spared. On the other hand, if we talk about the rescue operation, NDRF team along with the other officials is doing the rescue operation. Rescue operation is still on. Earlier there was the problem for the rescue team, but now the situation is under control. That is something which has been told by the NDRF officials there, and now the rescue operation at this point in time is on. So if we talk about the current situation, then people, the families are still waiting here to get the confirmation that what exactly has happened and whosoever is there, or rather the people.
Anuj, I see several people around you. I see a lot of those people that you're pointing out are waiting for some answers. I want to ask you, are they getting those answers, or is this still too soon? Is there still debris clearing process that is being carried out? Have they found out how many people are missing and might still be trapped under all of that debris?
Well, if we talk about the total missing number, then we have gone through the list. The number is 29, what we have been told. So the people are still waiting because the identification could not be done unless the DNA testing is done. On the other hand, if we talk about the other people who are having the several questions where their loved ones are, then yes, they are still waiting. But let me tell you, the latest development, the latest information what we are getting from the hospital sources is that the 6 among 27, let me tell you, 6 among 27 27 has been identified. If we talk about the people of disease who lost their life in this tragic incident, then 6 among 27 has been identified. But on the other hand, if we talk about the other bodies, these are the 27 packets, what we have been told by the CMO herself, which has been bought last night, and the bodies could not be identified through from them. So this is going to be the certain procedure of the DNA testing. After that only this can be identified. So this is something on which the hospital staff, the forensic team staff is regularly working there. Let me tell you, the forensic team first visited to the spot also to understand the theory on the ground, to understand the situation on the ground. After visiting the ground, what we have been told that now the forensic team is working to the next level to identify the bodies, who all these people are and what are their names. And because, as I am telling you again and again, the situation was that much worse that people are not able to identify. Even the doctors are saying the same, that we cannot identify. Some bodies were found in the pieces. So that exactly the situation is. So going through the formalities, the testings, the DNA testing, then only we will be able to understand that who exactly the people are who has lost their life. Rather, the families who are waiting, they will be told that what exactly the situation on the ground and after the testing is. So that is something what we are waiting for. But at this point in time, as we are showing it to our viewers, the families since from midnight, since from last evening, since this incident happened, are still waiting here, are still waiting outside the premises, inside the premises. Certain desk has been maintained. On the other hand, toll-free numbers are there, certain helpline numbers are there on which the people are dialing and trying to get the situation where their loved ones are. We have talking to the several families. They were talking to us, they were telling us how their families or their loved ones were working in that particular factory, but they are not able to identify, they are not able to understand where these people are. So the NDRF is, on the other hand, is working parallelly. This is the medical things which is going on, the medical treatment which is going on. This is the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital from where I am reporting, and now we are waiting for an update from the forensic team, or rather from the CMO of the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, that what exactly the situation is. The latest, as I just told you, is 6 in number. 6 has been identified.
एक मिनट रस्सी वाले मत खींचो प्लीज, रस्सी वाले मत खींचो साहब जी, पीछे हो जाओ, लास्ट में निकल जाएगा, पीछे हो जाओ, लास्ट में खींचो निकालो सुई निकालो,
Well, viewers, we're coming across to some dramatic breaking images that we are getting from the Kigam village as well, of the rescue operation that is being carried out. Now, on 13th of May 2022 at approximately 4 p.m., a distress call was given as well, and in a 100 feet deep well, there have been several individuals, at least 5 of them we're learning, who had been trapped inside. And now the rescue operations are being carried out from this 100 feet deep well, where at least 5 people had been trapped. And now we are seeing that a quick reaction was given by the 47 RR Battalion under the Major Kanwardeep Singh and Major Tamanna Kaushal, the RMO in fact, and innovative shift and ropes were used to make sure that the evacuation. Viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking updates coming in from Jammu and Kashmir now with respect to the protests that were breaking out over Rahul Bhatt, who had been brutally murdered by terrorists, and we had seen how he had been shot at a close range as well in a government building. Gursimran joins me with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about this protest that has been carried out.
Right now, Congress is staging protest here outside the Congress office in Jammu. I'll ask Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Congress workers, they are staging protest against Pakistan as well as the union government. The Congress is saying that the government has failed to provide security to the workers, to the people who are working in Kashmir Valley, and that's why they are staging protest. They are saying that they have totally failed.
कभी फिल्म बना रहे हैं, कभी कुछ बना रहे हैं, या भटका रहे हैं, या भाईचारा को जख्म पहुंचा रहे हैं। इस सरकार से हम तंग आए हैं। जालिम सरकार है, या बीजेपी वाले धोखा दे रहे हैं हर एक किसी को। या बीजेपी सरकार किसी की नहीं है, हमारी कौम के साथ ये धोखा कर रहे हैं, गद्दारी कर रहे हैं। इस सरकार को रिजाइन करना चाहे, और मैं लोगों से अपील करना चाहता हूं, जो लोग बीजेपी करते थे, आज वही लोग कहां पर है? महंगाई कितनी है? हम सुरक्षा मांगते हैं कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए। कश्मीर में हम भाईचारा को जख्म नहीं पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, और भाईचारा रखना चाहते हैं, अमन रखना चाहते हैं, कौम को बचाना चाहते हैं। कश्मीर में कल एक पुलिस वाले को भी मारा गया है, हम उसकी भी मजम्मत करते हैं, और इस सरकार की हम मजम्मत करते हैं, और इनको चेतावनी देते हैं, होश में आओ और कश्मीरी पंडितों की सुरक्षा दो।
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट होश में आओ,
होश में आओ। Now the Congress is moving ahead. The police has put the barricadings here. Congress party, they are not allowing the Congress to move ahead, and that's why the barricades have been put in place here by the police. There is a major scuffle. You can see that the Congress workers, they are trying to push these barricades, but the police is firm. They don't have the permissions to move beyond this point, and that's why you can see that how agitated these Congress workers are. Even some of the female officers are being pushed by the Congress workers. See how these Congress workers are resorting to hooliganism during this protest, that a female cop is also being pushed by the Congress workers during their protest. These are the visuals that you are witnessing here outside the Congress office in Jammu, where the cops, they are trying to stop the netas of the Congress party, but they are not stopping. They are staging protest against the union government. They are alleging that the government has failed to provide the security, but without permission, the police is saying that they cannot be allowed to go out. They cannot be allowed. Sir, लगातार पुलिस की तरफ से आपको रोका जा रहा है।
हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन सरकार का कहना है कि आतंकी बौखलाए हैं, इसलिए ये कर रहे हैं।
टारगेट किलिंग्स बंद करवाएं, सरकार हमारी ये मांग है। टारगेट किलिंग्स बंद करवाएं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की ड्यूटी है।
They are saying that the government should take steps to stop the targeted killings, but they are not even listening to the police. They have crossed over that barricade. The police is trying to pacify them. The police is trying to control these Congress workers, but they are saying that the union government has totally failed to provide the security to the those who are working in Kashmir Valley, and that's why they are staging protests. They are agitated. You can see still some of those workers of the Congress party, they are still staging protest. लगातार पुलिस आपको रोक रही है, क्या मांग करते हैं?
हम इसकी सबसे पहले हम इसकी मजम्मत करते हैं। हम कश्मीरी पंडित हैं, हमको टारगेट कर रहे हैं, सिलेक्टिव किलिंग कर रहे हैं। अब हम अपना प्रोटेक्शन कर रहे हैं बड़ी अमन के साथ, मगर जेकेपी पुलिस हमें तंग करता है, हमें टारगेट बनाते हैं।
So they are saying that they are doing peaceful protests, but the police is not allowing them. They are holding the posters of Pakistan Murdabad as well as anti-NDA government posters that they are holding, and they are staging protests against the Pakistan as well as the union government for failing to provide security to the Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
Pakistan!
Well, that's right, Gursimran. We are seeing how these kind of massive protests have been unraveling, but we have been seeing that since Rahul Bhatt's brutal killing, we have been seeing that there are a lot of anger in the people of the Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, Zeenat also joins me from another vantage point, and Zeenat has been tracking this story very, very closely. Zeenat, tell us about where you are and the kind of protests that have now broken out in the valley.
See, right now I'm reporting from press colony of Srinagar, where the Kashmiri Pandits have gathered the sit-in they are in, and they are demanding justice for Rahul's family as well as justice for Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, I'm joined by one of the protesters here. आप बताइए सर, आप सुबह से यहाँ बैठे तो क्या मुद्दा अब है?
देखिए जी, ऐसे तो सुनने में लगता है कि वाह कश्मीरी पंडित्स को जॉब्स मिली हुई हैं गवर्नमेंट, बट उन जॉब्स के अगेंस्ट में हम फेस कितना कर रहे हैं वो चीज़ गवर्नमेंट नहीं देखती है। सबसे पहली चीज़ है कि टोटल जॉब्स हमें प्रोवाइड की हैं एस्टिमेट 4000 में से हार्डली 400 एम्प्लॉयज़ को उन्होंने फ्लैट्स प्रोवाइड किए हैं, तो बाकी जो है उनके पास तो रहने की जगह भी नहीं है। अब 90 में जिन्होंने हमें निकाला यहाँ से, उन्हीं के पास हमें जाना पड़ता है, यार हमें रहने की जगह दे दो, तो हम वहाँ से कमा के लाते हैं और उनको रेंट प्रोवाइड करते हैं। और फिर दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि फिर अब जॉब कर रहे हैं हम आराम से, किसी से कुछ ऐसा कोई टॉपिक डिस्कस नहीं करते, ना कोई पॉलिटिकल टॉपिक डिस्कस करते हैं, किसी के बारे में कुछ नहीं, जाते हैं काम करते हैं, घर आते हैं आराम से। फिर ऐसे हमें सुनना पड़ता है कि यार किसी ऑफिस में घुस के हिंदू को ढूंढा, फिर नाम पूछा, फिर उसको मारा, उसमें फिर जो बाकी एम्प्लॉयज आ रहे हैं वो कैसे काम करेंगे?
अभी क्या मुद्दा है जो प्रोटेस्ट आप लोग आज कर रहे हैं, इसका क्या मुद्दा है?
मेन मुद्दा यही है कि हमें जब तक सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड नहीं होगी, जब तक हम ऑफिस में ऐसे नहीं जाएंगे कि हमें अंदर से लगेगा कि हम सेफ हैं, तो हम नहीं ऑफिस जा सकते। एटलीस्ट जहाँ पे भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे कुछ आर्मी सिक्योरिटी या कुछ प्रोवाइड किया जाए ताकि हमें सिक्योर लगे यहाँ पे काम।
तो आप सिक्योरिटी मांग रहे हैं। मैम, आप यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट पे बैठी हुई है, फीमेल ग्रुप को लीड कर रही है, तो आज का क्या मुद्दा है, क्या डिमांड्स है कश्मीरी पंडित माइग्रेंट्स की यहाँ?
मैम देखिए, 90s में क्या हुआ आप सबको पता ही है। उसके बाद हम लोगों को यहाँ पैकेज दिया गया, वो भी नाम का पैकेज था, गेजेटेड पोस्ट कोई नहीं था, क्लास 4 की जॉब्स हैं, 14,000 20,000 ये सैलरी है, जिसमें से 10,000 15,000 हम लोगों को रेंट पे देना पड़ रहा है। इन्होंने बोला कि सबसे पहले तो बॉन्ड साइन कराया गया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत था। उसके बाद
बॉन्ड क्या साइन कराया था?
कि हम लोगों को कश्मीर में ही रहना है, ट्रांसफरेबल जॉब्स नहीं है, यहाँ पे हमें गोली मार दी जाए, कुछ भी किया जाए, रहना हमें कश्मीर में ही है। दूसरी बात, रिहेबिलिटेशन का जो मेन इनका मकसद था वो तो बिल्कुल फेल हो गया, क्योंकि हम लोगों को यहाँ एकोमोडेशन तो प्रोवाइड की नहीं गई। जो हम सैलरी ले रहे हैं उसका हाफ पार्ट तो हम इन्हीं लोगों को दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पे रिहेबिलिटेट तो हमने यहाँ के लोकल्स को किया है, हम तो रिहेबिलिटेट हुए नहीं अभी तक। उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी नाम की कोई चीज़ है नहीं। आपने देख लिया राहुल भट्ट जी के साथ क्या हुआ, सुपिंदर जी के साथ क्या हुआ, दीपक चांद के साथ क्या हुआ, तो हम तो सेफ है ही नहीं। दूसरी बात, फैमिली हमारी यहाँ पे नहीं है, क्योंकि जब एकोमोडेशन नहीं है तो फैमिली यहाँ नहीं है। हम अपने बच्चों को कैसे पाल रहे हैं और ऑफिस कैसे जा रहे हैं तो हम लोग ही जानते हैं।
तो कल भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से नीतीश्वर कुमार आए, डिविजनल कमिश्नर आए कश्मीर के।
मैम फेक प्रोमिसेस हमेशा रहे, मोदी साहब की तरफ से, एलजी की तरफ से, बीजेपी की तरफ से, इनफैक्ट क्योंकि पिछले कुछ सालों से बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट है, उन्होंने तो कुछ भी नहीं किया हमारे लिए। अब कल प्रॉमिस किया गया कि शेखपुरा कॉलोनी में एलजी आएंगे, बट वो नहीं आए और लोगों को लॉक कर दिया गया है। यहाँ जितने भी माइग्रेंट कैंप्स हैं सबको लॉक कर दिया गया है बाहर से, और अंदर ना बच्चों को निकला प्रोटेक्शन तो था ही नहीं मैम, वो तो नाम का ही था, क्योंकि जब इनको गोली मारी जा सकती है राहुल भट्ट जी को, तो हमारा क्या, हम तो नॉर्मल ऑफिसेज में वर्क कर रहे हैं।
मैम आप बताइए क्या हुआ? The same, they are saying that the LG promised that he will visit them, but LG has not come. He has not reached to the Kashmiri Pandit. Though LG administration claims that LG provided all kind of help to the Kashmiri Pandits, his people met, whether it was Nitishwar Kumar, whether it was Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, and all other people. As my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals, that here the Kashmiri Pandits, they are holding sit-in and they are demanding justice not only for Rahul Pandit or Deepak Chand or Principal Supinder Kaur. They all lost their lives in terror attack, but they are demanding justice for each and everybody. Sir, आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ बैठे?
यस सर, मैम वी आर प्रोटेस्टिंग, हम यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। जो ये ग्रुसम किलिंग्स हो रही है, टारगेट किलिंग्स हो रही है, या
ये सिर्फ रोहित भट्ट नहीं हुए, हमारे दीपक चंद हुए, हमारे सतेंद्र कौर हुए, हमारे बिंद्रू साहब हुए, हमारे माइनॉरिटी किलिंग्स बहुत सारी हो रही है और मेजॉरिटी की भी किलिंग्स हो रही है। हम इन किलिंग्स के अगेंस्ट हैं।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம். எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on. Firdaus!
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था। किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करे, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
तमाम समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो पदयात्रा ये निकाली जा रही है। लगभग 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की ये पदयात्रा रहेगी और सीपी के प्राचीन हनुमान मंदिर में जाकर ये पदयात्रा समाप्त होगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ा संकट ही उद्धव ठाकरे, वो जल्द से जल्द दूर होना चाहिए, इसलिए हनुमान चालीसा किया जा रहा है।
Well, viewers, we're cutting across to some very important political breaking updates that we're getting from Punjab, where the former Punjab Congress chief Sunil Jakhar has quit the Congress party. In his Facebook Live, he has said good luck and goodbye to Congress. And we have seen how there were several friction that was breaking out between Sunil Jakhar, the Punjab leaders, along with the Delhi High Command as well. Let's listen into what he had to say.
सुनील ने खता की और सुनील की वजह से अगर पंजाब में सरकार नहीं बन पाई, और जैसे कि आपके हरीश बायतू जी कह रहे हैं कि सुनील की वजह से, सुनील के बयानों की वजह से आसपास वाली स्टेट्स के अंदर भी कांग्रेस को नुकसान हुआ है, तो फिर सुनील को निकाला क्यों नहीं? मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ। अगर आपने फैसला ले लिया, सुनील ने गलत किया, तो सुनील को निकाल के बाहर करो। एक संदेश जाना चाहिए। मेरा कहने के बाद आप फैसला लीजिए, आपको फैसला करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर सुनील ने खता की है और सुनील की वजह से अगर पंजाब में सरकार नहीं बन पाई और जैसे कि आपके हरीश भाई जी कह रहे हैं कि सुनील की वजह से, सुनील के बयानों की वजह से आसपास वाली स्टेट्स के अंदर भी कांग्रेस को नुकसान हुआ है, तो फिर सुनील को निकाला क्यों नहीं? मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं। अगर आपने फैसला ले लिया सुनील ने गलत किया तो सुनील को निकाल के बाहर करो। एक संदेश जाना चाहिए। मेरा कहने के बाद आप फैसला लीजिए, आपको फैसला करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर सुनील ने खता की है और सुनील की वजह से अगर पंजाब में सरकार नहीं बन पाई।
Well, we have seen, viewers, the kind of friction that was unraveling between the Delhi High Command of Congress and the Punjab leaders, specifically Sunil Jakhar as well, since even he in his bite has also stated that he was being blamed for the loss of the Congress party in the Punjab elections as well. And now we see that he has finally come out and stated that he is quitting the party, and he is in fact saying good luck and goodbye to the Congress party. Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of the Gyanvapi Mosque Day 1 survey conclusion and basement videography that has also been done there. Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa there as well. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
हमसे सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शस्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Death toll in Delhi fires rise to 27, while 29 people are reported missing. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal visits Mundka fire site, says will not spare those responsible for fire tragedy. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building arrested. Gyan Vyapi Mosque Day 1 survey has concluded. Basement videography has begun. Ban loudspeakers, demand echoes in the valley. Resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. It's Pandits versus police. Pandits clash with police erupt in the Veerwan colony, Baramulla, after Rahul Bhatt killing. And Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's start off with the top story at this hour. The Delhi government has announced a 10 lakh ex gratia for the deceased kins and ordered a magisterial probe into the fire incident that has claimed lives of 27 people so far. This was a major tragedy, a tragedy which snuffed off 27 lives. And in a key development, the Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal had arrived at the spot where the major fire had broken out in a 3-story commercial building yesterday in West Delhi. Now listen in to the witnesses as they recount the horrific incident.
मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जो लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे, उनके घर के लोगों को ये बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दे। दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से हम मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी मैंने ऑर्डर कर दी है अभी। डीएम यहीं पे मौजूद थी और मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी की जाएगी और जो लोगों की डेथ हो गई है उन्हें दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से 10-10 लाख रुपए का मुआवजा दिया जाएगा और जो लोग घायल हुए हैं उनको 50-50 हज़ार रुपये का मुआवजा दिया जाएगा। 2 लोगों ये जो 2 भाई थे इनको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, लेकिन जो भी गिल्टी हैं, जो भी जांच में निकल के आएगा उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
हम कंपनी में काम करते वहीं।
क्या हो रहा था उस समय जब आग लगी?
मीटिंग चल रही थी, कोई आया हुआ था, उनका स्वागत किया जा रहा था, हम सबको एक ही कमरे में कर दिया गया था।
तो एक कमरे में कितने लोग करीब मौजूद थे?
कम से कम 200-250 के समथिंग थे।
200 लोग एक कमरे में मौजूद थे।
हाँ।
फिर आग लगी तो अचानक भगदड़ मच गई।
जब लाइट गई तो नीचे उतर के गए कि लाइट क्यों बुझ गई, तो देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई।
आप कैसे निकल पाए फिर?
हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना आदमी लोग, तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके 3रे मंजिले से कूदे हैं।
आप 3रे मंजिले से कूद कर आप बची हैं। हाँ। और कितने लोग आपको लगता है कि उसमें फंस गए होंगे उस समय?
कम से कम 50-80 लोग फंसे होंगे।
हाँ। 27 लोगों की डेथ बताई जा रही है।
अभी फंसे, काफी डेड बॉडी मिली नहीं है ना, फोटो का पता ही नहीं चल रहा है कहाँ गई।
तो आप लोगों को नहीं लगा कि यहाँ सेफ्टी का कुछ ऐसा मेजर नहीं है, कभी भी आग लग सकती है?
कुछ भी साधन नहीं वहाँ बुझाने का, आग बुझाने का साधन ही नहीं दिखा कुछ भी। शीशा अगर आदमी नहीं तोड़ देना तो हम लोग भी मर जाते। शीशा तोड़ा है बड़ी मुश्किल से, मेज के सारे बड़ी मेजें थी इतनी बड़ी।
आपके घर आप अकेले वहाँ नौकरी करती थी कि आपके घर का कोई और था वहाँ?
नहीं, हम अकेले ही थे।
तो कोई आपकी दोस्त है जो मिसिंग होगी वहाँ पे?
हाँ, एक सोनम नाम की लड़की अभी तक नहीं मिली है, कुछ लोग नहीं मिले, मोना नाम की भी बताया नहीं मिल रही है।
क्या हुआ था?
कुछ नहीं पता क्या था, हम मीटिंग में थे, केबिन के अंदर थे, बाहर क्या हुआ कैसे हुआ कुछ नहीं पता। कुछ नहीं पता भाई।
आप वहाँ क्या काम करती थी?
वाईफाई बनते थे, वाईफाई बनाते थे।
मम्मी
तो ऐसा होता था क्या? वहाँ बोला गया कि लोग फोन इसलिए नहीं कर पाए कि फोन जमा करा दिया?
हाँ, फोन सबके जमा थे, ओनली ऑफिस के जो स्टाफ थे ना मेन, उनके पास फोन रहता था, बाकी सब वर्कर का फोन जमा हो जाता था।
ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि वहाँ फोन चलाना अलाउड नहीं था।
तो इसके लिए हो सकता है लोग अपने घर फोन नहीं कर पाए।
हाँ, कोई फोन नहीं कर पाया। तो मैंने मेरी मम्मी मुझे कम से कम 1 घंटे से ढूंढ रही थी, मैं उनको नहीं मिली थी, मैं बेहोश थी, मुझे कोई अनजान आदमी छोड़ के गया था।
आप किस फ्लोर पे थी उस समय?
सेकंड फ्लोर पे।
तो आप कैसे बाहर निकली? आप शीशा तोड़?
शीशे तोड़ के वहाँ से जंप किया था।
आपके जो अपने कलीग्स थे, आपको लगता है कि कितने लोग अभी भी मिसिंग हैं?
बहुत लोग मिसिंग है अभी।
And joining me live is Sumi and Anuj, both Republic TV's correspondents there at the spot where it all happened. Also, I believe that Anuj is outside the hospital, Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, where a lot of injured and people were taken there. I would like to go to you first, Anuj. Anuj, you know, this is a terrible tragedy. Many people are still missing. Also, we saw yesterday that how the family members of the victims were going from hospital to hospital trying to look for their relatives. What is the latest update from there?
Oh, well, exactly. This was the horrible tragedy which has happened with the people over there. And if you talk about the current situation, then people are still waiting for their known to, for their loved one, that where exactly they are. Because this is the list of 29 people when we are talking who has been listed as missing. On the other hand, if we talk about the bodies which has been brought over here after the tragedy, they are not being able to identify. We have been told that this is 27 which has been reported who lost their life in this particular incident. And after that, now the latest what we have been told is this is 6 in number which who has been identified, but still out of 27 this is only 6 who has been identified. On the other hand, that exactly is the desk. I asked my video journalist to give it a sense. That exactly is the desk where the list is being created of the people who are being missing. So number has reached to 29. We have seen Arvind Kejriwal there on the spot announcing the magisterial inquiry. The inquiry will be done. But on the other hand, we have been talking to the family, we have been talking to the relatives who have lost their people and who are severely injured. Their families are here. So the situation is more than vast, and people in this heat are waiting outside the premises. Let me give you the picture. Let me go closer to explain more what exactly the situation here in the premises here in Sanjay Gandhi Hospital is. So this particularly is the desk for which I was talking about. This is the desk. There you can clearly see the list is being prepared. That exactly is the list where this has been noted down that who all are missing. Their family members' details has been noted out. On the other hand, if I'll go toward my left, then these are the family members since from midnight, since from last evening when this incident happened. They are waiting here for the update. That what exactly is the update, what exactly is the situation. Let me confirm you, let me tell you that the forensic team has been constituted by the state government. So there, because it was the situation that body could not be identified, the situation is that much worse. So the forensic will go through the formalities, the forensic team will go through the DNA testing, and after that only there would be some possibility to identify. There is some happening. Let me ask my video journalist to show you the visual. Hansraj Hans is here. Hansraj Hans is here. You can clearly see in the picture. Hansraj Hans, Delhi MP is here. He is also communicating with the people. He is here to meet the family of the victims. There we are showing you in the pictures. So Hansraj Hans is here. Earlier this was Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal who was here, and now Hansraj Hans has reached the hospital. We will try and talk to him. We'll try and get an understanding that what exactly the situation at this point in time is, as we are seeing that Republic Media Network team is talking to Hansraj Hans.
आप भी देखेंगे तो आप काफ़ी दिन डिप्रेशन में रहेंगे. हालत ऐसी है कि बयान करने के काबिल नहीं है. एक शिकवा है सबसे पहले तो भगवान से, जिसने ऐसी दुनिया बनाई. दूसरी तरफ ये सिस्टम से, इस सिस्टम से कि ये पहली आग नहीं है, हम सबक नहीं लेंगे. ऐसी कुत्ते की पूछ है, हम सबक नहीं लेंगे. बिल्डिंग इलीगल बनेगी, एनओसी फिर दी जाएगी, फिर लोग मरेंगे, फिर लाशों पे सियासत होगी, लोग फिर सारी ज़िंदगी लाश बन के रह जाएंगे. जो जिंदा हैं वो सारी ज़िंदगी मरेंगे, जो मरने वाले हैं उनको तो छुटकारा मिल गया. ऐसी दर्दनाक मौत.
संसद में उठाना चाहिए आपको ये बात.
हाँ, उठाता हूँ मैं तो पहली तकरीर में कहा था कि जिनकी कोई नहीं सुनता उनकी सुनो. गरीब ही मरता है हर जगह.
आग बुझने के साथ ही सिस्टम फिर सो जाता है.
वही तो बात है. सोया ना होता तो ये जाने ये
10 लाख का मुआवजा क्या होगा?
अरे 10 अरब दे दो, पूरे इंडिया की दौलत दे दो, एक बच्चा वापस ला दो बस।
तो ये थे
That was Hansraj Hans who was talking exclusively to Republic TV. There he was telling us, there he was giving us the sense that what exactly the situation is, and we were talking to Hansraj Hans. Hansraj Hans there was giving us the details and was telling that there should be clear instruction, then there should be no mishappening like this, and all the formalities before giving the NOC to such kind of building should be fully checked. So these kind of the word that has been used by Hansraj Hans. There we can see outside the premises. From this point, that exactly the mortuary is where the bodies has been kept. To the starting point of the hospital, the family members could be clearly seen. They are still waiting for the update. This exactly the situation on the ground when we are talking about the hospital premises. There the forensic team, what we have been told, has already started their work. The police was there. The NDRF team is going through the rescue operation. What we were told early in the morning that this is going to maximum 5 to 6 hours, which will be taken by the NDRF team to clear the rescue. Although the situation at this point in time is under control, that is something which has been stated by the NDRF team. But if we talk in totality, then this is the situation on the ground where the people, the family of the people who lost their life, who are badly injured in this particular incident, is still waiting for the update. Some are waiting with the missing list that their loved one are still missing. Some are inside the premises, some are outside the premises with their injured relatives who have been badly injured. We have been talking to the families. We have been talking to the relatives of the people who were working there, and they were telling us how exactly they managed to escape from that particular building. Because let me remind you, this was only one exit for the building. Even if we talk about the rooftop, then that was also locked. So this exactly was the situation. That's the horrible situation which has been witnessed by the people who were there, who managed to escape somehow from there. And we have been talking to the people that what exactly the situation is. So we'll continue with the visuals once again. Let me give you the sense from the premises of the hospital. We are outside the hospital. This exactly is the emergency entry of the hospital, and behind me is the mortuary, and these are the family members who are still waiting for any kind of update that what is going to be next. Forensic has already started. Magisterial inquiry has been already ordered. Everything will be looked up very deeply. This exactly is the statement of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, that whosoever is behind this, whosoever is informed, whosoever is guilty will not be spared. These are the lines which has been taken by Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Arvind Kejriwal. But on the same time, the people are still waiting for the update.
Outside the hospital. Okay, Anuj, yeah, thank you for getting us those details. That was Republic TV's Anuj. He's right outside the hospital where family members are waiting for some news of their loved ones. I would also like to go across to Sumi, who's joining me. Now, Sumi, where has this investigation reached so far in this terrible tragedy?
Yes, absolutely. As Anuj was pointing out, that the families of the injured people have been waiting for some good news from the hospital, as many people, more than 40 people, have sustained serious injuries and they are undergoing treatment at the Rajiv, at the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, which is in Mongolpuri. However, situation here at the Mundka spot, in my visuals, that these are quite visible as to what this building had to go through. And in fact, it's been close to 24 hours. It's been close to 21 hours. And we're just a few hours away from the completion of 24 hours since this building caught fire and the entire building got gutted. And in fact, as far as the inquiry, as far as the investigation that has been ordered by the state government is concerned, the Chief Minister, along with the Deputy Chief Minister and Satendra Jain, the delegation had just arrived, and in fact the delegation also, as Anuj was pointing out, it was very clear. He unequivocally said that the perpetrators will not be spared, and whosoever is behind this incident will certainly not be spared. And Varun Goyal, along with the other owner of the BSL building, which was BSL company, which was rented on the first story of the building, and that's where the fire was caught first, initially before. Rather, it subsequently went up to the other floors. In fact, these two owners have been arrested. Initially, they were detained, and now what we're getting to know is that they have been arrested. They've been constantly questioned for certain accused to get to the bottom of the reason, to get to the bottom of the cause of this.
All right, Sumi, thank you for getting those details. Now, my colleague Sumi there. Yes, Sumi, thank you for getting those details. My colleague Sumi there, getting you up to date with the cruel fire which took so many lives yesterday. You can see those visuals on your screen, how that fire there, in fact, had taken lives. People had to jump out of windows to save themselves. Thank you, Sumi and Anuj, for that. Let's move on to some other stories that we're tracking at this moment. Now, SFJ claims to have pasted pro-Khalistan posters in the overbridge in the Mansa district of Punjab. For more, take a look at this report.
Designated terror group Sikh for Justice has always been a bid to spread the anti-India propaganda, and in addition to it, they have claimed to have raised and posted some of the pro-Khalistani posters in the Budlada bridge city over in the Mansa district of Punjab, after which the police has taken the cognizance, and those numbers that were circulated, these videos of the SFJ posters on a wall, have been taken cognizance by the police, and they are now investigating into it. Pertinent to mention that there have been several attempts by these Pakistani-backed Khalistani elements to vitiate the peace process in the country, and there have been number of incidents also reported wherein Khalistani flags and posters have been raised by the Sikh for Justice, not only in Punjab but also in Haryana and Himachal. Even in the attack that has taken place using the RPG in the intelligence office in Mohali of the Punjab police, the police has found the Pakistan and Khalistan terror angle. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
The protests across Jammu and Kashmir have erupted over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. The valley has been demanding justice for Rahul. Now, these protests have continued since yesterday till today. You can see those visuals also on your screen, how the valley is demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt. The valley is demanding safety. The valley is demanding that their lives are in danger and they need to be protected. Now, those visuals on your screens are coming from various parts there in the valley. Remember that Rahul Bhatt was killed in a cold-blooded murder by terrorists in the Budgam district. And ever since then, the anger is rising against the killing of Kashmiri Pandits and the security situation there in the state. I would like to go across to Gursimran, who's tracking the story very closely. Gursimran, we are seeing that many protests have erupted in the valley. We are also seeing that Kashmiri Pandits are demanding justice for Rahul Bhatt.
Jammu and Kashmir, because the people have understood that this is not about a particular community, but this is about the nationalist voices that are raising in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, that these Pakistani proxies, they don't want the nationalist voices to grow in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why this is a planned conspiracy, not a standalone incident. See, if we see this as a standalone incident, then we are missing it altogether. So that's why each and every person in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, what they are saying is that this needs to be taken really very seriously, and the people, they are demanding justice. They are demanding justice not only for Rahul but for the nationalist voices of Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why all people, be it from any walk of the society, they have come forward to seek justice for the Rahul Bhatt, because what they feel is that if justice is denied this time, though the killers have been killed, but the entire ecosystem needs to be wiped out, because if today the killers, the ecosystem that is responsible for the killing of Rahul Bhatt gets an escape route, then tomorrow any other person will be the other Rahul Bhatt. So
all right, let's go across to Zeenat now. Zeenat is getting us more details. Zeenat, you have been speaking to protesters as well throughout the day, and they have spoken to you. They've shared what they really feel. Now, I think the protesters have been telling you that they fear for their lives. that if Rahul Bhatt could be killed in such a cold-blooded manner by terrorists, what is going to happen to them? Zeenat.
Oh yeah, right now I'm reporting from the site where the protest is going on. In fact, it is a sit-in that is being held by the Kashmiri migrants here, and they all are demanding the justice to Rahul Bhatt, the family, and also to the entire community. We are seeing after the killing of Rahul Bhatt, the Kashmiri Pandits on road in Kashmir Valley from north, south and central. I am joined by one of the protesters here. आप बताइए आज क्या डिमांड रखी है कम्युनिटी ने?
हमारे स्पोक्स पर्सन वहाँ पे हैं, वही बात करेंगे. सॉरी.
देखिए, हमारी डिमांड सिर्फ इतनी है कि हम लोग सुबह जॉब के लिए निकलते हैं, हमारे घर वाले रोज़ शाम को वेट करते हैं हमारा बच्चा लौट के आएगा या नहीं आएगा. तो सबसे बड़ी बात यही है, अगर हम यहाँ जॉब कर रहे हैं तो क्यों कर रहे हैं? अपनी फैमिली को सर्व करने के लिए कर रहे हैं ऑब्वियसली. अगर हम शाम को अपने घर ना पहुँचे तो हमारी जॉब का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है. मतलब हमारे माँ बाप हमारा इंतज़ार करते रह जाएँ, हमारे बच्चे हमारा इंतज़ार करते रह जाएँ, तो हमें कुछ नहीं चाहिए. मतलब गवर्नमेंट पिछले 8 साल से यही बोलती आ रही है, हमने कश्मीरी पंडित्स को रिहेबिलिटेट किया, ये किया वो किया, सब फेक है, सब ज़ीरो है. हम लोगों का कोई रिहेबिलिटेशन नहीं हुआ है. हमें सिर्फ ये चाहिए कि अगर हमारी जॉब है तो वो ऐसी जगह हो जहां हम सेफ फील करें. हमारे घर वाले हमारा इंतज़ार ये सोच के ना करें कि बच्चे की लाश आएगी या बच्चा घर आएगा. वो ये सोच के वेट करे कि हाँ शाम में हमारा बच्चा घर आएगा ही आएगा.
अभी तक काफ़ी अश्योरेंसेस आई है. डिविजनल हेड भी शेखपुरा कल परसों रात को पहुंचे, उसके बाद नीतीश्वर कुमार कल शाम को आप लोगों से मिले. पूरी अश्योरेंसेस आ रही है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी प्रोटेस्ट कंटिन्यू है.
कोई अश्योरेंस नहीं. अश्योरेंस क्या होता है? अश्योरेंस का मतलब ये होता है कि आप हमें कुछ बता रहे हैं कि हम आपके लिए क्या करने वाले हैं या क्या कर रहे हैं. कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए.
तो अभी जो प्रोटेस्ट अक्रॉस कश्मीर चल रहे, तो अभी फर्दर क्या प्लान्स है? प्रोटेस्ट के अलावा कुछ और आपका प्लान है या यहाँ आप पूरी रात बैठने वाले हैं?
हमारा सिर्फ यही प्लान है. अगर गवर्नमेंट हमें सीरियसली लेती है कश्मीरी पंडित्स को तो ठीक है, नहीं लेती है तो हम कल भी मास्क रेजिग्नेशन का लेटर भेज चुके थे और हम यहाँ से माइग्रेट होकर जम्मू शिफ्ट हो जाएंगे सबके सब, जैसे 90s में हुए थे.
कल डिविजनल कमिश्नर डीसी बडगाम का ट्वीट आया कि मास रेजिग्नेशन वाली जो खबर है बिल्कुल झूठ है, कोई ऐसा नहीं हुआ है.
यहाँ पे सब बैठे हुए हैं, आप सबसे पूछ लीजिए, हम नए से एक और लेटर लिख के भेजेंगे. यहाँ पे इतने लोग बैठे हैं, अगर फेक होती तो आप किसी से भी पूछ सकते हैं कि हमारी सिस्टर है सामने, इनसे पूछिए कि फेक है या फिर रियल है. मैं कह रहा हूँ मैं साइन करूँगा, मैं अभी लेटर लिख के दूंगा रेजिग्नेशन का, अगर वो फेक है तो
रेजिग्नेशन जो मास रेजिग्नेशन
जहनों को खरीद लिया समझते, इनको सिर्फ डराओ और उनसे सिर्फ कहो हुकूमत बदलना कि अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर किसी को बनना है, किसी को प्रधानमंत्री बनना है तो उसको भारत को बचाना है.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें?
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी वही जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन, उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया.
Is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவங்கதான்.
Make the pani puri sellers comparison the analogy is an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Badgam still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. The killers who were behind the killing of Rahul, but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clashes going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits.
Okay, we're getting some more updates right now. Now we can tell you that Asaduddin Owaisi is again fear-mongering on the Gyan Vyapi issue. He's at it again, and this time speaking at an event in Ahmedabad. He said that if Muslims become weak, then other forces would dominate.
कि सीमांचल को जाता है, राजस्थान को जाता है, तो क्या चीज है? यही चीज है कि ये वक्त ऐसा है कि आपको जमहूरियत में अपनी आवाज को, अपने नुमाइंदों को कामयाब करना। लोग बहुत सी बातें करते हैं, अरे क्या कर लेंगे आप? मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, भारत की पार्लियामेंट में 540 के ऐवान में सिर्फ 2 रुकने पार्लियामान है। मैं और इम्तियाज जलील, और अल्लाह का इतना बड़ा करम और अल्लाह का फजल है कि अल्लाह और राहिमीन है कि जब कभी भी हम खड़े होकर 5-6 मिनट के लिए गरीब और मजलूम आवाम के इंसाफ के लिए वो आवाज उठाते हैं, तो पूरा पार्लियामेंट खड़े होकर बैठकर सुनता है कि अब ये क्या बोलने वाले हैं, सुनो। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों बुजुर्गों, क्या गुजरात की विधानसभा में हम ये मिजाज नहीं पैदा कर सकते? क्या गुजरात की विधानसभा में जब आपके नुमाइंदे जाएंगे तो आपकी आवाज, आपके मसाइल, आपकी तकलीफ का इजहार करेंगे, हुकूमत से उसका सवाल जवाब तलब करेंगे, मगर सिर्फ वोट डालना, वोट डालना, वोट डालने से कुछ नहीं होता। जीतना असल मकसद है। हम सिर्फ वोट डालने वाले बन गए, वोट लेने वाले नहीं बन रहे। जब वोट लेने का मामला आता, नहीं है ये भी टीम है, फुला मिला हुआ है, ये उनसे मिला हुआ है, इनसे मिला हुआ है। मैं आपसे अपील कर रहा हूं कि इनके कोई दलाइल में सच्चाई नहीं। ये सिर्फ भोगलाहट का शिकार होकर अपनी अनानियत में और अपनी इज्जत और अपनी ताकत को, जो इनको अल्लाह ने दी, समझते हैं कि अपने लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, आप मुत्तहिद रहिए। यहां पर बेशुमार मसाइल हैं, बहुत से मसाइल हैं। अभी हमारे को बताया गया कि वली गुजराती की खबर को 2002 के फसादात में मिसमार कर दिया गया। जब कोर्ट ने कहा
joined by Vishnu Shankar Jain, lawyer for Shringar Gauri Temple. Vishnu Shankar Jain is joining me. Thank you for joining me here. Now we just heard Asaduddin Owaisi there. Again, fear mongering over Gyan Vyapi. लेकिन ये जो सर्वे है मिस्टर जैन, आपको भी पता है कि ये कोर्ट ऑर्डर सर्वे है, फिर भी Asaduddin Owaisi is fear mongering on it. What is the reaction?
मेरे हिसाब से बहुत शॉकिंग है। वो इस देश के जिम्मेदार लीडर हैं और कुछ लोगों के नुमाइंदे हैं, तो इस तरह से अगर वो जनता को और पब्लिक को भड़काने का काम करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कोर्ट्स को ये भी देखना चाहिए कि क्या ये हेट स्पीच के दायरे में आता है कि नहीं आता है। अभी मैटर आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि इस समय कमीशन की कार्रवाई चालू है, जारी है, और माननीय न्यायालय के ऑर्डर का कंप्लायंस हो रहा है। तो उसके बीच में अगर इस तरह से अगर कोई एक पॉलिटिकल लीडर या पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कमेंट करती है तो उसके खिलाफ जो भी लीगल एक्शन लिया जाना चाहिए वो लेना चाहिए सरकार को या प्रशासन को, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस तरह के वो गैर जिम्मेदाराना बयान नहीं देंगे।
हाँ जी, मिस्टर जैन, आपने वही बोला जो मैं भी सोच रही थी कि जब वर्डिक्ट आया था वाराणसी कोर्ट का, उन्होंने बोला था कि जो भी whoever will try to block it, जो भी ये सर्वे को ब्लॉक करेगा उसके ऊपर FIR होगा। लेकिन We can see that Mr. Owaisi does not care. He is still making these irresponsible statements.
देखिए, ये तो हमने राम मंदिर की हेयरिंग में भी देखा था कि किस तरह से इन लोगों ने वॉकआउट करने की धमकी दी थी। ये तो हमने आज भी देख रहे हैं, या 6 तारीख को भी देखा था, 7 तारीख को भी देखा था कि किस तरह से सर्वे से उनको परेशानी हो रही है। मैं तो एक स्पष्ट बात कहना चाहता हूं कि यहाँ पे इस समय मामला अदालत में है। हमने अपना पक्ष रखा है, मुस्लिम साइड अपना पक्ष रख रही है, अपनी बात कोर्ट में रख रही है, तो उन्हें क्या इस देश की अदालतों पे विश्वास नहीं है क्या? कौन सा हिंदू पक्ष है, मुझे बताइए, जिसकी तरफ से ऐसी भड़काऊ बात कही गई हो या लोगों को मोबिलाइज करने की बात कही गई हो। अगर हमने नहीं कहा है तो मुझे लगता है उनको भी नहीं कहना चाहिए, कोर्ट का आदर करना चाहिए और न्यायालय पे विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
All right, Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain for joining us. That was Vishnu Shankar Jain, lawyer for the Sringar Gauri Temple, speaking to Republic on this statement which has been made by Asaduddin Owaisi, who is once again fear-mongering, this time on the Gyan Vyapi mosque issue. Let's have a look at what exactly Mr. Owaisi had said just a short while back at the event there in Ahmedabad.
हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, आप दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे। याद तुमने मक्कारी और अय्यारी से इंसाफ का कत्ल करके तुमने हमारी मस्जिद को हमसे छीना, आप दूसरी मस्जिद नहीं छीन पाओगे। याद रखो, अब हम तुम्हारी इन बातों का भरोसा नहीं करने वाले कि हम बचाएंगे, नहीं तुम नहीं बचाओगे, हम बचाएंगे अपने मसाजिद को, अपनी तहजीब को इंशाअल्लाह। जो लोग आकर मुझसे कहते हैं कि नहीं नहीं हम हैं, तुम नहीं है, तुम कभी हमारे साथ नहीं थे, तुम तो हमारे जनाजे जमाते। आपकी बादशाह सलामत के ताल्लुक से मजाक किया, दिल पे मत लिया। तो बहरहाल मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, उलमाए किराम, आपका बेहद शुक्रिया। और मैं हबीब साहब का
Joining me on the phone line is Gaurav Bhatia. Thank you for joining us. Now, once again, we are seeing Asaduddin Owaisi, Mr. Bhatia, making irresponsible statements, and I don't think he really cares about the verdict which was given by Varanasi court that if anyone tries to block the survey, they will be in FIR. Would you agree with this?
Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi is symbolic of anarchy, and he believes in spewing venom. He has scant respect for the country and the country. And I must also respond to his very irresponsible wrong will be claimed. And Mr. Owaisi is not above the courts of the country, and he will be taught a befitting lesson by the people of the country, especially the Hindus.
Yes, Mr. Bhatia. Well, thank you, Gaurav Bhatia, for joining us there, the BJP spokesperson there, on what Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi had said right now, just over the Gyan Vyapi mosque, kicking off a major controversy once again.
And Piyush is also joining us live from the survey site. Piyush, if you could tell us more about the survey which happened today. Was it smooth? Because we understand there was a lot of security presence as well when the survey was undertaken.
Well, it's Samiksha, like you rightly pointed out that yes, there was a massive security presence when the survey was being undertaken. I would ask Manish to try to show you the pictures also right behind me. There was a security barricade which was put in there, but now that has been removed. The roads have now been cleared. Shops have now been opened, and all these shops, this entire market was closed since 8 a.m. in the morning, and nobody was allowed to open the shops. Now the shops have been opened, and traffic movement has also been eased by the administration here. What we're now learning is that that today's first day survey has now come to an end, which started at 8 a.m. in the morning, which went until 12. Tomorrow, once again, the survey will be taking place, where once again all the petitioners, lawyers, around 52 people, once again will go inside. Administration had made all the arrangements from security to provide all kind of infrastructure inside the mosque. Also, what we are now told is that the people, the surveyors who had gone inside, they were allowed to take inside torch lights.
एक सवाल और, जो कुछ निकला है क्या उसको आधार बनाएंगे अगर सर्वे में कुछ कहा गया है रोकने के लिए?
उसमें अभी हम मीडिया में ये सब बातें नहीं कह सकते, उसके लिए क्षमा चाहते हैं।
एक हिंट ना दीजिए, हिंट दीजिए, तहखाने में वो तमाम चीजें दिखाई दी जिसको लेकर आप लोग कह रहे हैं।
देखिए, मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि सभी, मेरी नहीं, मैं सबकी कह रहा हूँ, सबकी परिकल्पना से कहीं अधिक बहुत कुछ है।
बहुत कुछ आपको दिखाई दिया?
नहीं, बस क्या है मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी अपनी बात रखी, दोनों पक्षों की सहमति से सर्वे हुआ। और
कल के लिए क्या बचा है सर?
देखिए, अभी तो बहुत कुछ बचा है।
अच्छा, क्या 3 दिन से भी ज्यादा सर्वे हो सकता है?
देखिए, कल के लिए प्रतीक्षा कर लीजिए।
परसेंटेज बता दीजिए, कितना परसेंटेज काम हुआ? स्टेज पे नहीं कमेंट कर सकते, परसेंटेज तो बता दीजिए कितना हुआ? स्टेज पे नहीं कह सकते, अनुपालन हो रहा है, होने दीजिए, रिपोर्ट आने दीजिए। काम बच गया है, देखिए अभी हो सकता है, जब होगा वो बता दिया जाएगा। अभी
कितना
2 दिन और, कितने दिन? आदेश का अनुपालन हो रहा है, कंप्लायंस हो रही है, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कह सकते। अनुपालन हो रहा है, आप समझ जाइए।
निकालने दीजिए,
मैडम
पीछे हटाइए, उतरने दीजिए भैया।
पालन हो रहा है, होने दीजिए, रिपोर्ट आने दीजिए।
फिर भी सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में याचिका दायर की गई, मुस्लिम पक्ष को स्वीकार कर लिया।
अभी तक कुछ आदेश नहीं आया।
मेरा जी सिद्दीकी एडवोकेट, प्रतिवादी नंबर 4, अंजुमन इंतजामी मसाजिद के मैं काउंसिल हूँ। हमारे साथ और भी लोग हैं।
किस तरह से कार्रवाई
अच्छे तरीके से हुई जी।
जिस तरह से ये लोग बता रहे हैं कि उनमें विक्ट्री का साइन दिखा रहे हैं।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जो है वो कोर्ट में आवेगी रिपोर्ट तो देखा जाएगा।
तो ये क्या बता रहा है कि उसमें अंदर जो
कुछ नहीं बता रहा है।
आप लोगों को एतराज था?
कोई एतराज, कोर्ट का जो डायरेक्शन है उससे हमने कमीशन कार्रवाई संपन्न कराया।
तो सहयोग किया प्रशासन?
हम लोगों ने सहयोग किया, प्रशासन ने बहुत सहयोग किया। कोई शिकायत नहीं, न प्रशासन से, किसी से नहीं, कोई शिकायत।
जो कुछ मिला है अभी कार्रवाई,
अभी क्या मिला है क्या नहीं मिला है, ये कमीशन रिपोर्ट अपनी देगी तब देखा जाएगा इस पर।
अभी कार्रवाई अधूरी, अभी
कार्रवाई 75% हुई, 25% बाकी है।
हाँ, इसमें क्या मिला इतने दिनों में?
कुछ नहीं मिला है, न कुछ। ये रिपोर्ट कमिश्नर देगा, हम क्या बताएंगे? अरे हम रिपोर्ट देगा, इस पर हम लोग कुछ नहीं कह सकते।
सर, कई घंटे चला?
2 घंटा चला, कार्रवाई संपन्न नहीं, 2-3 घंटा।
ताला तोड़ना पड़ा?
शुरू में मना कर, ताला खोला गया, ताला बना नहीं, ताला हमारी चाबी हमारे पास थी, हम लोगों ने खोला। सिद्दीकी एडवोकेट। कुछ नहीं मिला भाई,
अभी तो कुछ नहीं।
कमिश्नर अपना रिपोर्ट देगा, मिला कुछ नहीं।
कोई साक्ष्य
नहीं, जनरल कमीशन है, कोई साक्ष्य नहीं।
Big story there of the Gyanwapi survey, the first round of which was held today, and OAC there stoking a row again, drawing a parallel to the Babri Masjid demolition. Tracking the big story of the Gyanwapi survey.
तो भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे। याद, तुमने मक्कारी और अय्यारी से इंसाफ का कत्ल करके तुमने हमारी मस्जिद को हमसे छीना, अब दूसरी मस्जिद नहीं छीन पाओगे। याद रखो, अब हम तुम्हारी इन बातों का भरोसा नहीं करने वाले कि हम बचाएंगे, नहीं तुम नहीं बचाओगे, अब हम बचाएंगे अपने मसाजिद को, अपनी तहजीब को इंशाअल्लाह। जो लोग आकर मुझसे कहते हैं कि नहीं हम हैं, तुम नहीं है, तुम कभी हमारे साथ नहीं थे, तुम तो हमारे जनाजे जब आते तुम आकर दो दिखावे के आंसू बहाकर चले जाते हो, और उसके बाद हमारे बर्बादी के अफसाने कोई लिखकर कोई किताब लिख देता है, कोई मज़ामीन लिख देता है, उसको कोई अवार्ड मिल जाता है। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, मैं आपके दरमियान में जिम्मेदारी के साथ खड़े होकर कह रहा हूं कि ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद थी और है और रहेगी इंशाअल्लाह। 1991 का कानून यह कहता है कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को जो मस्जिद मंदिर थी वो बरकरार रहेगी, और अगर कोई उसके नेचर और कैरेक्टर में तब्दीली पैदा करना चाहेगा तो 91 का पार्लियामेंट का कानून कहता है कि उन पर केस बुक करो, जेल भी जाओ, और अगर कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया तो 3 साल की सजा है।
Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll get you the latest as the ban on loudspeaker echoes in J&K resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. And defiant Ranas stormed the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visits Kushinagar.
These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
हमने सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट है, एंटी इंडियन है।
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को उन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे?
आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग ही वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन, उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. Urla Coimbatore போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், ಎಂದಕಡೆ ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವನ
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries.
साथ खड़े होते देश के लिए जान देते रहेंगे और सियासत भी बात करते हैं। क्यों नहीं बात करेंगे? बात करेंगे ना। हाँ, ये बैठिए ना, बाजू इनसे पूछ लीजिए। अरे ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला करेंगे साबिर भाई। इनको पकड़िए आप, ये तो आपको आप बुला लीजिए इनको।
ओवैसी साहब, पिछले म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के चुनाव में छोटू भाई वसावा MIM के साथ में थे।
हाँ।
और अभी आज आम आदमी पार्टी की एक यात्रा शुरू हुई है और BTP उसके साथ में लड़ रही है।
हाँ।
ये एक सवाल, और दूसरा ये था,
एक सवाल रुक जाइए, इतना मेरा हाफिज़ा इतना अच्छा नहीं है। तो पहले सवाल का है कि हर पार्टी अपना अपना इख्तियार है उसका, किसके साथ जाए ना जाए, तो उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं? हम अपना रास्ता हम अपना है, हम भी लड़ेंगे, हमारे साथ भी हम अलायंस करेंगे और उससे हमको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा इंशाल्लाह।
दूसरा, कांग्रेस पार्टी बार बार ये इल्जाम लगाती है कि गुजरात के अंदर बस हमारे 3 मुस्लिम विधायक हैं, MIM की वजह से वो 3 भी हार जाएंगे।
अगर MIM के इंशाल्लाह ताला 8-10 विधायक बन गए, मैं मुसलमान नहीं कह रहा हूँ, विधायक बन गए तो क्या करेंगे कांग्रेस पार्टी? अब देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है ना इम्प्लोड हो रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी तो बोलते ना कि वो ये इस्तेमाल शुदा बैटरी है, अब दोबारा चार्ज नहीं हो सकती बैटरी है, समझे ना? अब दोबारा चार्ज नहीं हो सकती, छोड़ उसका, अब उसका कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। नहीं, यानी आदमी बूढ़ा भी हो तो एक्टिव होता है, मगर इनका मामला ऐसा है कि हर चीज़ से मफलूज हो चुके हैं, इनसे नहीं हो सकता अभी, और ये बस इसी तरह इल्ज़ाम लगाते रहते। बड़े बड़े लोग इनके लिए काम करने को तैयार नहीं है।
इस बीच अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी की जो औरंगाबाद विजिट,
देखिए आपने माशाल्लाह से बहुत अच्छी पब्लिसिटी की अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी की, मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मगर सुनिए, अरे आप अपना सवाल कर लिया, नहीं बोलना क्या? सुनिए ना, अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी औरंगाबाद को गरीब यतीम बच्चों को फ्री स्कूल तामीर करा रहे हैं, उस मकसद से औरंगाबाद गए थे कि बग़ैर फीस लिए वो बिला लिहाज मज़हब मिल्लत बच्चों के स्कूल में पढ़ाएंगे। वो एक नेक काम की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। अब मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि नेक काम हजम क्यों नहीं हो रहा है लोगों को। अरे सुनिए, और एक चीज़, उस काम के लिए बात करिए ना। वहाँ पर खुलदाबाद शरीफ में बड़े बड़े औलिया अल्लाह के आस्थाने हैं, सिलसिले चिश्तिया के, जरजरी बख्श रहमतुल्लाह अलैह, बुरहानुद्दीन गरीब है। दुनिया ASI प्रोटेक्टेड मॉन्यूमेंट है, वो नहीं है? ASI प्रोटेक्टेड मॉन्यूमेंट नहीं है ना? कौन ASI का जिम्मेदार कौन है? प्रधानमंत्री, देश का प्रधानमंत्री है ना। आप उनको पूछो, मेरे को क्यों पूछ रहे? अरे वो छोड़ दो, मेरा सवाल जवाब हो गया।
आने वाले चुनाव के लिए कोई एजेंडा लेके चल रही है?
हाँ, एजेंडा बहुत सा एजेंडा है, एक एजेंडा नहीं है। और इंशाल्लाह ताला बाज़ाब्ता उसके एक कंप्लीट डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करके आपसे हम बात करेंगे। मगर एजेंडा ये है कि गुजरात में अल्पसंख्यक समाज, वंचित समाज की पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप होनी चाहिए, जो ना BJP कांग्रेस इसको पसंद करती है। महंगाई मुद्दा है, पेट्रोल डीजल की कीमतें बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है, रोज़गार मुद्दा है, शिक्षा एक मुद्दा है। तो इन पर हम लोग पूरी तरीके से काम करेंगे।
सर, आपने कहा का कोई प्रोग्राम है? हमने कोई मस्जिद, कोई दूसरी कोई मस्जिद हम नहीं कोई, आप इस बीच में भी आपने कहा, क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हैं?
मैसेज क्या भैया, मस्जिद कोई नहीं कोई ना। अगर आप सीक्वेंस देखेंगे तो आपके लिए कह रहा हूँ, 1948 में रात के अंधेरे में चोरों की तरह आपने ले जाकर मस्जिद के अंदर मिंबर शरीफ के ऊपर आपने आइडल्स रख दिए, फिर आपने मस्जिद को बंद कर दिया। मैंने ईशा की नमाज़ पढ़ी उस दिन, फिर मैं नमाज नहीं पढ़ सका उसमें। फिर आपने 1986 में, अगर मैं गलत ना कहूँ तो राजीव गांधी प्रधानमंत्री थे जब कंप्यूटर नहीं आया था, बगैर मुस्लिम पक्ष को सुने आपने 30 पेज का ऑर्डर दे दिया, ताले खोल दिया आपने। और फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट को आपने कहा कि हम मस्जिद को हाथ नहीं लगाएंगे, आपने मस्जिद को डेमोलिश कर दिया। और सबसे अहम बात यह है कि कोई मस्जिद को नहीं तोड़ा। ऐसा दिखा कि आसमान से कोई उतर के आया था क्या, या कोई जिन थे या राक्षस थे जो तोड़कर गायब हो गए। एक को भी सजा नहीं। और अगर हम अहमदाबाद में हमारी शादी में अगर कोई एक लकड़ी निकाल के नाचे, तलवार है वो, तो दूसरे दिन हजरत पुलिस पहुंच जाती, ला कहां है वो। अब आप बोलो क्या करूं मैं छोड़ दूं, खामोश हो जाऊं? मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि ना कांग्रेस बोल रही है, ना आप बोल रही है, ना समाजवादी, कोई नहीं बोल रहा है ना, और नहीं भी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मस्जिद मेरी है। और मैं कह रहा हूं कि भारत का पार्लियामेंट का कानून है 91 का, उस कानून के तहत आप नहीं कर सकते। आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है कि आप ये 91 का कानून भारत के संविधान के आइन का बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर का हिस्सा है। कुतुब मीनार में आप जाकर वो करते हैं, कुव्वतुल इस्लाम मस्जिद में तमाशा करते हैं, मथुरा में आप करते हैं। क्या करना क्या चाह रहे आप? सरकार में आप है ना, मैं नहीं हूं। आपका काम है कि कानून का पासो लिहाज रख के कानून पर अमल हो, जो बीजेपी नहीं कर रही है। और दूसरे पार्टियां तो कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं कि मोदी से बड़ा कोई हिंदुत्व का लीडर कौन है, इसीलिए कंपटीशन हो रहा है।
मौलाना कलीम सिद्दीकी साहब को जेल में 8 महीने से ज्यादा का वक्त हो चुका है।
एक बात सुनिए, ये सवाल आप क्यों नहीं करते कांग्रेस से? ये सवाल आप पार्टी से क्यों नहीं करते? समाजवादी से क्यों नहीं करते? हम खाली बोलते रहना, उनके लिए आवाज उठाना नाइंसाफी के लिए, और जब वोट का मामला आता नहीं बी टीम है इन्हें। मौलाना कलीम सिद्दीकी को जेल में कौन डाला? कौन डाला जेल में? वो भी नहीं बोलेंगे उसके बारे में। मैं कह रहा हूं मौलाना कलीम सिद्दीकी पर जुल्म हुआ है और इंशाल्लाह कोर्ट से वो बाइज्जत बरी होंगे, देखना आप।
आपका एक तजुर्बा रहा बीटीपी के साथ।
किसके साथ?
बीटीपी के
हाँ।
साथ। और भी कोई तजुर्बे करने हैं आपको?
जी,
और भी तजुर्बे करेंगे आप?
बिल्कुल, मैं सियासतदान भी हूँ, साइंसदान भी हूँ।
क्या है
तजुर्बे करते रहना है, क्यों नहीं करेंगे? अरे नहीं, तजुर्बा करेंगे ना हम तो, ये सियासत है, बिल्कुल करेंगे। साबिर भाई हम बात करें, मुफ्ती साहब भी है, हम लोग तजुर्बा क्यों करेंगे? तजुर्बा करते रहेंगे, अलायंस करेंगे। और हम हमारे कदम रुकने वाले नहीं है।
कांग्रेस से अलाइन करेंगे?
हाँ, कांग्रेस है क्या अभी? है अभी?
करेंगे
नहीं है क्या अभी?
भाजपा का
है क्या
आरोप है? ओवैसी जी, भाजपा का ऐसा आरोप है कि ओवैसी जी के विचार जो है वो देश को तोड़ने वाले हैं।
देखिए, ये इनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, बोखलाहट है। जब मैं सच्चाई इतनी देर गुफ्तगू करा, मैं कौन सी तोड़ने की बात कर, आप थोड़ी देर के लिए भूल जाइए जर्नलिस्ट, आप बीजेपी के मेंबर बन जाइए। आपको ही मैं कौन सी तोड़ने की बात किया बोलिए? मैं तो जोड़ने की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं इंसाफ की बात कर रहा हूँ। भाई, देश के प्रधानमंत्री जब अय्यूब पटेल की बेटी के आंसू उनको नजर आए, तो उनको वो जो खंबाट में, हिम्मतनगर में जो घरों को तोड़ा गया, वो लोग जो रोड पे पड़े, उनके आंसू नजर नहीं आ रहे प्रधानमंत्री को? वसीम शेख हाथ कटे हुए हैं, उसका दुकान तोड़ दिए, देश के प्रधानमंत्री को तकलीफ नहीं हो रही है? भावुक क्यों नहीं होते? प्रधानमंत्री के घर से चंद मिनटों के फासले पर एक मस्जिद के सामने गेट को तोड़ा गया, बल्कि 85% मुसलमानों के और 15 हिंदू भाइयों की दुकान तोड़ दिया गया। आप गरीबों से तो वोट लेते हैं ना, कोई दौलतमंद वोट डाले नहीं।
On the other side, Delhi police begins magisterial probe into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building arrested. And Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Pad Yatra in the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। अब ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide weapons if you are not able to provide security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है, किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते, हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं, हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी। ये कब तक ये नहीं आए, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करें।
मैंने आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था, वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा, फिर भी मारा गया।
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. ஊர்ல கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம். எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் தான்.
Make the pani puri sellers comparison the analogy is an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora. It's the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clash is going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here.
Every time there is a crisis in the world, there is a gang in India which gets inspired and which draws parallels and hopes and prays that the same thing happens in India. And after India is burned, from the ashes, we will rise like inflammers, liars and phoenixes, but it's not going to happen.
Actually, it's not a matter of Hindu and Muslim so far as Kashmir is concerned. Anybody coming in their ways or the way they feel,
it's not Hindu and Muslim. It's jihad versus the rest. It's jihad versus the rest.
Not at all.
Don't you understand?
This is how you want to divert the thing.
You started with Babri Masjid. You are challenging the Gyan Vyapi. Jahangirpur, you attacked the masjid. You know, across the nation there are attacks happening. There is a new gang. Break the masjid gang.
What?
There is another gang.
Break a masjid gang?
India gang.
Anybody is trying to put down India, we must stand up against them. And we must talk with data and facts. Now, you may not like the government of the day, that is fine. You can oppose the government, that is your fundamental right. But don't pull down India. Don't bring down India.
Top headlines at this hour: death toll in Delhi fire rises to 27, but 29 people are reported missing. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal visits Mundka fire site, says will not spare those responsible for the fire tragedy. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building arrested. Gyan Vyapi Mosque Day 1 survey concludes. A basement videography has now begun. Ban loudspeakers, demand echoes in the valley. Resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. It's Pandits versus police. Pandits clashes with police erupt in the Veerwan colony, Baramulla, after Rahul Batuk killing. And Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital, chant Hanuman Chalisa. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Shivangi Shukla. 27 people lost their lives in the Delhi fire and 29 are still missing. Republic spoke to the eyewitnesses of the Mundka fire tragedy. It's a Republic investigation.
One of the biggest man-made fire incidents rocked the national capital last night. Unprecedented scenes, desperate cries for help, people leaping to their fate, dozens of lives lost. Left with no option, people jumped off the buildings as the only escape route. Republic's special investigation team went on ground. The reality was a shocking man-made tragedy. Hear it from 10 witnesses and victims. Hear this eyewitness recall what her mother went through.
मेरी मम्मी मुझे कम से कम 1 घंटे से ढूंढ रही थी, मैं उनको नहीं मिली थी, मैं बेहोश थी, मुझे कोई अनजान आदमी छोड़ के गया था.
This eyewitness saw people desperately jumping off as a fire raged.
लाइट गई तो नीचे उतर के गया कि लाइट क्यों बुझ गई, तो देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई.
आप कैसे निकल पाए?
हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना आदमी लोग, तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके 3रे मंजिले से कूदे.
Another eyewitness told Republic that the fire brigade was 1 hour late.
वहीं बैठा था बाहर, 4:15 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने और बचाया भी. ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, क्योंकि बहुत पब्लिक थे. बचाया तो 25-30 तक बचाया, हमें कैच किया है. बंदा वहाँ से बांधा ऊपर और वैसे लटक कैच कर रहे थे.
फायर ब्रिगेड कौन से कितने टाइम के आसपास पहुँचा?
वही 1 घंटा लगा होगा.
1 घंटा लगा.
हाँ.
Some are still struggling to find their missing relatives.
फोन आया था किसी का, मेरे मिलने वाले का, कि वो मजदूर कंपनी में आग लग गई. तो गए वहाँ, तो बहुत भयानक आग थी वहाँ. तो काफ़ी देर खड़े, जानकारी हासिल की कुछ नहीं, बाबता किया. यहाँ आए थे 2-3 बार, यहाँ पता नहीं पड़ पा रहा कहाँ है, किस पोजीशन में है.
And this is what is left of the building where charred human remains were found. While several charred bodies are yet to be identified, many continue with desperate bids to find their missing relatives. Delhi fire is no accident. It is the indifference, the cold-bloodedness that snuffed out 27 lives. As India rallies for justice and the owners are now arrested, the big question is, how many more killings to indifference? India shall not tolerate it anymore. A Republic super investigation.
CM Kejriwal has announced a 10 lakh compensation to families now who lost their loved ones to the fire. I would like to go across to Sumi. Now, Sumi, where has this investigation reached so far, Sumi?
Yes, absolutely. The investigation has begun today, and in fact, the FSL team had also arrived at the spot this morning to collect samples, and also the DNA testing is also underway. The DNA samples were also collected from the remains of various charred bodies that were still being recovered by the NDRF team. However, what we're getting to know is that the rescue operation is not underway. In fact, the rescue operation has gotten over just an hour back. In a dramatic, visuals were coming our way, and when we saw the kind of visuals that went on social media as well, there were people who were trying to rescue themselves from the massive fire through the window, and in fact the nearby residents have also saved 25 to 30 people, and most of the injured as well as the deceased were women. Most of them used to work here, and in fact while the building got fired, there was a meeting that was going on the 3rd floor of 100 people. So yes, the number is unfortunately likely to go up as the DSL as the DFL and the Delhi police officials have been telling us. And in fact, the sources have also been telling us that Varun Goyal and also one more owner of these companies that were rented here in this particular building have also been arrested. They were earlier detained, now they have been arrested, and the questioning is moving forward with each hour. And certainly the investigating team will bring out more facts and will reach to the bottom of the cause as to what really went behind and how this fire started in the first place. It started from the first-story floor, from the first floor of the three-storied building, and eventually, gradually, it moved up to second floor and the third floor. And in fact, the fire was caught on the first floor, and it was near the generator spot. So yes, the cause of the fire still uncertain. However, the investigation is moving forward. We'll soon get to know about that more.
All right, Sumit, thank you for getting us all those details. I would like to go across to Anuj now, who's reporting from outside the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital. Anuj, we are seeing, and you showed us some time back, how the family members of the victims are waiting for any kind of news on their loved ones. We know that, it was yesterday when the fire took place. What is the latest update as of now?
Well, if we talk about the latest update, then what we have been told is that these are the 6 people who have been identified who lost their life in this tragic incident which happened yesterday in Mundka. Let me tell you that if we talk about the total number of people who lost their life is 27, which has been reported, and we have been told that 6 of them has been identified. And if we talk about the others, then the body was in that condition that they can never be identified or cannot be identified until and unless the DNA test is done. And that's why the forensic team has been constituted by the state. The forensic team also went to the spot, and after going to the spot, now they are doing their further investigation, they are doing their further formalities, and after that only, after doing the DNA testing, they will be able to come out with the specification and with the identification of the same. If we talk about the family members, then they are still waiting. There are particular names which has been given. If we talk about in totality, then 29 names has been given whose name are in the list of the missing members or the missing people who were working in that very particular firm. On the other hand, let me tell you that 27, as I was telling you earlier, is the number which has been reported who lost their life. But this is going to be through a process now where the DNA testing will be done, and after that only it will be identified that who exactly.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details, Anuj. All right, thank you, Anuj, for getting all those details. Let's have a look at the other stories that we're tracking right now. The Rana duo began their Padyatra and recited the Hanuman Chalisa at Old Hanuman Temple in New Delhi, vowed to fight against Maharashtra CM's Lanka of corruption. After reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, Navneet Rana says Uddhav Thackeray is against Hindutva. If he has some Hindu ideology left, he will begin his rally with Hanuman Chalisa. NDRF team carries out a search and rescue operation in a massive fire that broke out in a building in Mundka. Dead bodies of 6 victims in the fire tragedy have been identified. Missing toll rises to 29. MNS decries Akbaruddin Oisi's dog versus lion remark, says just like Aurangzeb was buried on soil of Maharashtra, MNS will bury Akbaruddin's provocative politics. One arrested for anti-India posters in a joint raid with Himachal Pradesh police. A resident of Morinda was arrested in connection with putting up pro-Khalistan flags and writing slogans on the wall of Himachal Assembly in Dharamshala. Gupkar Alliance meeting to discuss the recent civilian killing and Delimitation Commission's final report is underway at the Farooq Abdullah residence. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti attends meeting. After Maharashtra and Karnataka, now demand for ban on illegal loudspeakers reaches Jammu and Kashmir. Resolution to be moved in the Jammu Municipal Corporation seeking removal of illegal loudspeakers today. Delhi government announces 10 lakh ex gratia for the deceased kin, orders a magisterial probe into the fire incident. NDRF says need 4 to 5 hours for search operation. BJP protests across Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla over the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt. Valley demands justice for Rahul. Amid Congress's Chintan Shivir, former Punjab Congress chief Sunil Chakar quits Congress party, goes live on Facebook, says good luck and goodbye Congress. Asudin Owaisi again fear-mongers on Gyan Vyapi. Speaking at an event in Ahmedabad, he said that if Muslims become weak, then other forces would dominate. He urged people to show patience. And he said, in a country, we are being told that our voices will not be heard. Listen in.
कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे। याद तुमने मक्कारी और अय्यारी से इंसाफ का कत्ल करके तुमने हमारी मस्जिद को हमसे छीना, आप दूसरी मस्जिद नहीं छीन पाओगे। याद रखो, अब हम तुम्हारी इन बातों का भरोसा नहीं करने वाले कि हम बचाएंगे, नहीं तुम नहीं बचाओगे, हम बचाएंगे अपने मसाजिद को, अपनी तहजीब को इंशाअल्लाह। जो लोग आकर मुझसे कहते हैं कि नहीं नहीं हम हैं, तुम नहीं है, तुम कभी हमारे साथ नहीं थे, तुम तो हमारे जनाजे जब आते तुम आकर दो दिखावे के आंसू बहाकर चले जाते हो, और उसके बाद हमारे बर्बादी के अफसाने कोई लिखकर कोई किताब लिख देता है, कोई मज़ामीन लिख देता है, उसको कोई अवार्ड मिल जाता है। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, मैं आपके दरमियान में जिम्मेदारी के साथ खड़े होकर कह रहा हूं कि ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद थी और है और रहेगी इंशाअल्लाह। 1991 का कानून यह कहता है कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को जो मंदिर थी वो बरकरार रहेगी, और अगर कोई उसके नेचर और कैरेक्टर में तब्दीली पैदा करना चाहेगा तो 91 का पार्लियामेंट का कानून कहता है कि उन पर केस बुक करो, जेल भी जाओ, और अगर कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया तो 3 साल की सजा है। हुकूमत को भी ये बता रहा हूं कि हमने एक बाबरी मस्जिद को खोया, अब दूसरी मस्जिद को हरगिज नहीं खोएंगे। याद तुमने मक्कारी और अय्यारी से इंसाफ का कत्ल करके तुमने हमारी मस्जिद को हमसे छीना, आप दूसरी मस्जिद नहीं छीन पाओगे। याद रखो, अब हम तुम्हारी इन बातों का भरोसा नहीं करने वाले कि हम बचाएंगे, नहीं तुम नहीं बचाओगे, हम बचाएंगे अपने मसाजिद को, अपनी तहजीब को इंशाअल्लाह। जो लोग आकर मुझसे कहते हैं कि नहीं नहीं हम हैं, तुम नहीं है, तुम कभी हमारे साथ नहीं थे, तुम तो हमारे जनाजे जब आते तुम आकर दो दिखावे के आंसू बहाकर चले जाते हो, और उसके बाद हमारे बर्बादी के अफसाने कोई लिखकर कोई किताब लिख देता है, कोई मज़ामीन लिख देता है, उसको कोई अवार्ड मिल जाता है। मेरे अजीज दोस्तों और बुजुर्गों, मैं आपके दरमियान में जिम्मेदारी के साथ खड़े होकर कह रहा हूं कि ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद थी और है और रहेगी इंशाअल्लाह। 1991 का कानून यह कहता है कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को जो मंदिर थी वो बरकरार रहेगी, और अगर कोई उसके नेचर और कैरेक्टर में तब्दीली पैदा करना चाहेगा तो 91 का पार्लियामेंट का कानून कहता है कि उन पर केस बुक करो, जेल भी जाओ, और अगर कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया तो 3 साल की सजा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो ताजमहल के नीचे जो कमरों की बात हो रही है, ज्ञानवापी के नीचे क्या देखने की बात हो रही है, वो असल में ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री।
I would like to go across to Anila Singh of the BJP, who's joining us on the phone line. Anila, we just heard OAC fear-mongering on Gyan Vyapi, even though it is a court-ordered survey. What's your first reaction?
Hindus are not scared of such statements given by people like OAC. What he is trying to say, you know, how he is behaving. You must have seen the gang war of dogs somewhere, and the one particular dog, he tries to show his teeth and tries to portray as if that dog is a very brave one. This is what he is doing. He is trying to threaten Hindus. He is trying to threaten the majority community of this country. We have got all the respect of all the religions in our country, but it doesn't mean that you will keep on insulting our God and goddesses. This is what OSC and people like him have been doing, and Congress had been doing appeasement politics. That is why this useless act came in 1991. At the same time, I can say why he is so much shocked, why he is behaving in such manner. If a survey has been ordered by court, it is simply a survey which is going to define what is the religious character of that place. I mean, the type of word he is vomiting out from mouth.
Just hold on for a second. We're also being joined by Danish Azad, UP Minority Minister, on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Azad. Now, we just heard OAC. Do you feel that this is an attempt at politicizing this entire issue of the Gyan Vapi survey?
देखिए, मामला माननीय न्यायपालिका में है और न्यायपालिका सभी चीजों को देख के, सभी तथ्यों को देख के कोई फैसला करती है और उसका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और आज सभी धर्म मजहब के लोग सब न्यायपालिका का सम्मान कर रहे हैं और ये ऐसा दौर है जहां केवल विकास की बात होगी, विकास की बात चलेगी और जो भी व्यक्ति विकास की बात नहीं करता है, जनता उसको सत्ता से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा देती है। 2022 का चुनाव आपने देख लिया कि हमें विकास की बात हमने की है, इसलिए हम जनता ने पुनः हमको अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है और हमको पुनः अपनी सेवा करने के लिए सरकार में स्थापित किया है। और जो लोग भी अलगाव की बात करेंगे, आज आम जनमानस उनको नकार देगा और ये बात अब सबको समझ जानी चाहिए कि हमको तरक्की की बात और मोहब्बत की बात करनी चाहिए, एकता और अखंडता की बात करनी चाहिए, विकास की बात करनी चाहिए।
All right, thank you, Mr. Azad, for joining us there. That was a UP Minority Minister on the latest controversial statement which is coming from Asuddin Owaisi, who is can be seen fear-mongering on the Gyan Vapi survey. All right, so this is the story that on Republic TV that we can see that OAC has issued a so-called warning. He is speaking to an event in Ahmedabad. He said that if Muslims become weak, then other forces would dominate. I'm also being joined by Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP. Mr. Poonawala, we just heard OAC there making a couple of controversial statements yet again.
You see, this is not just about Gyan Vapi, this is about Samvidhan Papi. Today, the Gyan Vapi verdict has been given by a court. Nowhere is the court saying that the character of any structure is going to be changed. It is only a video survey. अब वीडियो सर्वे से ऐसा क्या डर लग रहा है ओवैसी साहब को कि आज जो इस प्रकार की भड़काने वाली राजनीति कर रहे हैं? So this is an attempt to provoke, and this is not the first time. The Owaisi brothers are known to provoke on every issue, whether it's the hijab order from the court, whether it's the loudspeaker order on the court, whether it's UCC, which is part of the constitution. So every time these people are always provoking, inciting in the name of vote bank politics. And unfortunately, these people, the entire ecosystem tries to criminalize a court order. And this is the BBC, Bhadkao Bhaijan Committee, in the name of vote bank politics, that they keep on trying to provoke one vote bank and try to appease in the name of vote bank politics.
All right, Mr. Poonawala, thank you for joining us there. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP on the latest statement which is coming from Asuddin Owaisi. Well, much more coming up on the other side of the short break. It's pundits versus police. Pundits clash with police erupt in Veerwan Colony, Baramulla after Rahul Bhatt killing. And Navneet and Ravi Rana hold Padyatra in the national capital. Chant Hanuman Chalisa. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
As the Kashmiri Pandits have started marching towards the airport road, they want justice. The slogans that they are raising, they are protesting against the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul. But in fact, the action has just begun here. The clashes going on between the Kashmiri protesters and the police here. These are the live visuals that we are breaking here on the Republic, where one can see the Kashmiri Pandits marching towards the airport route in order to protest against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Now my Vijay is showing you the visuals. See the tear smoke shells being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police and CRPF to control this protest that is going on.
ये बंदा सबके हेल्पफुल था, फिर भी इसको मारा क्यों? हमारे साथ ये इनजस्टिस क्यों हो रही है?
90 में यही हुआ था, किलिंग को 2 कर दो, 1000 लोगों को ये करें, सेम सिचुएशन।
अब उनको लगा कि हाँ ये वापस आ रहे हैं, तो अगेन हिंदुओं को वहां से भगाने के लिए, पलायन करने के लिए हिंदूज की टारगेटेड किलिंग है ये।
From the man who coined Tukde Tukde gang comes the expose of the Burn India gang.
The hashtag Tukde Tukde gang has now become a more sophisticated Burn India group. We will not burn, jealousy will burn, anti-nationals will burn, political frustration will burn.
Saturday 8 p.m. on Arnab Live.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माई वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था। दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज, सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज।
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं।
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र भी उठाने पड़ेंगे। ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम।
Just provide us weapons if you are not able to provide us security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ये तस्वीरें जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ कि अंदर याचिकाकर्ता मौजूद है, वो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं। आई
सर्वे की कार्रवाई बड़ी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुई। सर, क्या सर्वे कल भी जारी रहेगा? जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा, और आज का सर्वे बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ।
सर्वे के बाद सर, सर्वे के बाद ये बताइए क्या समझ में आया, बता दीजिए।
प्रशासन के सहयोग से बहुत ही निष्पक्ष रूप से करवाया गया है।
We are live and breaking on Republic TV. Now, Rahul Bhatt was shot in his Tehsil office by 2 terrorists, after which he was rushed to the SMHS hospital in Srinagar, where he succumbed to his injuries. Massive protests have erupted against the killing of Rahul Bhatt. Take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague Zina.
As one can see behind me, the BJP workers protesting against the killing of Rahul Bhatt, who lost his life in Chadora attack in the Tehsil office of Chadora. We are seeing the BJP workers on road now here in Jawaharnagar. We are shouting slogans. Also, they are demanding that the Modi government need to have more strict policies on ground. Also said that the J&K government, the LG administration need to be more strict as far as the terror outfits are concerned, and also BJP workers here also demand that the lives of particularly the Kashmiri Pandits needs to be stopped, and also they are raising the slogans that the innocent lives need to be saved and secured, and also that the terrorists should stop killing innocent people. Terrorists who are behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized in Bandipora operation. In fact, BJP government, when it needs to deal with the terror in Jammu and Kashmir. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Well, much more coming up on the other side. Gyan Vapi Mosque Day 1 survey concludes. Basement videography has begun. Plus, ban loudspeakers, demand echoes in the valley. Resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
ये सीधा एक धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट, और मैं नाम लेके बोलूंगा, आई विल नॉट मिन्स माय वर्ड्स व्हेन आई से दिस, मेरा छोटा भाई था. दे हैव हैड द प्रॉब्लम एंड दे स्टिल हैव द प्रॉब्लम विद कश्मीरी हिंदूज. सो इट्स अ प्योर एथनिक रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग ऑफ हिंदूज.
जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर जितने भी मेरे को अगर देख रहे होंगे, उनको मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इससे डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं.
हमेशा सोचा क्या कि हम एजुकेटेड हैं तो हम जी माफी मांग के निकल जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर हम शास्त्र पढ़ रहे हैं ना, हमें शास्त्र उठाने पड़ेंगे. ये अब नहीं चलेगा ऐसे मैडम.
Just provide a weapon if you are not able to provide a security. Otherwise, just transfer us to Jammu. We don't want to live here. We don't want to die here.
ऐसे कितने राहुल जियों को मारोगे? अभी अगर हमारा प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, मुझे बताइए लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है. किस बात का लाठी चार्ज हो रहा है? एलजी साहब हमसे मिलने नहीं आ सकते. हम भी तो हिंदुस्तानी हैं. हम कौन से कोई अगेंस्ट एंटी इंडियन है?
हमें इस बात का पता लगना चाहिए वहाँ कितने आदमी थे उस ऑफिस में उस टाइम, जो कि एक बंदे को इन्होंने गोली मारी. ये कब तक ये नहीं आया, हम कब तक हम ये बर्दाश्त करेंगे?
आगे भी तहसीलदार ऑफिस में भी कोई जम्मू के डोगरे सरदार जी इनके लोग काम नहीं कर रहा था. वहीं के मुस्लिम लोग वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन उन्हीं के लिए काम कर रहा था, फिर भी मारा गया.
English is an international language. Tamil is a local language. Two languages are there. Urla Coimbatore போய் பாருங்க, பானிபூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான்.
Make the Pani Puri sellers comparison the analogy. It's an insult. It's an attempt to classify.
They were saying that this was a peaceful march, but the administration and the police turned this protest ugly. We are seeing that the SSP Patna still speaking to many of the Kashmiri Pandits. 4 Kashmiri Pandits have been detained. 2 of them have received injuries. Who were behind the killing of Rahul but have been neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in Bandipora, the Algar village of Bandipora.
Cold-blooded daylight murder, and the only reason for him to be murdered was that he was a Hindu. He was a Kashmiri Pandit, and that was his only fault.
As the Kashmir.
When the Bhim Army chief says there need to be 1 lakh Shaheen Bags, and we know the impact one Shaheen Bagh had on the law and order situation, leading to more than 50 people being killed in the Delhi riots that followed.
This is not a question of power. Even after Mahatma Gandhi led a mass revolution against the British Raj, it was a popular movement that we hail even today. There will be 10 lakh Shaheen Bagh if there is another unpopular law being passed in parliament by the majoritarian government in power.
Gandhi never talked about taking money from outside. Don't abuse Gandhi's satyagraha. Shaheen Bagh was not Gandhi's satyagraha. It was a blockade. It was a gherav. It was a taking weapons in hand to burn India.
this hour, death toll in Delhi fire rises to 27 while 29 people are reported missing. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal visits Mundka fire site, says will not spare those responsible for the fire tragedy. Delhi police begins investigation into the Mundka fire. Owners of the 3-story building arrested. Gyan Vapi Mosque Day 1 survey concludes basement videography has begun. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi fear-mongers on Gyan Vapi, says will not let them demolish another mosque. Ban loudspeakers demand echoes in the valley. Resolution to be moved in Jammu Municipal Corporation. It's pundits versus police. Pundits clash with police erupt in the Birwan colony of Baramulla after Rahul Bhatt killing. Navneet and Ravi Rana hold a Pad Yatra in the national capital. Chant Hanuman Chalisa. We are live and breaking right now, Republic TV, and starting off with some new developments which are coming in on the language row that was kicked off yesterday after Tamil Nadu minister's Pani Puri comment. Now Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi has waded into the language controversy, says regional language must be encouraged and respected. He said Tamil is an ancient language and PM Modi is encouraging local languages.
An impression is created by some people that central government is imposing a language on Tamil Nadu or anyone. I think that's far from the truth. That's not correct. In fact, the whole thrust of the national education policy is to do the learning and teaching in regional languages in the mother tongue at the bottom, in the initial stages, and subsequently in the language of the state. In the recently held conference of the Chief Justice and Chief Minister, Honorable Prime Minister insisted, and he raised this issue, to make this regional language, the state language, as the language of even judiciary, the High Court. People, those who go to seek justice, they must seek justice in the language that they understand. It has to be. Now UGC is moving all the law colleges to give their degrees in their regional languages. We have to encourage, we have to incentivize, we have to do all that we can to increase, to enrich and spread all the languages of this country.
मैं खुद हमेशा हिंदी भाषा का सम्मान करती है मेरी पार्टी। जब भी मुझे मौका मिलता है सदन में, मैं मेरी बात हिंदी में रखना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि देश सुने मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूं। देश की भाषा है, पूरे देश में एकमात्र भाषा को जो मान्यता है, पूरे देश में जो बोली जाती है वो हिंदी भाषा है। हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री हो जो पूरे देश और पूरे विश्व में छा गई है, तो किसी भी भाषा का इस प्रकार का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए। हमेशा भाषाओं का सम्मान करना चाहिए और ये गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने ये चैलेंज स्वीकारना चाहिए कि सभी राज्यों में एक भाषा, एक देश, एक संविधान, एक विधान, एक निशान और एक भाषा होनी चाहिए।
All right, let's get to the top updates at this hour from across India. Now, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal visited the site of the fire incident in Mundka, where a 4-story building was gutted by a massive blaze yesterday. Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain, who visited the site last night after the incident, is also likely to accompany the Chief Minister. A National Disaster Response Force team carried out a search and rescue operation in the 3-story building that was gutted in a massive fire yesterday near the Mundka metro station in New Delhi. A massive fire had broken out that left 27 people dead and 12 injured in the tragic incident. According to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Samir Sharma, a total of 50 people have been rescued so far. India at the UN Security Council emphasized the significance of the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention as a key global and non-discriminatory disarmament convention. India's Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN, R. Ravindra, has stated that they believe that any matter pertaining to the obligations under the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention
Seek for Justice has always been a bid to spread the anti-India propaganda, and in addition to it, they have claimed to have raised and posted some of the pro-Khalistani posters in the Budlada Bridge city over in the Mansa district of Punjab, after which the police has taken the cognizance, and those numbers that were circulated, these videos of the SFJ posters on a wall have been taken cognizance by the police, and they are now investigating into it. Pertinent to mention that there have been several attempts by these Pakistani-backed Khalistani elements to vitiate the peace process in the country, and there have been number of incidents also reported wherein Khalistani flags and posters have been raised by the Seek for Justice, not only in Punjab but also in Haryana and Himachal. Even in the attack that has taken place using the RPG in the intelligence office in Mohali of the Punjab police, the police has found the Pakistan and Khalistan terror angle. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Well, 27 people have lost their lives in the terrible incident which happened in Delhi, and 29 are still missing. Republic TV spoke to the eyewitnesses who told us exactly what happened.
One of the biggest man-made fire incidents rocked the national capital last night. Unprecedented scenes, desperate cries for help, people leaping to their fate, dozens of lives lost. Left with no option, people jumped off the buildings as the only escape route. Republic's special investigation team went on ground. The reality was a shocking man-made tragedy. Hear it from 10 witnesses and victims. Here this eyewitness recall what her mother went through.
मेरी मम्मी मुझे कम से कम 1 घंटे से ढूंढ रही थी, मैं उनको नहीं मिली थी, मैं बेहोश थी, मुझे कोई अनजान आदमी छोड़ के गया था.
This eyewitness saw people desperately jumping off as a fire raged.
लाइट गई तो नीचे उतर के गया कि लाइट क्यों बुझ गई, तो देखे धुआं भरा हुआ है कंपनी में, नीचे उतर पाया ही नहीं कोई.
आप कैसे निकल पाए?
हम लोग शीशा तोड़े ना आदमी लोग, तो वहाँ से कूदे, जंप करके 3रे मंजिले से कूदे.
Another eyewitness told Republic that the fire brigade was 1 hour late.
वहीं बैठा था बाहर, 4:15 बजे के आसपास में पता चला, भागते आया रस्सी उसी लेके, कैच भी किया हमने और बचाया भी. ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने बचाया और कितने गए, कितने इसमें मर गए, बहुत पब्लिक थे. बचाया तो 25-30 तक बचाया, मैं कैच किया है. बंदा वहाँ से बांधा ऊपर और वैसे लटक कैच कर रहे थे.
फायर ब्रिगेड कौन से कितने टाइम के आसपास पहुँचा होगा?
वही 1 घंटा लगा होगा.
1 घंटा लगा होगा.
हाँ.
Some are still struggling to find their missing relatives.
फोन आया था किसी का, मेरे मिलने वाले का, कि वो मजदूर कंपनी में आग लग गई. तो गए वहाँ, तो बहुत भयानक आग थी वहाँ. तो काफ़ी देर खड़े, जानकारी हासिल की, कुछ नहीं, बाबता किया. यहाँ आए थे 2-3 बार, यहाँ पता नहीं पड़ पा रहा कहाँ है, किस पोजीशन में है.
And this is what is left of the building where charred human remains were found. While several charred bodies are yet to be identified, many continue with desperate bids to find their missing relatives. Delhi fire is no accident. It is the indifference, the cold-bloodedness that snuffed out 27 lives. As India rallies for justice and the owners are now arrested, the big question is, how many more killings to indifference? India shall not tolerate it anymore. A Republic super investigation.
Burn India gang also says that Modi's India has entered a phase of genocidalism. Who decided that genocidalism is the most advanced stage of nationalism?
State-sponsored hatred against the minorities
There he goes.
is the definition of nationalism of Modi.
Like Communist Party does in China. You want to follow the dynastic policies of Rajpaksa. You want India to be in a debt trap of China, and that is your mindset. If you really want to see the idea of genocidalism, then you must visit CCP China.
The destroyed employment in this country. The data is very clear. Look at the public sector, how they've been destroyed.
We will agitate and hit back.
Please do that.
We will run our portals.
Please do that.
We will run our magazines.
Please do that.
We will take out our
The people of this country will give you a fitting rebuttal.
Your crony capitalism is going to fail in this nation. It's a nation of the poor.
A big international development coming now. The UAE's Federal Supreme Council has elected Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan as the president of the UAE. The Emirates news agency now has reported this. Remember that UAE's long-ailing president, ruler Abu Dhabi Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan had passed away on Friday. I would like to go across to Abhishek, who is our senior executive editor. Abhishek, now we can see that there has been a new appointment there, and also India is already observing a one-day national mourning for the past president, who is Abu Dhabi's Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. How do we expect the ties between India and UAE to go forward from now?
Shivangi, President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan was ailing for a while, and in fact, because he was ailing since almost 2014, effectively Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, who takes over as president and 17th ruler of Abu Dhabi and the president of the UAE, was effectively in control of things. The government of India since 2014 at least has been working with the new president, who has been Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi for the last these many years. So I think there would be an element of continuity. There is an absolute personal chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, who's now the new ruler of UAE and takes charge. UAE, of course, is mourning for the next 40 days, but India also observing one day of national mourning with the national flags flying at half-mast at all public buildings. In fact, both President Ramnath Kovind and Prime Minister Modi had expressed condolences with the demise of Sheikh Khalifa. In their messages, they also noted that he was a statesman and a visionary leader, contributing to the strengthening of India-UAE bilateral relations, which obviously, as I said, would continue to flourish under the next ruler, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, who takes over now. Shivani.
All right, thank you, Republic TV's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us there. The UAE announces a new ruler in 24 hours. Well, much more breaking coming in right now. Their protests are continuing across Jammu and Kashmir over the killing of Rahul Bhatt. The valley continues to